Hey, peace, everybody. It's Friday. I hope everybody is doing the best that they can. Well, I expect that they are, and I hope other people recognize the effort. Right? Generally, I give people a little bit of time to filter in with some music and all that stuff, but I'm gonna jump right on in and getting started. Always at the perfect time, but slightly distracted. So I imagine people will be coming in shortly. They can do the thing. You know what? What I do this time, what I'll do is play the thing. I know I said five. It ran a little bit long, but yeah, I'm sure you guys are not interested in ancient Sumerian languages. Okay, try that. Okay, I don't know what would pass for a good song on a rainy Friday afternoon. Just after 420, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know what the strain was. It's reminiscent of something or other, but I can't quite place it just yet. But it is both tasty and effective. My God. Um, let's see. You know what? How about you guys? I wonder if you guys have heard. Um, yeah, a lot of people haven't heard this, so let me try this. Let me turn it on first. Give me a sec. And you guys vibe out while I post the link and all that other stuff like usual. And then I welcome everybody to the stream, and then we'll get started on this week's topics. I think there's tons of them, but mostly it's just first quarter stuff. Where people seem to be trying to get trying to pique fans' interest in what could be possible. And everybody's come out, right? Like now we have Saudi Arabian princes acting like goddamn promoters. The new Don King is part of a royal family. Whatever. We're gonna get into it one topic at a time. But yeah, like I said, let me find this thing. You guys rock out for a sec while I get everything. At least, okay, hold up, guys. Which one? Not that, not that, not that, not that. No. Wow. Okay. Okay, yeah. Lots of going on at the house. All right, cool. Yeah, here it is. This ought to work. I let it run for a sec. Now the company leaves the house. Right? You guys rock out to this. I'll tell you what it is afterwards. But yeah, it kind of hits the mood. I'll post the link. And, yeah, like I said, this stuff is really good. I can't help it. Wait a minute. So yeah, this came into my thread like a couple months ago. Hold up a second, sorry. Let me two windows open right now. Let me see if I can close this. Yeah, but this is like some unreleased Prince doing jazz, right? I came across it maybe like a few months ago, maybe 6 months ago. But yeah, I think you guys. Pretty good feel of music, and I'm ready to get the whole thing going, right? When you listen to the keyboard work, right? When you listen to the piano work, you can tell it's Prince. It's kind of weird. Prince's take on jazz. I mean, you know stuff. You don't know, rest in peace. That's enough of that. That's for your listening pleasure. And if you've never heard it and you listen, you want to hear those tunes in its entirety, it's a pretty long song. You can go to Prince Unreleased Jazz, and you'll see him in a sort of a leather coat with a big old afro, sort of animated style. Pretty interesting stuff. At least I think so. Righto. Let me see if I can pin it here. Is YouTube still fucking tripping? Oh, I know how to do it, actually. How do I get around YouTube tripping? Okay. Let's see. Let's go here. Turn that down. Let's pin message. Booyah. Okay. Now that that's done, let's see who's in the background. Before I start talking about, oh yeah, that's the Phantom. What's up, Phantom?
Hey, ruining your stream with that shitty jazz. I was gonna leave well enough alone, but I gotta come save it. So yeah, get to it.
Well, Prince was a genius, right? You gotta let a genius, but sometimes,
yeah, there's a reason why he wasn't a jazz musician, bro. That was shit. That was absolute shit. But if you want to call it genius, for sure.
I'm saying Prince was a genius. That was pretty good. I don't know what the hell is it, but whatever. You always come up here with your surly attitude. I don't know what the hell happens to you on Fridays, but I always appreciate you coming in. Yeah, no, you can't. I don't feel like I have a stream if the Phantoms come in. If you don't show up, I go, what the hell happened to the guy?
Smooth.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up, BBL? Shit.
How you feeling?
Happening with it, man? Chilling. Just getting started. I haven't even got through the topics yet. Already, like everybody's a critic. You know what I mean? See, if you don't care about people, then they can't ever hurt your feelings.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Smoke.
What's up?
What you think about the whole what is it, Turkey? Want to see the Devin Haney and Abdul Wahid fight? What you think about that fight?
Turkey. Okay. Right. So that's part of it's what do I think of the fight? I think it's a good fight. I think it's a pretty classic fight. If Tank wants to go there, then Devin wants to go there. I don't care. I'll watch it. It'll probably be in the afternoon.
Point, I think Devin at this point, I think he'll beat Abdul Wahid. I think so. What about you?
I'm not sure. I go back and forth on that one, and I just haven't seen him. Like Dev looked pretty good in his in the Regis program, but I still think he is. I think he's really well trained. Mm-hmm. I wonder at some of his technique is so sharp. Somebody who's a little bit more like fluid might be able to exploit like some of the way that he approaches his work, right? So I see like there's places where Tank could exploit like the best of Devin Haney, right? But I also could see how the best of Devin Haney could be too much for Tank. Yeah, I think he can be too long and too strong. It could be like too long, too strong, too fast for Tank to win. Like, to fall for the trap and to get knocked out by a single shot. Like, I don't know, all that single shot knockout. I don't think he's like Leo Santa Cruz, right? I don't. But yeah, he does hurt guys, and then they don't recover it. But it takes more than one shot typically. I don't know. Rolly caught him. I don't know, man. I don't know if he was gonna catch Devin reaching like that, coming on the front foot. But Tank accepts some shot. It's a good fight. Pick me once they make the fight, then ask me. How about that?
I'll say this. I want to see the fight either way, but I can't wait to Tio break Devin's mouth. I can't wait.
You think Teofimo Lopez is the one that's going to do it, and
he gonna beat the life out of Devin.
So let me ask you this: like, why are you okay with Teofimo's mouth, but you find Devin Haney's mouth to be something that needs breaking?
I don't think Devin talks. I'm talking his dad does all the talking.
Right. So you want Tio to break Devin's mouth because of the way that you feel about what Bill says?
Yes.
Okay. So why are you? What about what Bill says has you so has motivated you to have his son's jaw broken by Tio specifically?
It don't have to just be Tio. I just think Tio's the only one that's probably good enough to do it. I think.
Okay. All right.
Devin's no scrub, man. He's a good fighter. I think he's a bigger, stronger version of Paulie Malignaggi. I know people take that offense to that, but Paulie was a 2-division champion where he wasn't the most talented, but for the skills that he had, he was terrific. And I think that's what Devin is.
Well, Teofimo Lopez is a good fighter. I don't think he is as fluid or hits as hard as Tank. And I think that as a counter puncher, he's not going to find a lot of opportunities with Devin Haney. And he's not that good coming forward as we saw with Sandor Martin. And even that dude when he's first moved up. I mean, he's better at counter punching and capitalizing on your mistakes. But just Devin is not that active and doesn't make that many mistakes. Tio's not cracking like that one shot. Like Tank has a way better shot, I think, of hitting him with one shot and turning the fight than Tio does. I think Devin can absorb Tio shots and make adjustments. I don't know if he's going to be able to absorb too much Tank shots, especially if he lets his trap with him, catches him slipping.
I think you sleeping on Tio's skill. I think Teal, when he's focused and really had his mind together, which is always an issue, he's one of the best fighters in boxing. Very Floyd Mayweather-esque, I would say. And you remember when Floyd did the chop Corley or Terrell Gotti, that's kind of how I look at Devin Haney. He's just going to be a footnote on Teal's resume, just in my opinion, my humble opinion.
Yeah, I am Floyd Mayweather and Teofimo Lopez. Okay, whatever. Outside of a bullshit shoulder of Teofimo Lopez. Oh my god, are you playing a character? Am I being punked right now? Are we on Candid Camera? Is this really yours?
No, it's funny. You do all that laughing. As if the man hasn't fought the number one guy in this division has been in.
Did you just say Teofimo Lopez is like Floyd Mayweather, man? Are you out of your damn mind? Okay, whatever.
Pretty Boy wasn't always Floyd. He was Pretty Boy at one time.
Okay, cool. And when did he get dropped a couple times by somebody in a fight?
Think about it. Floyd lost to Luis Castillo. Still,
no, he did not. That's why he retired 50-0. Even though I only thought 49 of them were really fighters, but no, he did not lose to Castillo. You scored it for Castillo.
The first fight, of course.
Yes, you scored it for Castillo. That's what you mean to say. But whatever, Castillo. What that has to do with Gamboa? What happened? Like, what has to do with getting dropped by Gamboa? Like, man, if you don't get the hell out of here with this. Okay, all right, man. Like, if that's really your serious thing, I was like, I thought we had this whole like talk show thing going on, and then I just like I don't know if you're being serious. We just say Teofimo Lopez and Floyd Mayweather. Like, I can't. Like, what?
Well,
yeah. Can we get to like what topic you guys smoked? The topic of the show, or what's going on?
Yeah, I mean that was part of it. Part of it was well, I mean BVO. I don't know what his day's like. It is he's on East Coast time, we're on the West Coast. He's got family duty. So anyway, I wanted to get I do think Devin and Tank is a good fight. I believe it is the Saudis, not the Turks that are paying for the fight, but maybe you know something I don't know.
Yeah, I know that the dude's name is Turkey Al-Sik or something. He's not Turkish.
Okay, not the city of Turkey. Okay, gotcha.
No, you got to put that bomb down, Smoke.
No, I don't know dude's name. I don't give a damn. Like, it's fucking weird to me that like, dude just. I don't. The last time I saw something like this, it was Eddie Hearn with his $1 billion in his own. And it's just kind of funny to me. Like, everyone's like falling over themselves to go to Saudi Arabia. Cool, if you want to go, cool. Let's see how this works. I think it's more of a boon for like UK time zone and UK fights and all those fight fans. But let's see. I'm not. If like I said, if Tank gets his needs met, Devin gets his needs met, I'm gonna watch. But am I gonna go to Saudi Arabia to watch the fight? I'm not even. No, not even a little bit.
But weren't you raised Muslim?
It's so.
Yeah. So did you ever make a pilgrimage?
And not a pilgrimage, but I've been to Saudi.
You never been to the Kaaba?
No, I didn't. No. That's
okay. Well, there's opportunity. Why the fuck not?
I mean, because one thing has nothing to do with the other.
Who gives a fuck? It's an opportunity to do two birds, one stone. You know what I mean?
It's not two birds with one stone. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, there's no bird. Like, unless, like, I don't even know if I'd go to Vegas, but just so we could put it in perspective for Tank and Dev. And like, if it was here, sure, but it's not gonna be here. It'd be in Vegas. Am I gonna go to Vegas for that? Like, a bunch of like 20-somethings trying to drip out and floss and flex and all that. I don't know, man. It's not really my scene.
Well, that's a celebrity fight too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, if it was just like here, I could just go over to go over the bridge. Sure, I'd totally go to it that way. But yeah, like flying across, man, I'm not going no damn fight overseas. Like, for what?
I'm just saying, why not? If there's opportunity. But okay, what else you got?
Yeah, because that's not me. That's not my thing. I'm not like, yeah. I had my time doing shit like that, and I don't even like crowds like that. But anyway, like I was saying, the fight, yeah, as long as those guys are happy, people seem to be all like having sort of feelings about Devin offering $20 million to go there. I got I got the homie, my brother kid, KO saying that Devin is ducking if he just don't take the B side, and they're crazy if they go to Saudi, and that's fucking up the bag. You worked your whole life to be A side, and now the Saudis coming in. I'm like, I don't see Tank making those kinds of objections though. People are talking about whether Saudis are good for American boxing. Whatever. This is not that. This is Saudis versus the world. This is not about like whether or not Saudis are trying to play nice with other like markets, the same way America doesn't play nice with other markets, right? The Saudis are trying to modernize their whole society and the PR, the way the world views them. And fuck it. I mean, if the dude says he likes boxing, he can get Tank to go over there. Fuck, I care.
Yeah. I just think that's bitterness for not being able to have a chance to go to the fight. I think there's a little bit of that going on.
Fellas.
What's up, Mr. Moore?
What's up, brothers? I'm in a very good mood. I'm in a very good mood today.
What happened?
Oh, the Raiders hired the right man for the job.
Oh, they hired Pierce?
They hired AP, bro.
Wait a minute. Adrian Peterson? Who? What? Who?
They hired Antonio Pierce. They hired the interim coach. They hired the brother.
Okay.
Had them boys playing too.
Didn't they have Art Shell like early on?
Yeah, they had Art Shell back in the 80s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They always have brothers with the Raiders.
Yeah, I love it though. Yeah. I love it though. I love it. Give that brother a shot, man. Stop rehiring these recycle motherfuckers.
Yeah, the Raiders. That's my second team, the Raiders. Man, I love the Raiders.
Yeah, they right now they're not too good, but the Niners, okay. Let's see what the Niners got.
Hey, we gonna find out. Because the thing what happened with Green Bay was they got healthy at the right time and they peaked at the right time.
Well, that's football.
They got healthy. Packers look good, but we'll check that. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I want to get on all these motherfuckers now trying to act like boxing hasn't always followed the money.
Yeah, now it's like people want this A-side thing. I don't know. Like I've noticed, like people don't really get the B-sides, leverage to say no, right? They just think that because you're A-side and you're supposed to sacrifice at the altar of somebody else's greatness if you don't have to, like what? Just because.
Let me ask this question to the panel. Let me ask this question to the panel. Some of our greatest fights in history, the fights we talk about all the time. Smoke, where did they happen?
You said where did they happen?
Where did they happen?
Is it like what country did they happen?
Overseas, am I right?
There's been a lot of overseas. There's been a lot domestic. Depends on the fight, but like when you
I'm talking about the classics. You talk about
fights. You got like Thrill in Manila. You got
Rumble in the Jungle.
You got
Foreman and Norton in Venezuela. We can just go on and on.
Yeah. There's some iconic ones that
Duran and Cigarette Leonard in Toronto, Canada. We can go on and on.
Yeah.
Iconic fights have happened overseas. Boxing has always gone where the people are going to pay for the fights at. It kills me because people act like Jerry Jones let Errol Spence use Dallas Cowboy Stadium for free.
Well, no, I think it's a little bit different. What they're saying is that they're trying to create a new market, and that new market is going to weaken the United States market to the point where guys who have worked so hard for their A-side status sees their leverage either lessen or disappear. I think is the
who gives a fuck?
I don't know, man. I don't know. People want Tank and Devin right now.
Who gives a fuck? I don't care where it happens. It can happen in Japan. I don't care where the fuck it happens at, as long as it happens.
Well, like I said, it sounds like some bitterness that niggas might not have the opportunity to go to the fight. That's what it sounds like.
But here's the thing, Phantom. The nigga that's talking all this bitterness don't even go to fights.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the case. I don't know.
What it is
He
you
don't.
got. Hey, what
He
it is
never goes to fights.
Shelton. What it is you got motherfuckers on payrolls that trying to be on payrolls and try to shut
Oh, okay.
everything down. But as long as like far as great fights go, the greatest upset in the history of boxing happened in Japan. Douglas
Yeah,
Tyson.
happened in Japan.
So
Happened in
yeah, I
Japan.
agree with you. Some of the biggest, most memorable fights were overseas.
Yeah, so I don't get
Yeah,
what this issue is.
Ali Frazier 3, Ali versus Foreman versus Frazier was in Jamaica. Like I don't get
even Lennox Lewis
I
rocked
don't
one,
get
right?
this narrative.
Yeah.
I don't get this narrative that's coming out that it's hurting the U.S. boxing to have it in Saudi Arabia. These niggas are like I don't understand them. Do they want to see big fights?
No, it's two separate
I
things
don't
that are
get it.
happening. There's two separate things that are happening. One is the Saudis, just their like them entering the boxing market, and what that means when they're not really trying to make money and just paying guys. But there's now this altered market rate, right? And is that market rate is it sustainable, right? But the other part of it is Tank versus Devin. So like one of them they're separate, they're connected in one way, but they're two like actually different topics. But yeah, I don't care. Like the thing is, that's how PBC came into the market, right?
Right.
People
overpaying guys. I remember.
Right?
I remember overpaying guys. Yeah.
Same thing with the Zone and Eddie Hearn.
That's how Top Rank came into the market. That's how Matchroom came into the market. Like, he's the one that paid for Sugar Leonard and Oscar De La Hoya.
Smoke.
Well, I disagree with the Top Rank thing, nothing, because I ain't never known Bob Arum to overpay nobody.
No, well, Sugar Ray Leonard and
he never overpaid Sugar Ray. He made money on Sugar Ray. He never lost no money with Sugar Ray.
Nah, but Sugar Ray was getting paid 50K out the gate his debut show.
Correct.
And sold the fucking place out, and it was on national television. Yeah, don't forget that, Marky Dan.
But Sugar Ray was making that money, not Bob Arum. Like, matter of fact, like Mike, his lawyer, like Sugar Ray Leonard, made that whole.
Mike Trailer. Mike Trailer, was his lawyer.
And Oscar came out the same way. Like,
Sugar Ray Leonard. People don't remember that Sugar Ray Leonard was never, ever signed to any promotional company ever.
Yeah, right.
Never.
No, he had a co-promotional deal with Bob Arum.
He had no. He would pick Bob Arum. He would pick Bob Arum when he wanted Bob Arum. Like that's how they brought Shelly Finkel.
Exactly.
Oh, so he was the real.
Yeah,
and all this shit. He was
the real A-side. He was the real A-side.
Yeah, he brought like Lou Duva, Shelly Finkel. That was a Mike Trainer thing because he was like, fuck Bob. but literally for Sugar Ray Leonard versus for Hearn. That first time they fought.
Yeah. But my thing is this. The difference in Saudi Arabia and PBC is they have the money to overpay because they have an endless amount of money with all the oil money they have. Unlike PBC, they're not going to put Fox Sports out of business. They're not going to put Showtime out of business because it doesn't matter if they lose money. They have enough capital to where they can take loss after loss after loss after loss until they buy up all the equity. Once they own everything, that's why they're creating their own belt, Undisputed, to kill off all the sanctioning bodies. So now the best fighter fights for Saudi Arabia. And if you want to be considered number one, you got to come there. So that's what you do. You just buy out the whole fucking market when you have the money, then you control everything after.
Well, the
day Saudi Arabia comes out with their own world title, it's over for these sanctioning bodies. Because it's the same shit that just saw happen with PGA Golf. Them niggas went
their own world title.
Yeah. But I'm just saying,
you're talking about people who make over $800,000 a minute.
But yeah, what I was saying is they already have their own title. They created it for the heavyweight division. It's called Undisputed. That's the name of the title. So the minute that Usyk and Tyson Fury fight,
now hold on, is that true? Is that true, or is that some shit that somebody just
they created their own belt. They have a belt. It's a heavyweight belt called Undisputed. It's for Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou.
Yes,
okay, that ain't got no legitimacy.
No, pause. It's not for Anthony Joshua Ngannou. It's for the winner of Tyson Fury versus Usyk. However, let me finish.
No, bro. No, it's not.
Finish, please.
You're incorrect, Tony. You're incorrect, bro. You're incorrect.
Can I finish?
Hold on. Don't argue. I'm going to look up the info. Go ahead, Tony.
So, what it's for is the winner of Tyson Fury and Usyk. They will fight the winner of Francis Ngannou and Anthony Joshua. They've already announced it. the winner of that 4-match tournament or 4-way tournament, it's actually 2 matches, will have the undisputed title, which means the WBC, the WBA, the IBF, the WBO are now illegitimate. They don't fucking matter because undisputed reigns above all.
But no, what do you think undisputed is?
So then what happens to the winner? Okay, hold on, one question. Hold on, one question. So what happens to the winner of Parker and Zhang? They get the first shot?
Fight. Maybe, possibly.
They get the first shot, huh?
They could, but the thing is this.
Yep.
Smoke, yes, undisputed is having all 4 belts, but there's never actually been an undisputed title that you could physically hold. It's just a mindset of thought. They have now made it a title. Now that it is physical in reality, you don't need the other 4 belts. You had the other 4 belts, now you got the belt overall. Why do I want the other 4 belts when I can go after the master belt?
Because
that's a fact, Tony.
Okay. Listen, I understand.
No, I was just gonna say that's a fact.
No, go ahead, you got it.
No, I was just gonna say that's a fact, Tony, because the winner of that Fury Usyk fight, they're the man. They don't need the belt. They could just cast that shit off in the garbage like Riddick Bowe and walk around with that undisputed motherfucking title. That's the real shit.
Guess what they also don't need? To fight AJ or Ngannou. That's also what they don't need. They
get $100 million, $80 million paycheck in their face. They're gonna do it.
Yeah, right, but they don't need that to be undisputed, though.
What you mean?
They don't need to fight Francis Ngannou or AJ to be undisputed. They will be undisputed.
But right, Smoke. But what you
but they're still gonna get paid for the fight, Smoke. They're gonna be compensated handsomely.
I didn't say that they won't be. No, I mean, no, they're all guys. None of those guys are fighting for charity, right? We never need to tell them. We never need to talk about the fact that they will be paid a good garniture and a king's ransom if they fight each other. The point we're talking about is the legitimacy of the belts, not whether or not. And we're saying that the guy who was undisputed is going to become legitimate when he fights some other person when he's already undisputed. It doesn't.
No. He's gonna be the man with the title, and then Fury and Fury, or then Ngannou or AJ is gonna challenge for that.
And really, literally, whoever wins the next fight will also be undisputed, unless a belt drops in between there. Because that's how undisputed works. Like,
wait, but that's interesting. Because okay, let's say the IBF does strip the winner of Fury and Usyk. If they still fight for that Saudi Arabia undisputed title, is the winner undisputed? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Of course not. And it's gonna be just like Teofimo Lopez riding about like how Top Rank favors somebody because he ain't really undisputed. Man, get the hell out of here.
Hey, but money talks and bullshit walks, nigga. That belt come with like $1 trillion behind it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I'm not there. Phantom, how much is 3% of 100 million?
We're talking about two separate things. Really, I'm not saying the bullshit will be shoveled on panels like these and on social media platforms. The point is,
if you win that belt, now you don't have to pay no sanctioning fees to the WBA or any of them other motherfuckers.
But you're also not undisputed, though.
Fuck them belts.
I mean, all you have now is the Saudi Arabian belt. That's
what if the Saudis What if the Saudis do the reverse and start paying you to be their champion? How about that, bro?
But then there'll be the IBO. Like what?
I'm just saying, like, you undisputed and they paying you. I mean, that give it more credibility. You know what I'm saying?
It makes it more desirable for the fighters, but I don't know that boxing fans are going to give a damn. Like the whole thing is about belts is there's so many of them. It's watered down. Like even what people think about a champion.
I think boxing fans will be over the moon about that. One title, one champion. Are you kidding me? Right. That's the biggest complaint we have in today's day and age, Smoke.
Here's what makes it cool, Smoke. This is what makes it cool. Because you can't unring the bell, bro. If you see what is the winner of Usyk and Fury, the winner is the undisputed champion. You can't unsee that.
I know that's what I'm saying. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
That
even if they give Hergovich
another belt, that's supposed to legitimize what we already saw and what we already know.
But here's the thing, though. What I'm saying is that but once you lose one of them belts, you're no longer undisputed.
Right now, I got that part. And what I'm saying is,
but them belts lose legitimacy once they drop them, Phantom.
That's my point. I'm saying the point is whether or not goddamn Teofimo feels slighted that nobody calls him undisputed except for his fans on social media, a few fans on social media. That's what it is. And whoever's trying to sell him the idea that Teofimo Lopez is undisputed. This is the next salvo.
The man wears the hat that says undisputed. I mean, I get what you're saying, bro.
My brother.
I'm saying, like, yeah, like if you want to pay people to just like one belt, cool. I don't know if this is gonna necessarily stick.
Okay, so what?
You had to,
why?
man, you had to
Can
say
somebody
T.O.'s name.
explain why T.O. wouldn't be undisputed if the WBC said he's undisputed? Like, how does that change?
He never had, because you had another motherfucker running around with the WBC world title. He never fought for that belt because when he fought Lomachenko, Lomachenko had already dropped that belt. He never fought for
But
the
he
WBC
was the franchise champion, though. So if the
that doesn't
WBC
matter.
says, if the WBC says our franchise title is means you can fight for undisputed, then what the fuck are y'all gonna say about it? What can y'all say?
First off, the mere fact that we're having the discussion means that he was not undisputed.
Yes.
That's just what that is.
Is anybody arguing that Crawford was undisputed? Is anybody arguing that?
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
So,
okay, that's the difference.
Yeah. So the thing is, in every single division, there's one belt for every sanctioning body that all four sanctioning bodies recognize. The one belt that the WBC that all four bodies, sanctioning bodies recognized as a world champion was the belt that Devin Haney had. The only people who recognized the one that Teofimo had was the WBC. They can't unilaterally make you undisputed. The other sanctioning bodies have to agree that you are their champion, or else they're not accepting that as undisputed.
But if it's only one belt, then I don't understand how that's not undisputed. All right, I don't care.
Because you need all four belts to be undisputed in the 4-belt era. In the 3-belt
okay,
era,
but what I'm saying is, if a sanctioned body has their belt, and they're saying for the purposes of undisputed, you can use this belt. What does that change? How does that not undisputed?
That's how it is. Undisputed is when you have all four. Right? It's undisputed when you have all four. Like this is really it's the rules for unification. If you want to unify with another sanctioned body's belt, it has to be against the belt that they recognize.
You know the funny thing,
right? The WBC recognizes it. So what changes?
Sanctioned bodies, both sanctioned bodies.
Hey, BVO, you gotta turn up your mic, bro.
Recognize the other belt, or it's not a unification.
Can y'all hear me now? What I'm saying is this, Smoke. It's very disingenuous what you're doing. It's sad, man.
It's not even disingenuous. It's a fact of the matter. Like, what do you?
No, listen. Let me say.
I know, but I mean, I get the rhetorical trick. Okay, go ahead.
Listen, you're my brother, and I love you. So let me say this. I think what you're doing is wrong. It's in bad faith, and this is another way for you to tear down another fighter who put the work in. At the end of the day, man, if the WBC say he's a champion, he's the champion. So for you to say, oh, the other sanctioning bodies don't respect this, it don't matter. The man, him and George Kambosos both are undisputed. I don't know why you're trying to make any point otherwise. Anything else you're saying is just a red herring to distract us from what the truth is. The truth is, Teofimo, George Kambosos were undisputed. It's that simple, man. They said never had the pride belt. So
right.
That's just,
so listen, so the rhetorical flourishes and they're all I get it. I love the entertainment value of it, but here on this panel, the narratives and all that shit, man, that's baloney. That's for the birds. That's not how we do it over here. I'm telling you underlying facts of the matter, not about some disingenuous, not some opinion about anything. I don't give a damn about who has a belt or what. What I do care about is how much bullshit that happens in boxing, hence the fucking thread. And I'm not having it on my fucking panel. You can do that shit on your panel all goddamn day long. On this panel, we talk about facts. And the fact of the matter is, regardless of what you feel about Kambosos or Teofimo on the work that they put in, the WBC champion of the world that was recognized by the IBF, the WBO, the WBA, and the WBC was one Devin the Dream Haney. Teofimo Lopez, however you think he's going to crack him in the mouth in some mystical, magical future when they meet up because you don't like the way that Bill Haney flaps his gums. Cool, I'm with you there. We can talk our stuff. We'll get the popcorn out. But don't come here trying to tell me about disingenuous and then spew a whole bunch of non-factual narrative vitriol against the damn Haneys. Get out of here and support Teofimo Lopez.
Can I speak? Hey, Champagne, I want to be respectful. I don't want you to throw the black man out of there. I know that's what you want to do. But I'll say this. You're my brother and I love you. So I'm only telling you the truth, man. I know you don't like to hear this. At the end of the day, man, they said when Mikey Garcia dropped the belt and Loma fought Luke Campbell for the belt, whatever the case was, they made him the franchise champion. That was supposed to be the belt. So you telling me the man who owns the belt doesn't have any say over what his belt does and how his belt unifies? Please expound on that for me, please.
It's very simple. The man who owns a belt is just one of the 4 sanctioning bodies and has no say over what the other ones actually recognize. So if he can come up with 50 million belts and every single time come up with 50 million podcasts to say this is the real belt, the only other sanctioning bodies don't give a flying fuck. This is how you fool low info fans who are just trying to push an agenda and don't care about the actual fact. That's cool. You can be that way. I'm just saying that is going to get challenged on this panel here. You can keep talking about truth. We're not talking about facts.
Just because Mauricio says he's undisputed, the IBF never said that. The WBO never said that, and the WBA never said that. So it doesn't matter what Mauricio says.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what they say. Hold on. It doesn't matter what all the other sanctioning bodies say. What matters is what individual one says. See, Undisputed is collecting all the straps from each one. Who that sanctioning body deems as their real champion is what matters. So if the WBC says, Lomachenko, you're our real champion. Teofimo Lopez, you're our real champion. George Kambosos, you're our real champion. Then it doesn't matter if the other sanctioning bodies accept it or not. The real title is with the one who the sanctioning body says. That's their champion. To be the champion of all belts. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm about to finish. To be the champion of all belts is to be undisputed. It doesn't matter what the other sanctioning bodies think, period.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. Your point, that's my whole point. Teofimo never collected the WBC world title. He never fought for it.
Exactly. And the other point is you're not appointed. You're not appointed by. You're typically not appointed champions, and they're like it does like that. The other sanctioning bodies don't recognize that title. You can't just the WBC can't or the WBA. Let's say they're like when Daniel Dubois, right, before he fought Usyk, they can't say that where Daniel Dubois is our champion, even though Usyk is a super champion, just because the WBA says so. Like that, like these are press con. So here's really what's happening, and this is partially why I even do these damn streams, is because there is a difference between what sanctioning bodies and fighters and promoters and whatever say in the media and what the actual rules are that they must adhere to. So when I talk about the fact of the matter is there's one sanction, there's one title per division that all 4 sanctioning bodies recognize. That is the rules of unification between sanctioning bodies. So when anybody comes up here and tells you something different, then what you need to do is go look at the actual rules to see what governs what's going on, and then you can get why some people are just trying to, not even why. It's just the way that promotion in boxing works today. It's not the promoters to do it. The fighters are in on it. The news people are in it, and so are the sanctioning bodies. They're all in it together in order to promote boxing, and part of that thing is controversy. So we get in front, what we're just talking about. The Saudi Arabian guy can come in, create a undisputed hat, and give you $500 million to fight for the undisputed hat, and who cares about the belts?
Okay, I disagree with you greatly. Hold on. I disagree with you greatly because the WBA is a prime example of this. While Josh Taylor had the super title, Mario Barrios had the regular title at the same time. That's how Tank Davis became an alleged 140-pound champion, by beating Mario Barrios, even though Josh Taylor was already undisputed. Well, wait a minute. What's the original belt? The regular WBA. However, the super supersedes it because the WBA came up with their own rules. The fact of the matter is this. There is no written rule about what undisputed is and the guidelines of boxing. It is accepted that the undisputed champion, the definition of undisputed is cannot be challenged. Why can it not be challenged? Because they have all 4 major titles. That the WBC is telling you, we're elevating you to be our franchise, which is their equivalent to the Super WBA, then whether you like it or not, that's the fact of the matter. That's the major title now because they did it. They control it. It's their belt.
Right. So I'm going to tell you what. Here's the thing. You said you disagree with me, and then you showed me and gave me an example of why what I'm saying is the fact. Mario Barrios was not the champion, the belt to unify, because Mario Barrios' belt was not the belt that the other sanctioning bodies recognized. The other sanctioning bodies, what they recognized was the belt that Josh Taylor had when he unified, because that's
Incorrect.
what happens. You unify with the super title.
Incorrect. That
That's
is
what.
not. No,
Okay.
That's not
bullshit.
true
Bullshit.
at all.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Hold up a second.
Wait.
Hold up. Can I
No,
finish my
that's a
statement?
lie. That's
Can
a
I
lie.
finish?
What you just said.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I don't need you screaming it's a lie in the middle of my point. The only time, even if you are a WBA and there is no super champion, and you happen to be a WBA world, and you unify with that, the winner of that fight is already the super champion. So when it comes right down to it, the only belt that is able to, the only belt that is recognized by the other sanctioning bodies, it's one in every single division, and the one that it was for the WBC was never, ever the franchise champion. That's why Teofimo was never the champion.
So again, there have been WBA regular undisputed champions because, like you just stated, there was no super champion at the time. They can upgrade. They can upgrade a regular WBA champion to a super at any time that they deem that they want to, when there's not one already there. Which means that the regular WBA, like the regular WBC that Devin had, is no longer the legitimate belt because the super supersedes it. So when the WBC does the same thing with the franchise, then that means what Devin had was illegitimate according to the WBC. It's no longer the major belt. It's no different. The only difference here is people don't want to give Tio credit for being undisputed. I don't like it. I don't like the rules, but it is what it is.
You didn't talk about a rule. First off, you didn't talk about the rules. All you talked about is that there's a change. What you didn't talk about was the change that happened was all those sanctioning bodies recognized you were talking about some mystical, magical day when maybe they would have recognized the franchise belt, but that day never came. So yeah, they have the power to change things the same way they had the power before the WBA Super, and now that's the one. That's cool. But that's the one that all four recognize. Not the ones that I just recognized, but the overall point, the overarching point of this is that the other sanctioning bodies must recognize that title in unification, or else that unification didn't happen. And the only thing that Undisputed is unifying all of the recognizing sanctioning bodies. That's it. Like everything else is just a concept, and that's what the whole point of like the Saudi money. Yeah, they can change perception because people don't know and people don't give a shit. And there's all these people like trying to use their opinion couched as fact.
All right, now can I say something here?
Go ahead.
All right, here's
the thing. Sorry. They're presenting opinion as fact. Sorry, my bad. But you got it. You got it. Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, what's up, fellas? How you doing, Smoke? How you doing? Sheldon, long time no see. Listen, I get the discontentment with the way shit went down with Tio and him never actually being undisputed. That's just a fucking bad pill we gotta swallow. And it happens all the fucking time. So, number one, and this is not meant in any type of aggressive manner, but just got to get over it and move forward because it is what it is, number one. But, in Devin's favor, though, in Devin's defense, though, he did everything he needed to do to legitimize the fact that he earned his belt and then got undisputed afterwards. Now, whether you guys are arguing this point or not, I was just getting that out there. Number two, as far as unifying belts and getting an undisputed there, it's always been, and this is more than obvious, it's always been an uphill battle no matter who it is, unless you are how do I want to put this? Unless you're one of the top prima donnas, because it has always been an uphill battle. Now, should changes be made? Most definitely. I definitely think changes need to be made. But as it is, with the status quo, we just got to work with what we got. We can get all pissed off all we want. The only way we're going to affect that is whether we open the wallet or we keep that motherfucker closed. and that's it. It's just that simple. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really
Yeah,
sick.
how about this? I'm gonna just send this to
No,
BBO
dude.
and to anybody else. Like it's not
Go
my
ahead.
it's not my fault. Tiafimo and goddamn and Loma was trying to swerve goddamn Dev so hard, and then now it fucked up his whole legacy.
Now, see, now you're putting
Yeah,
that
exactly.
motion
So we
in.
going there now. I mean,
Now
let's
you're
throw it
putting
out
that.
there.
Come on, man. I'm too sick
You
for
have
this
to
shit.
respect.
You
Don't
know
go
what?
there,
You know
man.
what,
Why you gotta
Smoke?
put
You know
that
what,
bullshit in
Smoke?
there?
It's not our fault that they had to rob Lomachenko when he whooped Devin. So there's
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it's
No, that
disgusting,
shit.
man.
If
It's
Rob
disgusting.
Loma, that was no
He
robbery. Loma
robbed
was
him.
lumped up and
They
crying.
robbed that
What
kid.
does one have to? Well, first off, what does
Loma,
one have to do with the other? And yeah, he was
Listen,
crying in the
I
locker
mean, I
room.
listen,
saw
yeah,
I
but
That
saw
don't look
Devin
like a
crying
man
in
that
the
was
let me
corner.
say this.
triumphant.
Let me say this. Let me say
Devin was
this.
That's just
crying in the
it's
middle of the
just
fight. Dad, I don't know
the
what to
only
do.
problem
I
I
don't know
have
what to
is the
do. He got
delusional
me figured
God.
Yeah,
out.
he was
Dad,
going through
help.
The only
adversity.
problem I have is the
Shit,
delusional God thinking he's
that's something you ain't
undisputed at
never, you ain't
140
gonna never see
because
Tank
you
go
beat
through.
one guy
But let
for
me say
one
this.
belt. You beat Josh Taylor for one belt, and you trying to run around here talking about you undisputed at 140. Come on, man, stop it.
The thing is this.
Stop it. Just cut it out.
This the thing. Let me say this, huh? I think the thing is this. Because Tio is not well liked and not well loved, you get this type of stuff. Because we all know that Smoke is a homer. He's a Skyline graduate, probably. He's a homer. So he's gonna be with Bill Haney. Oakland is not that big. He probably managed Bill Haney back in the day. That's total BS. He knows for a fact that Loma won that fight. The man was crying like a newborn because he lost. He wasn't crying because he got cheated. Just because he got cheated, they stole this man's life dream from him. At
Give
the
me
end
a
of the day,
scorecard, BBO.
right.
at the end of the
So,
day,
yeah. So,
let me finish. Let me finish.
firstly, whether I am a
No,
homer or
my
not.
bad, Smoke. I cut off BBO. Go ahead, let him finish.
Oh, yeah, no,
No,
yeah, that's right. I thought you
I'll
still
say this.
going. I thought you still. I thought you still dumping on me. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not dumping on you, my brother. I
No, I
love you.
cut him
I
off.
wouldn't do that.
Still passing off your
Listen, you're my
boxing
brother and I
take
love
as
you.
Bro, he
as
say
a
that
non-insult.
shit is so passive aggressive to be at this point. Here, BBO say, "You, my brother, I love you."
Hey, it's just
Yeah,
like
I'm
you're
gonna
a
one of my
shit on
homer.
favorite.
your point. I'm gonna just shit all
Man.
over your point.
Hold on. One of my favorite movies. One of my favorite movies is The Godfather. And when my man told Fredo, "Hey, you my older brother and I love you, but don't take sides against the family." That's all I'm saying, Smoke. I love you, man. But you know for a fact that Tio was undisputed. You can use any
He was
colloquialism
not.
you want, say whatever you want. Uncle
Stop
Shuffle
with
said it, say
that.
what you want.
Listen.
Stop with
Listen,
that.
you guys don't respect. Listen,
Some
you guys don't
narratives,
respect greatness.
are impervious to facts, right? So
You
there's
guys
Yeah,
don't respect
impervious
greatness.
to that.
there's a deal where like what you feel in your heart, right? Like I think if you want to talk about what ought to have happened and like what if you want to have a standard of excellence, right? If to maintain that Loma versus Tio should have been an undisputed fight because both of those guys won the fight that their belts in the ring. And then they didn't lose it in the ring, so it should have been undisputed in that sense, right? I can understand that. If you feel like that was a real undisputed fight for those reasons, I am not arguing your feelings on the matter. What I'm talking about is if you drop a belt before that undisputed fight happens, then guess what? You don't have that belt.
And you know what's funny about that? You know what's funny about that, Smoke? You actually believe this crap that you're saying. You know for a fact. If Loma would listen, if Loma would have fought Devin when he
eat my cake and have it too, brother. How can you drop a belt and have it at the same time? Please explain.
Let me say this, and I promise, let you go. I think it's funny how Lomachenko gets, if he would have beat up Devin when he was young, when he could have fought him originally, Devin was a pup, he was a prospect. He would have got no credit for beating Devin. So he waits, fights Devin when he's more experienced, and what Devin's done is pretty impressive. He fought Jojo Diaz at smaller left southpaw. Then he fought a very skilled southpaw in Loma, and then he fought, a really good hard punching journeyman in Regis Prograde. But at the end of the day, none of that matters. Loma would have never got credit if he would have fought Devin before. They would have said, "Oh, you beat up a prospect. That means nothing."
So listen, who cares? I'm not talking about when he's young. I was talking about after he bull-guarded his way into the Luke Campbell fight, and since it was a vacant title, he should have fought Devin Haney right after that. But instead, he wanted the shortcut to glory. He wanted for everybody to argue his way to fucking glory instead of earning it the way other people earn it. He should have. Really, there's a couple things he could have done. He could have let Luke Campbell and Dev fight it out, and then fought the winner of that. Right, he could have done that, and then he would have fought the champion, not be a unified champion, bogarting his way into a vacant title shot.
Well, this what he did.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like people want to act like listen. When the politics work for him, it's all about Loma. When the politics work against him, it's all you guys are hating on Loma. Man, if you don't get the hell out of here, like this is what I'm going to tell you. This is what I'm going to say. Like really, when it boils down to it, I watched the fight. I took my kids to the Loma fight. The first fight I ever took my kids to was a Loma fight. The last fight I was with my kids at was a Devin Haney fight. But before, in the between that thing, like my household was split on who was going to win the fight. And even in the fight, even during the fight, we we're kind of wondering at points what was going on with it. My eldest diehard Loma fan. Every single round that he could give Loma, he gave Loma, and so did the judges. Two of the judges who scored that fight. So, like, miss me with this Homer stuff.
Right. That's why the judges gave Devin the 10th round where he damn near got dropped, right?
I can't help how you score fight.
Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit.
And listen, I can't tell that again. Listen, hold up a second. Wait. So wait a minute. Do you think that you know better than judges?
Look,
if two judges square one way,
this is what I do know. Any judge who gave Devin Haney the 10th round doesn't belong being a judge. I know that.
Shit. Well, here's the thing. I don't know about your thing. I didn't give that judge. I think Loma beat the shit out of him in the 10th round. I didn't give Loma the 10th round, but I said two judges gave him the 5th. And that was my question. At what point do you think when two judges can see it one way that they got it wrong, but you got it right?
Oh, the same way, like I said.
For a guy in the comments that said, how is Regis a journeyman? Regis Prograis is the most popular fighter for getting his ass kicked. He lost to Josh Taylor. They want to give him credit for that. If you look at his resume, the only guy he beat of note is Zepeda. He's not nobody. He's a tough guy. His reputation is better than it is. I mean, he's nobody. At the end of the day,
would you say Sean Porter is nobody?
Sean Porter is.
Would you say that's nobody on Earl Spence's and Bud Crawford's resume?
You're talking about a two-time champion. I wouldn't say that's the same thing.
Regis Prograis is the two-time champion. What are you talking about?
Against actual guys. I mean, he actually beat Danny Garcia. I mean,
Jose Zepeda got stopped. That's a real fighter.
You said what?
Yeah, but
Jose Zepeda got stopped. That's a real fighter.
Zepeda had been stopped.
I didn't see every young guy beat Zepeda to death.
He got stopped before.
Who cares? What? So what if guys take losses?
No. Wait a minute, Paul. Zepeda has not looked the same since he got sparked by Baranchik. Like, or he had that war with Baranchik. He won that fight. My bad. But he has not looked the same since that fucking war. Like, the dude has been damaged goods. Then you look at Regis.
That's not true. That's not true because he stopped Jose Valenzuela in the first round. Go ahead.
Nah, man, that man looked like trash since then. And then you look at Regis's last fight before Haney against Zorilla. And he was getting mollywopped against a guy who's D level at best.
Some would say F level. I mean, but the funny
you saying Zorilla? You said Regis was getting mollywopped by Zorilla?
You ain't see him knock him down. You didn't see.
You ain't see him get put on his pockets.
Them niggas landed 2 punches around. You niggas need to stop.
You know what it is. You know what it is, Marky man. That's what it is, man. You are an apologist who doesn't want to see the best fight the best, and you prove it every day by saying stuff like, why didn't Loma and T.O. fight Devin? For what? Who was Devin at the time? He was nobody. He hadn't even have a title.
I don't say that crap,
guys. I like to chime in on this right quick. I've been sitting back hearing you guys. Y'all saying good things, man. Like both sides is credible, man. I need to say this though. Maybe at the time, right? Maybe at the time before T.O. and Loma got it in, like the man just mentioned.
Come here.
Who was Haney? Who was Haney? Who was Haney, bro? Like, I think Loma probably wanted to fight a real champion in T.O. to get that belt. That's why they fought each other instead of just going straight to Haney. So maybe after that fight, they could have, finished it off.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I apologize, brother.
So my thing is, Haney was just like who he fought? Gamboa, Linares, got rocked in that Linares fight. Like
that happens.
who he beat? Who he beat? That's a champion.
The thing is, you have to go back to that time, right? So at that point, like Loma was coming off of a highly criticized, I think overly criticized, like weird fight with Nakatani, and then he stopped Komei, and everybody, his stock was high after the Komei fight, but everybody like kind of got off of the bandwagon a little bit after Nakatani fight. They were like kind of iffy about what Tia was going on, and then Devin Haney was about to fight Luke Campbell for that vacant WBC title, right? Loma had already unified, right? So with Pedraza, right? So right, so there was the idea of like the thing was about changing the rules to fit Loma's idea about what you should be doing if you fight it for a vacant title. And that's where the entire fight, where this whole kerfuffle starts, is because people start making like there's been a different rule for Loma than it is for everyone else. And that's what there's, who did you fight thing, and Loma wants to do this and Loma wants to do that. That's where all of these rules starts getting bent and people's feelings get involved.
And
I hear you, man.
With the deflection and filibuster, all you do.
I just want to say,
you use a lot.
How is
Yeah, and then talking about Dale's
hold on, man, real quick.
Resume, he couldn't get. Well, go ahead, brother. I'll speak after you.
Yo, look, check this out, man. What's up? Look, man.
What's up, Phil? Happy Friday.
This a fix, man. This Phil Walker. Look, I'm just trying to gauge on what the conversation entirely is surrounding right now, so I can. I see it's kind of all over the place. So
he doesn't believe.
I don't know. For 1 second, we were talking about is Regis a viable champion?
How are the rules?
We're talking about.
I got this. I don't need help hosting my channel, but thank you guys for all. And I got some heavy hitters in there that got their own channels, know how to host, but I got this. Phil, the question is whether Teofimo was ever undisputed.
How were the rules bent for Loma?
Yo, hold on, man. Is this a real topic? Hold on, time out. Is this a real topic? Are we serious?
We got two guys. On the channel.
Do we have to talk about this smoke?
So you guys understand that? And like Phil and I, like I've been on panels with Phil about all kinds of like when sanctioning bodies were first established, champions, what the lineal status means. We've had hours and hours and hours of discussion of stuff like this. But the reason why, to answer Tony's question before I give it back to Phil, was because when you get a vacant title, you are supposed to face it mandatory in 90 days. That's why Lomachenko. That's why Lomachenko relinquished the belt, and that's how Devin Haney got elevated once they, once he lost to Teofimo Lopez. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't know why this is even a topic of discussion, man. Haney got elevated because obviously Lomachenko didn't fight him, right? So if Lomachenko didn't fight him and you get elevated to the champion, then obviously you can't be undisputed. I don't even know why we even talking about this. Think about it.
The real dispute we had with undisputed at
here's where it comes in.
Listen to me. The logic behind this is
hold up a second, Tony. I got you. You can have it. Just let me finish my thing. What the dispute is in general, and some people on the panel have voiced it tonight, is that the sanctioning bodies themselves said, this is our belt. And that's where the whole like legitimizing Teofimo and Kambosos comes from. The sanctioning bodies presidents unilaterally saying, this is our belt. Go ahead.
My biggest issue, Smoke, was that I looked at it as a duck belt for the simple fact that you could never be ordered to fight. Well, Devin Haney could never get the opportunity to fight them dudes through mandatory status or anything like that. They could never be compelled to fight that dude. So I couldn't really place no legitimacy on that belt. Like, how could you?
Yeah,
especially when you had to duck Devin Haney to get it.
Okay, nobody ducked Devin Haney. First off and foremost, here's the thing that makes absolutely no logical sense. So in one hand, in one breath, you're saying that the WBC had the power to elevate Devin Haney into a title status, even though he never beat nobody for that elevation. But on the other hand, you're saying that the WBC, the sanctioning body, doesn't have the power to elevate Lomachenko into their franchise champion, stating that this belt supersedes the other one. Like, the shit don't even make sense when you say it.
I didn't even say that.
I'm
And
not
furthermore,
talking.
you have an interview, or excuse me, a press conference from Bob Arum, literally saying we are not going to fight Haney. He chose the wrong side. That's that man's exact words. And then they petition for the franchise.
Yeah,
That's a
but
duck belt. No matter how you look at it.
Haney, all I'm talking about, but Haney actually did fight somebody for the belt though. Because what he did was he fought eliminator after eliminator in order to get the title shot. So
he fought
hey Phil, you know what's crazy? Hey Phil, you know what's so crazy about this, man?
Hey, my bad.
Shout out to my man Phil the Fix, man. Phil, you know better than this, man. What Smoke is doing is disingenuous, man. Just trying to bash Tio because you see the storm is coming. Devin Haney is running out of options, man. You see the storm is coming, man.
Nobody gives a fuck about Tio but Tio.
Listen. Whether it's Matias or whether it's Tio.
That ain't true, sir. That ain't true, show.
The writer Devin Haney is coming to an end. He's about to get his ass kicked, man.
Yo, look, let me say this right here though. Let me say this. Let me
come to the end of the road.
We gotta get it. Let me say this. Some kind of love, man, for real.
Hold on, nah.
I know because I'm a black guy, you ain't gonna let me finish, but let the black man finish. This is what I'm saying. At the end of the day, I just want to see the best fight the best. I'm from the old school. I'm a big, when I started watching boxing, my first fight was watching Evander Holyfield versus Mike Tyson in 1996. So that was my first fight to watch when I was 6 years old. So no matter what, you got to fight the best. Deontay Wilder, say what you want about him, he let Tyson Fury beat him to death 3 different times because he wanted to see if he was the best. And if you want to see if you're the best, you got to fight the best. So we got to see the Tio versus Haney fight. We got to see the Haney versus Abdul Wahid fight. We got to see the Haney versus Sugar Shakur fight. We got to find out if these guys are real because what's going on is a travesty. This boxing that we've been watching, let's be honest, it's sewage. We're not seeing the best fight the best. How many times you bought a pay-per-view and say, this is so overmatched, why did I buy this junk? It's killing the sport, man.
It sounds like you use a bunch of words that we have totally different meanings for. You talk about like truth, then I'm still asking you, how do you have the belt if you relinquish the belt? How do you do that? How do you drop the belt and also have the belt?
It's the same thing.
I think we were trying to move away from that topic.
It's crazy.
You're talking about truth and people want to be in honesty and all this like weird. Like maybe what honesty means to you is being true to your own feelings. And I'm not trying to argue that point of honesty. I'm just talking about the actual fact of the matter. Like when you say somebody was a champion, is it because they're the champion because nobody beat them in the ring, or is it the champion because they held the belt and won in the ring? Because Loma was not defending the title that he won in the ring.
So look, let me say this real quick, man. Let's just get this understood right quick, right? So my man Teofimo Lopez was a product of Lomachenko's decisions, right? Now he can't help the decision that Lomachenko made when he decided to drop that WBC title and go the franchise route, right? He just wanted to fight with quote unquote the best guy in the division at the particular time, which I think that Lomachenko was that guy, right? So this really ain't Teofimo's fault, right? I mean, the truth of the matter is, man, you know, at 140 pounds, Teofimo is a real player, you know, and he can beat any one of these guys on any given day. You understand what I'm saying? And that was the same thing that applied to 135 pounds. So, I mean, if that's what we're talking about, then, yeah, absolutely. Teofimo, Devin, all those guys need to get in there and mix it up, especially at 140 pounds, especially if they currently fight at 140 pounds. But unfortunately, Teofimo was essentially robbed of an opportunity to become undisputed because of Lomachenko's decisions. Haney slid in, and he is the guy that actually conquered the undisputed title. You know, but that's not Loma's fault. I mean, that's not my man's Teofimo's fault. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, look, man, at the end of the day, man, all these kids really can fight, man. I'm saying kids because they're all much younger than I am. But, you know, these boys scrapping, man, and the best need to fight the best, like my man just said, 100%.
Yeah, they're all lion ducks except for Tank. They're all Tank sons. Devin's a lion duck. Tio's a lion duck. Ryan's a lion duck. They're all fucking lion ducks. Tank's the only one out here holding it down, bro. Keeping it up.
You know what's so funny about that, man?
That's the wildest shit I've ever heard in my life. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's wild. That's the wildest shit I've ever heard in my life.
has been the
But if we
worst
just
king
get
of
one at a
boxing
time,
you've ever seen. He's been the worst.
Oh, that shit wilder than that politician saying that America was never racist, bro. That shit is crazy, bro. Like,
Tell
are you
me
serious?
how them niggas ain't lying ducks. They lying ducks, bro. How they
Bro, hey,
Well,
look, this
I
is what I'm
know for a
saying right
fact
here.
Ryan Garcia is definitely a
Look.
lying duck. That's not even
Look,
up for
bro, that
discussion.
wasn't the
Timo is
problem with your
debatable.
statement. The
I
problem
don't know
with
what
your
you're talking about
statement,
right
the
now.
problem with your statement was that Tank was the only one holding it down. That really was the issue with
by
everything.
me saying he's not a lying duck. That's what I mean. He ain't lied or ducked nobody. So
He didn't duck a bunch of people. What are you
I
talking about?
mean, didn't he
who'd he
say he
duck?
was going to
If you
stand
think,
Dab the
hold on, let me
contract
say this.
after
Let
the
me say this.
Cambosis fights?
You remember?
He
No,
ducked
listen. Let me say this. Do
Lomachenko.
you remember
Tank
when
Tank
Lomachenko,
ducked
when
Didn't he say
Lomachenko,
Shakur and Dave were
Wait.
next
When
on his
did he
hit
duck
list?
Loma? When did this
hold
happen?
on.
I
Wait.
mean, these
He
are
definitely
multiple
ducked
quotes from Tanks,
One
Lomachenko.
at a
Phantom.
time, guys.
He
Hold on. Let
definitely.
me direct this traffic. Phil, you got it. What do you have to say? Like, it sounds like you're the one who took the one who first took exception of what Phantom was saying. Phil, what's your thoughts? Okay.
Well, my thoughts
Right.
were that
So,
Tank. I
so
gave a couple quotes that Tank gave that proves he's a
hold
liar
on.
and he's
No,
a
no,
duck in
hold
my
on.
opinion.
No, I mean,
Oh, go
look,
ahead, Phil.
I'm not even gonna dissect what it because all these guys be talking out the side of their neck. So that shit'll take forever. But what I can say is this right here, man. At the end of the day, we gotta assess these fighters based off what they've done in the ring and what they've done in their career. There's no way that I can sit here and say that Tank is the only one that's holding it down when obviously this guy has not given us anything that we wanted to see, truth be told. You understand what I'm saying? When we've had an undisputed champion at 135, you know what I'm saying, and Devin Haney fighting one great opponent after another. You understand? We had Tiafimo beating Lomachenko when he was essentially the underdog against the guy. You understand what I'm saying? Working his way up from the bottom all the way to the top, getting the title and getting his chance to get a shot at Lomachenko. You had Lomachenko at the top of the throne since forever, holding it down. You understand what I'm saying, bro? The thing that I'm trying to say is this right here, bro. We got to assess these fighters properly, man. And whether you think they're a duck, whether you think that they be lying, the truth of the matter is their body of work speaks for itself. And truth be told, Tank Davis right now has the weakest out of everybody that you just said, as far as his body of work. It has nothing to do with his skills or anything. I'm not going to talk about that. All I can speak on is what he's actually done as a boxer. You understand what I'm saying? And he has accomplished some things, but he has not accomplished the same things, and he's not in the same category as those other guys that you mentioned. I'm just keeping it G with you, my boy. We got to be honest about these fighters, man, and we just got to stop talking out the side of our neck like these motherfuckers doing, just because we like them as a fighter.
Yeah,
We
I
just got to
agree with
be
that.
real.
I just don't change the fact that they lying ducks. You know, I think you make a good point though. Good point.
Yeah, and I would
But
say
but
this.
but
I
what's
just
your
Tank,
wanna.
point now?
Tank
But
without a
give some of
doubt.
your points now,
Tank
Phantom.
without a doubt ducked Lomachenko
Nah,
because
niggas just
whenever
don't
I just
overtalk me.
wanna.
Who cares, bro?
Whenever Floyd was trying to make that fight, what happened? Whenever Floyd was trying to make that fight, it was Tank that came out talking about he's trying to set me up. He's trying to set me up. Whenever the Loma fight was
Oh, I
first
remember that.
going to be made for Tank, it was Tank that didn't want to take the fight. So that is a duck to me. He ducked the Lomachenko fight when he could afford him.
Yep.
I don't know how that's a duck when Bob Arum don't make fights like that. Like when has Bob Arum wanted to make a fight with Floyd? Have they ever made a fight before ever, bro? Since Floyd was a promoter and Bob was a promoter, have they ever made a fight?
Yeah,
Have
Yes,
they
they
even
I
have.
think
talked about making a
Yes, they
fucking fight?
have.
Manny
Let me tell you
versus
why. Let me tell you
Mayweather.
why. Yep. You asked me a
Manny
question, I'm
versus
gonna answer it.
Mayweather.
Of course they have because
Okay,
Mayweather
and
has
it
been on.
took networks getting
Let
involved in
me
order to
answer
make that
you. If you
happen.
go
That
ask
wasn't
me a
just Bob and
question,
Floyd, bro. Like,
if
what were
you
we
go
talking about?
ask me a question, let me answer the question. Floyd has been on record multiple times stating there is no Al Heyman without him. There is no PBC without Mayweather. Mayweather really runs the PBC. He's been on record saying that numerous times. Now, how many times have we seen the PBC and Top Rank do business together? A shit ton. So to say that they don't do business is ridiculous.
No, I said, okay, now you're just being facetious. But okay, do you want to get cooked or do you want to hear the answer, bro? Or you what? Are you gonna talk
I
over me?
answered it for you. I
Okay,
answered it
so
for you.
TMT
Top
is a
Rank and
separate
PBC.
entity from
Top Rank
PBC, is
and
it not?
PBC fought with
Is
Deontay Wilder.
TMT a separate entity from PBC? Is it not? Are TMT fighters PBC fighters?
It's
It's actually Mayweather
associated
Floyd.
entity.
It's actually
They're
Okay,
Mayweather.
synonymous.
so it's a separate entity, right? So it's got its own brand. So when has a TMT fighter fought
Tell me
a
this.
top ranked fighter? Can you please tell me that, bro? Can you tell me that,
Tell
bro?
me this. Tell me this, Phantom. Tell me this,
No, no,
Phantom.
no, no. Answer the
No.
question. Answer
I'm
the
answering your
question.
question. Let me answer your
All
question.
right, you
You
got
got to be
cooked. I'm
quiet
going
while I
on mute,
talk.
bro.
You got to be quiet while I talk. So, name me a time when a TMT fighter wasn't fucking promoted by PBC. Silence.
And I can answer your question for you, Phantom.
That would be
A TNT fighter. Hold on,
Bottom
hold on,
Jack.
hold on,
The
hold on,
answer
Smoke. Hold on, Smoke.
to his
Hold
question
on,
is Bottom
Smoke.
Jack.
Let me
I
answer
just
his
want to
question.
answer Thomas' question. That's it.
Hold on. Let me answer his question. When a TMT fighter fought a PBC fighter, that was Angelo Leo versus Cool Boy Staff.
Oh,
We're now the busters over here, baby.
damn.
Get your shit right.
You went all the way to
I just want
122,
to
Chuck.
say,
I didn't even think of that.
I just want to say, Tank cannot be holding it down if he hasn't fought a champion in over 4 years, man. About 4 years.
Well, I mean,
No, he fought Hector
Hector
Garcia.
Garcia. Hector
Yeah,
Garcia is a champion, right? So you have to
Yeah,
square.
at
or
You
one.
130.
have to be very careful
130
with your
champion.
words
I'm
when it
talking
comes
about
to
in his weight class. All right, in his
There
weight
it
class
is. There it is.
for 4 years. It's been 4 years that he hasn't fought a champion in his weight class. It still hurts, bro.
Yep.
It's still gonna hurt.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what
That
I meant by holding
motherfucker,
it
if
down
he
was by
fights,
like not lying and bullshitting around. That's what I
You
meant, bro.
also got Mario Barrios. And listen, if Triple G
That
can
was
be a
not a
champion,
real champion.
well,
That was
Triple
a
G, they
freaking
called Triple G a real
lower
champion when
level.
he had that same belt, like the 160-pound version.
Yeah, so how is it not a real champion if Triple G got
Nah,
20
Triple G
with
was
regular
champion
belts?
for like a decade,
But
bro.
Mario
From
Barrios
a
got a
real belt.
regular belt. It's not
Yeah,
real.
he still had like
You
9
can't
titles
compare.
defenses of
You
the other
can't
one, right?
compare Triple G the Great to freaking Mario
Well,
Barrios.
hold up a second, but they
Fake ass belt.
compared
They had the
Triple G.
same
Hold
belt,
up a
bro. What are
second.
you talking about? We're
Hold
not
up a
talking about the
second.
fighters. We're talking about them having the same belt.
Hell no.
The issue is that they compared Triple G to the great Bernard Hopkins using those same regular belt titles.
Those are fake belts, man. I mean, you could
look,
take them as
you
real.
can,
You can take them as real.
look, you can
And
pass,
that's what we trying to tell you.
hold on
I know
a second.
Josh Taylor was a champion. I know that.
This is what I'm saying. You can compare them as in they held the same type of titles, but like compare them as in like, I mean, it's kind of weird because you can make a comparison because you're holding the same trinket, right?
Right.
But
Right.
you really can't compare 'em. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
But you can't. You got the same
That's like
trinket. But if you got the
Benavidez.
same
That's like
trinket, you can't
Benavidez
say
fighting
one guy is
Morrell
the champion.
for the
You
fake
can't
ass
say
belt.
one guy is the champion
Nah,
and
man,
one
you
guy
gotta
is
fight
the champion.
Canelo.
You can't say that David Morrell is a WBA 168-pound champion when you got Canelo
Yeah, you
Alvarez
can't.
with all 4 belts. So who's the
That's
champion?
what I'm trying to say.
So
So
who's the
Tank
champion?
didn't fight Josh Taylor. He fought David Morrell and Mario Barrios.
I mean, you can say he's a champion. You just have to say that he's a minor champion. He's not the main champion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Junior
saying?
champion.
So let's be more specific. One last time, guys. Tank Davis hasn't fought a major champion in his division in about 4 years. He cannot be holding it down when Tio and Haney is doing the dirty work out here, man, taking out a real champion. That's my
Yeah,
point.
no, I don't
I
have no problems with what Haney doing, bro. Haney taking care of his business, bro. Like I don't have no issues with what he's doing. He's giving us good opponents. He's picking up titles in the process. I mean, he's looking good doing it. Like I don't think nobody should have a problem with Haney at this point right here. Now maybe
Right,
somebody
fact.
you want to see him, maybe somebody you want to see him fight. That's cool. But at the end of the day, I think thus far up until this point, I think Haney is probably the most consistent out of all the young guys in essentially taking care of his business and giving us good opponents,
Haney,
right?
I like
sure.
Haney, man.
No, that's a fact. And I like the way how Dev moves, and I
Keeping
think
it
all
100,
Dev really need to do
moving correctly.
is
You know what I'm
just
saying? Fight niggas coming off their worst performances who ain't really on shit no more. Fight niggas who've been out the ring for a couple of years who lost the fight in their hometown of Scotland and shit. Yeah, putting it down, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Shit's a smoke screen, nigga. I ain't falling for that
But
bullshit,
Tank
nigga.
fighting Rolly
I ain't falling for the
Romero's and
bullshit, nigga. That's all
motherfucking
I'm saying.
Mario
still real
Barrios is.
champion, Banner. He's
Oh
still a
my
real
God, what
champion.
a resume Tank Davis has
Shit's a
put
smoke
together.
screen, nigga. Y'all niggas
Get the
falling
fuck
for the
out of
okey
here,
doke,
man.
nigga. Ain't goofy
That
like
nigga
that,
gonna
nigga.
fight El Rayo in March.
Look, just lost to Zorilla. Look like Josh Taylor lost to Jack Catterall. He coming off injured and shit, but oh, magnificent, nigga. Yeah, fuck out of here, nigga.
He was still undisputed, bro.
Nigga, Tank wouldn't even fight Josh Taylor coming off a Jack Catterall performance. What are you talking
he was
about?
still undefeated. He was still undefeated, bro.
All this shit you talking about, these guys, oh, it's not that important. Tank wouldn't even consider stepping up to that.
And that's the problem he's having right now, bro. He might have the money in the bank, but what's going on with his legacy, man?
He don't give a fuck. That's cool.
Yeah, man. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, man, it all boils down to what's important to the fighter, right?
Yeah.
You know, for Tank, you know, it may be a situation where, you know, he may feel like he need to get his coins up first, and then he's gonna go for legacy, right? Some guys can do it simultaneously, right? Some guys want to go legacy first, and then on the back end, like, you know, some fighters do. They want to build up their wealth. Like, it just all depends on what's important to him right now. And quite frankly, I feel as though that he's just a guy that's trying to run his bag up, which is nothing wrong with that, bro. I can't say he the best until he fights somebody that I think is worthy of him giving him that title. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he told you who he is, though. Tank already told you who he is. I don't know why motherfuckers don't want to believe it. He told you.
He's a prize fighter, not a great boxer.
Exactly.
He told you
fighter. Who it is? They send me.
That's good.
They get in there.
I mean, but let's be Tank. Bro, look. At the end of the day,
hardcore fans want the best to fight the best. That's all.
Yo, man, look. This is the thing, man. They're all prize fighters. So Tank ain't tell us nothing that we didn't already know. Everybody who steps in that ring for money is a prize fighter, right?
Oh yeah.
Now what Tank but what Tank didn't tell us was, what Tank didn't tell us was making money is more important than making the good fights. He hasn't told us that. But that's what he's shown us.
That's what I said.
So I mean,
absolutely.
when you say making the good fights, all he got to do is pretty much fight Haney, T.O., and fucking Shakur. That's pretty much what we talking about. Good fight.
At least.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, that's a good start.
I mean, if he fight Loma next, that's a good fight. If he fight Cambosis next, that's a good fight.
Absolutely, that's a good fight. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't think so, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Cambosis, I don't know about. That's iffy, man.
No, I mean, it's better than a rematch with Pitbull Cruz. I mean, for me, I'm just saying.
I'd rather see a Pitbull Cruz rematch than Loma or Cambosis, bro. Like, keep it honest.
Man, you tripping, dog.
Yeah,
You smoking.
Cruz ever beat?
Nah, Loma,
Nobody.
Smoking.
there, man.
Cruz is
Smoking.
trash.
Cruz been struggling, man. Cruz been struggling too, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say a 35-year-old Loma who can't even fight in the 12th round is gonna be some mystical good opponent just because you know he got a good track record and shit. Like,
At least you can make the
No, I
argument.
mean, I just think that he's still a player in the division, man. I
At
mean,
least Cambosis beat a Teofimo Lopez.
that's why they fighting each other because they both, you know, on their way out.
What has Isan Cruz ever done?
Cambosis is garbage. Cruz is garbage. They both on the same.
He's garbage, but he beat the shit out of T.O. That's all I know. He beat the shit out of T.O.
And he got beat by Devin Haney twice. Couldn't win a round.
He beat T.O., but I don't think he beat the shit out of him.
Tank don't need to be in no fight with no Isan Cruz or Cambo.
Don't be surprised if your boy, what's the boy name from Delaware? If he beats T.O. coming up in a couple weeks, don't be surprised.
Talking about Ortiz?
T.O. is going to stop Ortiz. I really don't think he's that good of a fighter, man. I think a lot of guys overhype that guy. That's my 2 cents.
Teofimo fights up or down depending on his level, his perceived level of competition.
And just
if he doesn't respect the guy, he might lay an egg. If he thinks the guy is a world beater, he's going to show up. That's what we've seen from Tio.
Hey, Shep, that's a dangerous fight. That Ortiz fight. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it is dangerous fight. Cause he get in there disrespect this dude, disrespect shit. You know, Tiafimo can lay an egg, right?
Yeah.
Nah, you know what? Nah, you're right. Now that I think about looking back at the Sandor Martin fight and the fight he got before what was it,
Yeah.
the Pedro Campos fight, he didn't look his best.
Mark, you
So
just be
Tio does have a problem when it comes to consistency, but I just think, yeah, he should beat Ortiz. That's just the point blank and period of it. I just don't think Ortiz is on his level.
Marky, why you bring that hate to different channels, man? What's going on, man? Why you hating on
You're
Ortiz?
the hater, man. You follow me to different channels talking shit about me. God damn it.
You sent me the link, nigga. What you mean?
I'm about to talk about with you, golly.
Nah, nigga, you hating on Ortiz, man. The kid nice.
We made the right decision.
He gonna get beat the fuck up. He gonna get killed, man.
Hey, Marky, wow, okay. Somebody got bad audio, bro.
I think that's smoke.
We made the right decision.
Smoke on mute.
We made the right decision, right, Marky?
Yeah, Marky gotta go out and come back in. That's him.
Yeah, we made the right decision, bro.
Nah, that ain't me. I was on mute.
You heard me, Mark?
It stopped when you went on mute, brother. I'm trying to tell you. Wait, I think that's Shelton. I don't know.
Is it me?
Yeah, it might be you, Chuck, but I ain't hear what you said.
Yeah, Shelton.
Huh? I said that we made the right decision. You heard about it.
With what?
Antonio Pierce, bro.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's man, congrats. Y'all got it done. And that man deserved that job, especially you see with Jared Mayo, another black man gets a head coaching opportunity. Yeah, that's two more we got now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you gotta fix your you know.
Go out.
Yeah, you gotta go back and come back in. Yeah, man, we're talking about Teofimo Lopez and who's a duck and who's not a duck. Yeah, man, I think Tio is gonna sleep that dude Ortiz, and maybe I don't see it going late. I see that shit around 7 rounds. That nigga's going to sleep.
Yeah.
He gonna do some crazy shit like call out Terrence Crawford and do a backflip.
Hey guys, basically, if you guys are not like speaking, just like mute your mic, and then when you're ready when the other guy's done, you're ready to make your point, come off mute, and everybody else go on mute. I think that should solve the audio. Hopefully, that solves the audio issues.
Nah, that was Shelton. He just jumped off. What's good though, Smoke?
What up? How you doing, man? Man, you've been waiting patiently to say anything. What's up, Athletic? Long time.
Man. I don't speak till spoken to, man. Yeah, Happy New Year, man.
Yeah, peace. Yeah, what are your thoughts on either anything that people said so far or a topic you want to discuss?
Oh, I don't got no. I'm tired of commenting on Tank, man. I don't got nothing. I don't got nothing to say.
Tank Saudis, the AJ, the heavyweight division in general, Bivol, Better Beef. Is anything in boxing like actually? What are you looking for? Is boxing inspiring you at all? Any fight? Any potential fights? Any made fights? What's going on with boxing and you?
I'm looking forward to Virgil. That's what I'm looking for. Him and Tenzu. That's the fight I'm looking forward to. Other than that, I'm not really looking forward to any fight like that, to be honest. Oh, Benavidez Canelo, yeah, we keep talking about that, but it ain't gonna happen. Those two fights, but other than that, I'm not really enthused by any other fight.
What about
how realistic is it that Canelo is fighting Jamal Charlo? I heard that. How realistic is that?
I mean, pretty realistic. I don't see Jamal turning down a Canelo offer.
Well, I heard like that's what's happening next. Like that's the opponent. That's what I heard.
I mean, Canelo do what he want. He the A side. That's what niggas keep telling me. So
listen, I predict there's gonna be a whole lot of overnight monster fans and a whole lot of Bud hate. And after as soon as they announced that fight.
Oh hell yeah. He's taking the easier fight, man, in Jamal.
Yeah, I don't think they want to risk, nor Canelo's team want to risk him losing to Benavidez, because that's probably what's going to happen if they end up fighting. So, take the easier fights till, you don't got no more easy fights. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, they're gonna wait for Benavidez to slip up, whether it be in his preparation or his training. If he enjoys life too much,
I thought he
gets
was an
back
easy fight, bro.
into partying and whatever.
I
But
thought
he's not gonna fight him right now.
I thought he was
Have
an
we
easy
heard
fight, bro.
about his next fight?
Jamal Charlo, right?
No, I'm talking about Benavidez. I ain't talking about Canelo. We know who
He
he
might fight Morrell. He
who he
might fight
fighting.
Morrell.
He ain't fighting Beterbiev.
He's gonna fight Munguia, bro.
Yeah, he gonna
Oh,
fight.
No, he is
yeah,
not.
okay.
He not fighting Munguia,
He
bro.
gonna fight Munguia, bro. That's who he gonna fight, bro.
Listen,
Canelo gonna fight Munguia?
Oscar is not going to let one of his golden one of his golden eggs.
No.
Straight
I'm
off
tripping.
the
Munguia got to fight. Hold on, Smoke.
You let Ryan
Munguia got to
fight
fight.
that?
I'm tripping. Munguia fighting John Ryder in a couple weeks. I'm tripping.
Exactly. That's that
Yeah.
match.
Yeah.
They keep giving you that matchroom diet. Stop it.
Yeah, I don't think Oscar gonna do that. But I know Benavidez ain't in the Canelo sweepstakes. It's probably gonna be Charlo or Munguia, more than
No,
likely.
Charlo's gonna fight next, and the last fight in September on that 3-fight deal is gonna be Benavidez. That's the way they're setting that shit up.
Well, that's where it's looking. Yeah.
I hope so, man.
Now, I don't know if Jamal Charlo. I don't
He
think he
ain't gonna
gets
win.
stopped.
He gonna get beat up. He ain't gonna win. He gonna get beat up, just
Listen,
like his brother.
Jamal Charlo has never been good enough to beat Canelo, in my opinion. The best thing he had was a jab that is a problem with that. Like Canelo has a problem. He used to be more susceptible to a good jab, in the past years than he is like right now, I think. But I also think Charlo's jab was way better like 3 years ago, 4 years ago than it is right now. So but even back then, even at the peak of Jamal Charlo's power, I think he was too inactive to beat Canelo. And then when he just moved up, I don't know. I wasn't ever picking Charlo to beat Canelo. I certainly don't expect him to beat him in 2024. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I mean, I think he has a better shot than his little brother. I'll say that. I think he got a better shot.
Can I ask y'all this random question? Because I remember this was brought up to me one time. Do y'all think it's likely that a person in the amateurs can have 30 knockouts, and there's no footage of it, and we never heard of that person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So yeah.
I mean,
especially depending on what region you're talking about, because
in America,
the South Americans, they just knock shit
I'm
out.
talking about in America.
Depends on what age group you're talking about. Over 17s, right? You're talking about...
Yeah, I'm talking about over 17 for sure.
I mean,
Mark
I'd hate
Breland,
for that to be the case, but I can imagine that it could be, right?
Hold on. Mark Breland had the most knockouts in amateur history, and we heard of him. A person that got 30, that's not 100 some knockout like Mark Breland had, or 80, whatever it is. But that's a hell of a lot of knockouts. Not to have heard of that person or seen any footage of it.
But if you let's say Mark Breland never got a gold, right? He wasn't part of that class that had all those gold. All he did was do it in the amateurs, but we never heard of him. If he never got the gold medal,
right? I think it's very likely we still heard about it, because that's a lot of knockouts that he did rack up. Around 70 or something like that, 80, something like that. Whatever.
The problem, like what you highlight, Athletic Mind, is the poor record keeping we have for the amateurs. Like box rec is cool, but it's real cool for the pros. Like what the amateur system and what their record keeping is like trash. Like even right now to this day, it's fucking trash. But if you try to go back, any point in history, it gets worse and worse.
Okay, yeah, maybe I open my mind to it. I just thought that when the person told me that bullshit, and I still think it's bullshit. I just because I've been in the amateurs, and I know in the amateurs knockouts don't occur very often. So for you to have a 30 knockouts and nobody ever heard of you, nobody see no footage. I try to look up your name, can't find none. That's just very odd.
Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about?
Oh, some person that is not really relevant to even speak
All
his
right,
name.
so
You probably
here's
don't
the
even
thing.
know him.
So if a person is not known in his own like hometown and own area and has that kind of record, then I go, okay, that's some bullshit. But you got to go there. Like I just don't know the way the amateur like record keeping it seems to be that it's like a gym versus gym thing, and then you get a name from like going around to the gyms versus like. But I mean, 30 knockouts is a lot of fucking knockouts.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean,
yeah, that's a lot of knockouts. And you talking about in America too? Yeah, that's a lot of fucking knockouts.
And like I said, look, in the amateurs, I watch so many amateur fights. I've been a part of a lot of amateur fights. Like we could go through. Let's say it's 15 fights. Let's say it's 15 fights on the amateur card. You'll be lucky to see one. I'm talking about one KO, like, or even a stoppage throughout the whole 15 fight card. So you got 30 knockouts, man. Nobody heard that. I don't know, man.
But they also have all those like regional where you go like this local things where just a bunch of fights. I mean, they all have a bunch of fights happening at the same time.
Question: Are tough man competitions considered amateur fights? I know that's not probably a part of the U.S. Amateur system, but are those considered amateur fights because they're not really like professional?
There's two things. There's two bodies, right? That govern all of boxing. The AIBC, I think, is like the international or AIB, International Amateur Boxing Commission, and then you have the Association of Boxing Commissions. That's it. So the ABC does all the professional. That's that World Series of Boxing, like that shit is still under the ABC. Like it's still professional fucking boxing. Everything that is not paid is under that AIB, the International Association of Boxing Commission kind of thing, something like a conference. Can't remember what the actual like letters, the order of them, and what they read, but one is international and amateur, and that's the one that just does the amateurs. And tough men don't qualify because at the end of the day, those guys fight for a prize.
Okay, yeah, it's a competition thing like that.
Yeah, they fight for like when Butterbean was doing his $5,000, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, they fight for like a pot.
It's crazy.
And the Golden Gloves is different, right, from amateurs?
Yeah, Golden Gloves, police athletic leagues, they like your local thing. Like there's all kinds of ways that they will like come out and see your thing, but there's so many amateur fights. Like really, it was to me, and maybe it's different for when athletic was coming through the amateur system, but when I was paying attention to it, like mostly, it was, you have your gym, you have like whatever your citywide things, you'll have your regionals, and then you have your state, and then as you go through your citywide or your regionals, like depending on the boxing mind in your gym, they start taking you to other gyms around the country. So by the time you hit like the national, the Golden Gloves, you fought a bunch of different styles, you know a bunch of different people, you know a bunch of different names. By the time you get to like the Golden Glove station, that's if you're, that's if they're like on top of their P's and Q's. But maybe you've gone to the nationals a couple of times before you really know everybody's there. But like, I don't know if you can go to the nationals and not know somebody that got 30 knockouts. That seems kind of weird.
I think that person did allegedly go to the nationals too, but
yeah,
I think in the Nationals, I think Ryan was the first person to give Devin Haney a standing 8 count or something, and like busted his eardrum, made him bleed out his ear and shit. I think that happened at the Nationals when he did that to him.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly, of course, allegedly. Yeah.
Because his father, but I don't know. It could be true. Who knows?
I mean, either way it go, man. It's sad that we always got to talk about hypotheticals, man. I hope to see more fights. I think the Saudis getting involved is great. I mean, all they're really doing is trying to take some, get some press off the human rights violations, man. So if boxing benefits from that, I'll take it however we can get it. Because
talking about okay, we can do. Let's
so in other words, you feel okay saying that to that reporter's family, BBO? Is that what you're saying, that the fights are worth more than life?
Hold up a
That's
second.
not
We
what I'm
can get
saying,
into
Mark.
the civil war in Yemen
Mark,
after
that's
we're
not what I'm
done
saying.
with fucking boxing, right? I don't mind the conversation. We talk about the Houthis and all that shit and how they let some ships through and what the fuck's going on and why Saudi Arabia is really doing what Saudi Arabia is doing. I don't mind that part of it. I promise you. But can we please get to the boxing portion of the show first?
That's what we're
We've been
talking about.
talking about this,
We
Smoke.
talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
it. You got cooked on this several times, Smoke. I mean, you should
Well,
be.
hold up a second.
Golly, this is really the first
Okay,
time
I'm sorry.
we
Did I
brought
hear?
in another
Maybe I
topic
just
outside of boxing, I think.
maybe I heard what you said and thought human rights violations, but maybe I just thought you. Never mind. My bad.
Yeah, he was giving some reasons for that. But yeah, I think the Saudis are good for boxing. They're good for boxing. Yep.
Either way,
You
either
wouldn't
way it
have got
goes.
better Bivol without the Saudis, I can tell you that, because Bivol did not want to get his ass beat for anything less than 5 million, more than likely. Yep.
This
He's
man
gonna get beat to death. I mean,
gotta
he
be
might beat the
stop.
Russian croquette out of that dude, man.
Gotta be gonna be
He gonna
man.
really hurt him, man. He gonna hurt him bad. I can't wait to see
Gotta
Bivol
be
bleed, man.
stop, bro.
He gonna beat him bad.
Y'all over there overhyping B-ball because I don't know, man. This is shit is crazy.
Well, Bivol be the top 2 pound for pound guy in Canelo, man. That's a huge accomplishment, man.
I didn't say
Go ahead.
you can have that on your resume and still be getting overhyped, bro. I mean, come on, bro. Oh, he's special.
I mean, his skills ain't overhyped, bro.
Yeah,
He
Not
got
special.
masterclass
not only
skills.
that. I
I
mean,
wouldn't even say that. All
yeah,
it is,
not only that. I mean, he's
he's
been
a Russian
outclassing
fighter
every
that got
guy he
beat
gets in the ring
athletically.
with.
That's all it is. He's athletic.
Zordo, he got like 50 wins for nothing.
Nah, they had Zerto on the Mungia diet, so I can't say nothing about that. But
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, that's a respectable win at the weight class. Yeah, you got to give Bivol credit for that.
Gotta
Shit.
be
dude
special.
came in as a heavyweight and he outclassed him.
Doing this special, man. Your
Maybe
old
not.
last
Tommy's
man
gonna be mad. You get that.
got 100% KO ratio to this point. You know what I'm saying? He on his last legs. Like, come on,
Nah,
bro.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Phil left. You guys drove Phil off because that's the one guy I know is picking Bivol.
Come back, Phil. Come back, Phil.
Boxing master class. Yeah.
He only got. Oh, that's surprising because there's a lot of guys I know picking blue. That's crazy. He only got on the panel picking blue.
Yeah, that's the only guy I've seen. Like, yeah, he's like, yeah, this is gonna be easy work, and he's gonna box the ears off of
I
it.
I said I had Bivol initially, but after the fight was this past Saturday or whenever Better Beef beat the hell out of Callum Smith. After that, I said I'm 50-50 on it. I'm gonna wait
Well,
till like the week of the
I'm
fight
not
before I
a
give my
prisoner
prediction.
of the moment. I've had Better Beef for years now. It's always been Better Beef. He's only getting older and better, bro.
Yeah, but Marky is president of the moment because it took him to the last fight to say, "Oh yeah, I think okay, what changed? He been doing that shit, bro."
No, but it's just that I said that Bivol would dominate the rounds and Beterbiev would have big moments. I just feel like now I think Beterbiev might be as good a boxer as Bivol. That's just based on what I just saw. He just out jabbed Callum Smith. Really had this man just looking funky. Just beat the hell out of him, bro. And if Bivol gets caught by this dude, can he weather that storm? That's really one of the reasons I want to see that fight.
Bivol, cool man. I think he really. I don't want to. And I know initially when I first made my statement about him, it sounded like I'm slighting him or I'm. He's good, man, but like he's really good. I just don't think like he's special and all this shit people be saying, but I just don't see it. That's just my opinion. That's just me. Like I don't like ever since he beat Canelo, it's like I'll get people want to give him pound for pound recognition. Okay, that's cool, but the other shit that come with it, oh, nobody could beat him and he's special and he can go all the way, like just the extra
No,
shit.
but you know what that is, X. That they're really just doing that to try and help Canelo Alvarez and try to make that loss not look as bad. You know what that is.
Bevo.
I think it's a styles matchup, but it also like there's attributes also like Bevo, like he has the correct style. Like what he does really well can frustrate Better Beef, and he also has the attributes to carry that out. And he's like, I think he might be a little bit more fleet of foot and a little bit faster on the shot than Better Beef, but I just don't know if that's gonna save him. I don't think it is. I think I have Better Beef forever also. I haven't seen anything to change my mind, but that doesn't mean that as the fight gets closer, when it actually happens, Better Beef couldn't outpoint Beef. Bivol couldn't outpoint Better Beef because he has a correct style. Keep it long, enter the pocket, exit the pocket. Don't try to trade too much. So if Bivol fights Better Beef the way he did in his last fight on that Saudi card, if he fights that way, the first half of that fight, he's getting knocked the fuck out. It's not even going. It's not going 5 rounds.
I didn't even watch that fight. I didn't even watch it.
Yeah. Nah, but he fought Lyndon Arthur in that fight. That dude is a counter puncher. He's not really a come forward fighter. And I think Bivol was trying to prove a point. He was trying to stop him, but
that's what I'm saying. I don't expect him to. I don't expect him to fight that way. But if he does fight that way, listen, get out of here.
Canelo versus Better Beef. Oh yeah, Canelo knew who he knew who to fight, bro. Like I didn't think he was gonna fight Bivol, but he proved me wrong. But he definitely not barking up no Better Beef tree, bro. Yeah, I don't know.
Canelo laying on some ropes against Better Beef. Oh my god, that shit would be even nastier than the Marcus Brown fight. It'd just be blood everywhere.
Like if Canelo actually hurt Better Beef, I think it would be worse for him. Like that's the thing. Like Better Beef, like he got a lot of aminol in him, a lot of animosity. I don't know what happened to him in Chechnya or Russia or whatever the fuck's happened to this dude in his life. He and Bud Crawford to me seem to be the most vicious fucking guys in the sport.
I mean, they just built different. Like I think he like Crawford and Better Beef. They the same way. They live the Warriors lifestyle. They don't drink. They don't smoke. They just train and fucking fight, bro. That's their life. That's what they do.
But not only that, both in terms of their style and their personalities, because Inouye is somebody, he has a vicious style, but he looks like he don't look like somebody you expect to be a fighter. He look like a boy band, somebody in a fucking pop star.
What I'm saying when it comes to like Monster, he's got kind of a poker face regardless of what the fuck is happening. These dudes, man, like their whole shit change when they're trying to hit you. They're like, like they can't mask the fucking what is actually going into their shots.
Hey, you remember what Bud Crawford did to Hank Lundy?
Hold on.
When he stuck his tongue up. Well, go ahead, Athletic Man.
Don't forget Virgil. Virgil, it seemed like every time that flip switch for him, like he go back to something that scarred him for life or something back. I don't know. Like he get real angry when he, you know what I'm saying? He wanted to do
that's what I'm saying. Like some guys are in there, they're trying to fight. Like, you look at Rolly. Rolly always looks like he's like somebody just farted. And I don't know, like what, like he just got a mean face, he's got a mad face kind of thing. But it's always like kind of even keeled. It's just a strange one, right? But yeah, Better Beef will go from like calm or cool and moving around, and then he'll hit you with it, and then look on his face when his dude's trying to hit you, like okay,
nigga biting
he probably got some dead bodies like littered around the motherfucking property somewhere. Like
I wouldn't be surprised, bro. Out there in Dagestan, that shit is crazy. They say it's like the Wild Wild West. Niggas get down in the streets.
Yeah. Anyway, so is anybody looking forward to this Undisputed at fucking heavyweight? I keep having conversations, hours long conversations, and nobody ever fucking brings it up.
I mean, it's just weird, Smoke. It's not like a normal Undisputed heavyweight fight. You know what I'm saying? It don't really got the build up to it. Like nobody really gives a fuck about it at all. Like we ain't really talk about it for that long on DVO this past week.
I think it's their last performances, man. Kind of fucked up the fight.
I think it's also the fact that they got European fan bases, though.
Yeah, see, that's where they're fucking up at. You got to get Trump to like tweet some shit out about it, and then all the white people will come running. They're not promoting it right, bro.
So,
I mean, you could be right, Phantom. You could be, yeah.
So you're saying that the geopolitics of the Ukrainian conflict with Russia is a third rail, and nobody really wants to say anything about it.
Kinda, yeah.
No, that's not it. What it is everybody just saw Fury get his ass whooped.
Nobody
I mean,
That's
also
why.
talking about him anymore.
people still, but still people call Daniel Dubois the unified champion though.
Yeah,
Who
and
called him that?
Usyk fucking got hit,
You
bro.
know,
He was
trolls
shot, bro.
online, like what's whatever.
Oh, yeah. I actually, I said Dubois was robbed in that fight. You know, they robbed us of our
Like I
first
said earlier,
Grenadian
Smoke.
heavyweight champion, Smoke. I mean, it would have been
Like I said
beautiful.
earlier, bro.
Seriously, bro.
You
I
know,
didn't
you
know he was
can't
from
Why?
Grenada.
ring the
Oh
bell.
shit.
You
Right on the
can't ring the
button.
bell.
Yeah,
You saw what you
him
saw.
and his whole family, the Dubois. I would have
Man,
told my grandkids about that shit, man.
that's a
They
fight that
robbed the
just
good
gonna have
man.
to come, and we'll have to see if it's entertaining or not. But until further notice, that shit gonna be boring. I don't care about it, nothing about it. Give me Virgil versus Tim Tszyu, and I'll be straight. I'll be straight. I don't know about nobody else.
See, after that, that's the same thing I say. I think it's gonna be a faint fest, a bunch of dudes acting like they're about to do something, and they won't ever.
Right.
Like a bunch of hugging and leaning on a dude and scrapping him up and dancing around and shit. Nobody's trying to.
No, like I
Anyway,
was telling you earlier, bro. Like I
but
told you
you're
earlier,
not
you
the
can't
35
unring the bell. You can't unring the bell. You saw Fury look pedestrian against a guy with no professional experience. So that fight lost a lot of luster. Everybody expects Usyk just to go in there and school this motherfucker, which he probably will.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
we
know,
also
Russ.
saw, Usyk gasping for air in a lab fight against a guy who
Yeah, he
we
almost
also
shit
don't
himself.
think are very good.
Yeah, but he played the ref. He played the ref. They gave him 5 minutes. They should
I'm
have
just
never gave him
saying.
5 minutes.
I'm just saying, like the dude like didn't show up for a circus fight, and that's the whole point of it. Is that there's a thing about the fact that what somebody else said. I'm not quite sure who said it, but the last performances has taken a lot of air out of this whole but that's not even the point of it. I'm talking about my own personal interest in a fight. I'm talking about the promotion for it. Nobody's talking about this shit. Where's the camp day one? Where's the I'm in Saudi already getting ready?
I asked who did I ask? It was Prize Fighter earlier this week about the build up for Lennox Lewis versus Holyfield, the first fight. But he told me he was too young. So from yours and Shelton's perspective, what was that build up like?
Man,
And how
listen,
would you compare it to this?
It was huge, bro.
it's not
It was
even that
huge. They were
pay-per-view.
fighting at the press conference, and Tyson telling motherfuckers he gonna fuck them in the ass and all kind of
Everybody was
shit.
talking about it
Crazy.
forever before that too. Like nobody could talk about anything else. Like right now, people are talking about Devin and Haney more than they're talking about undisputed heavyweight.
Yeah, exactly. People are more interested in that Tank Haney shit. That ain't never
Well,
gonna happen.
it's because white America has left boxing. Like this typically would be their area. You know what I'm saying?
It wouldn't be white America's area because white America uses both
Has
of these
not-
places as political footballs and vacation spots.
I'm just saying, bro, the people who are carrying listen, bro, listen. The people who are carrying the sport, you niggas and the Mexicans, they don't give a fuck. That's why they ain't making no way.
You mean to tell me if this dude if Tyson Fury was from Alabama, that Americans wouldn't care?
No, I'm saying in general. Like you got two European boxers in the ring. That's
my point. My point is one dude is from some war-torn country that people want to donate money to and not think about, and then the other one is from England where they want to go to one day before they die.
What I'm saying is if white America still cared about boxing, this would be a big fight. But they don't no more. It is what it is, bro. They care about kids in drag clothes now. What the fuck? I don't know.
Did white America care about the Deontay Wilder Tyson Fury fights, the second and the third one specifically?
Yeah, we can.
I mean, a lot of people bought those fights, Phantom.
Yes, yes.
But it was
yes,
on.
that's true.
I think the ESPN angle helped a lot because there's a certain demographic. You get in your middle age, and a lot of people don't watch a bunch of TV, but they will watch sports. They'll put on ESPN and have that shit on all day, and they'll hear about all the fighters that. And I think that's one of the biggest blows to boxing in America has happened. Is them pulling back on ESPN coverage.
I got a question, Smoke.
Yeah.
Looking at the build up around the Wilder Fury fights, do you think that there might have been some great white hopeism mixed into the fight, just seeing off how Americans were against Deontay Wilder, and they were fucking talking shit about this man and saying he's dead.
Not only
And
was
going
this
for
a great
Fury,
American, not only was there that thing, but it's also the UFC is part of it. But yeah, it would totally happen. If you looked at what the build up between there, like the people who were rooting for Tyson Fury in the first Wilder fan, or in the worst Wilder fight, sorry, were UFC fans. They were like, "Oh, he could do it. He's been inactive, but he could do it. He's got the guy." But they were like, they knew all about the they were just like UFC fans. So I think in general in sports, people are like living vicariously through like whatever identity they're trying to see, right? So yeah, like the Tyson Fury, like it's been a long time since white boys were able to like seen in America as being able to whoop ass, and the UFC provided that outlet for them.
yeah,
Right,
yeah.
and then those guys
You can wrestle niggas in there. Niggas
yeah,
can't
exactly.
just run away from you.
Yeah, exactly, Mundo. So it's just kind of like Tyson Fury. They saw some of themselves. They saw it in there, and I'm trying to tell you, man. Like when he got up in the 12th round, Tyson Fury ingratiated himself to a lot of Americans. Like you don't understand how big that was that he got up in America,
Wow.
like for that fucking demographic. But yeah, it was huge.
Yeah, that's documentary shit. That's movie shit. What he did, man. That's Rocky movie shit. What he did, bro.
Was the last time, like, because that kind of sentiment was centered around like Floyd and Pacquiao. Like Floyd and Oscar to for a lesser event, but like that whole sort of like ethnic tension, right? Like the conflict between us and them, and that's part of the stream. And yeah, this is it in boxing. And yeah, the Tyson Fury Wilder buildup definitely had that aspect to it for the American market. For the UK market, though, it was just kind of like the UK guys, they just typically support their own against anybody.
Also true.
You know what I mean? So it's like there's a lot going into it there. And then also at that point, like the way that this Saudi Arabian guy is making some moves now, Ed Hearn was kind of making moves then. Right. So he was fomenting this whole like conflict between UK and USA kind of thing at the same time. So yeah, there was just a lot like that was supposed to be the B class, right? Like AJ was a pinnacle. Like everybody had to kiss AJ's ass, and if you wanted to be the best, you had to fight AJ and all this other stuff. And that's the kind of market that Eddie Hearn was creating. And then yeah, that fight happened, and all the momentum went the other way. Like first off, fucking before they fought, goddamn Andy Ruiz got to knock them out, and then that fight happened, and there was just this whole like kind of like weird mix of like where do we go from here?
I think AJ, after we see how he looks against Ngannou, I think he might be the best one, bro. I think he's in this physical and mental space right now where nobody can beat him. That's what I think.
Yeah. And I think him teaming up with Ben, I think him teaming up with Ben Davidson was a huge help for his team.
I think if he fights Usyk again, he's stopping Usyk. I think he's stopping Fury. Yep, I think he beats them both.
Me too. I think he stopped Usyk. People don't give Joshua credit for that second fight, bro. He did way better, and he had that man hurting in the 9th round. You just got to give Usyk that credit because he's a great champion himself.
This shit is hilarious, man. Oh my god.
And you probably the same one of them niggas who said AJ was gonna lose to Wildin. Man, AJ, he don't look confident. He mentally weak.
I didn't say none of that shit. I didn't say none of that shit. So, but hey, whatever floats your boat, my brother.
Well, I was hearing that shit a lot.
I was hearing that though. I heard that on Scholar Channel. That's why I was over there. I was telling them that I was like, Waleed ain't no pushover, man. That's what I was saying, but I said AJ gonna beat him though, but don't just sleep on Waleed. And that's exactly what I said. But AJ, he did his thing, man. I was impressed, man. But all that other shit y'all talking about, I do not agree, bro. But it is what it is, man.
Well, I want to see it, but we talked about AJ, motherfucking Fury, Usyk. Let's talk about the odd man out, Deontay Wilder. Where does he go from here?
Nobody want to talk.
Who do you think he fights next?
I want to talk about no. He retired, bro. Like, that's
Here's the thing.
Man,
Here's the thing. Like rich dudes trying to find motivation to get out of bed is just not
too
that.
goddamn pessimistic.
No, it's not pessimistic. That's his own thing. Like, listen, he's too damn inactive because he's too goddamn content. And if I was him, I would be content too. Like, what the hell? The dude has done a lot in life. Like, he's done more in life than he could probably ever imagine.
he need to stick to
for like
rapping,
all
bro.
the fucking right reasons. He got out for the fucking right reasons. And
Hey,
why
Smoke.
come back? Like, I don't
Yeah,
think
I think his
Cause
next
he a
business
warrior,
venture.
Smoke. He said he a warrior.
that's
Hey,
fine as
His
a warrior, but a warrior got to be in more wars. You can't be like a warrior on your like writing your
Smoke.
memoirs and shit, sitting on your laurels, and then think you can just flip
Well,
on a
well,
switch.
facts.
And people
I think
I at least
the
want that.
next business
I at least
venture
want
that
that
Wilder
AJ fight
said he
before
was
he
going to
goes.
engage in, I think it's very smart. I think him and Malik Scott are going to start an OnlyFans. I think that's what I heard it coming down the
Okay,
pipeline.
I don't know nothing about that, but
Smoke.
That's
I
what I
want to see
heard
the AJ fight
happening
before he
next.
goes.
Hey, hold up.
That's all I know.
Hold up. That he need to stick. He need to stick to making tracks. He made a nice little decent track with him and his girl. He need to
Nah, man,
stick to
listen.
making tracks.
You know what? Here's what I want him to do. It's like that Prince song. I want him to release whatever tracks he makes way after he's dead. I don't need to see it. I don't need to hear another Zydeco.
Nah, it was alright, bro.
Like
It was a little
Soca,
decent, bro.
goddamn, like date night at the Wilder compound. I'm
It
good.
was okay. It was. I thought it was gonna be worse
Listen,
than what it was. It was straight.
it was. And you know who should watch it? Him and his wife before they make another baby. And then they can release all that shit after we don't give a fuck. Like,
I mean, Smoke, why are you being so mean? Did you listen to the song?
Yeah, and you know what it sounded like?
Okay.
It sounded like
sound like?
a million other fucking songs I heard. And that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that like it was just like it was so it was so insulated.
Cringe,
And it was just insulated. There's nobody in it but him and his fucking wife.
I remember I listened to it, but I can't remember what the fuck it was saying or what it sounded
There's
like.
just nothing. There's not like
I'm a champion.
my man seems like a dude that's out there.
Who's
Like
that?
he's not gonna make like. Listen, okay.
Why you gonna make sure it's gay?
Listen,
So it's
I don't
gay.
know. I don't want to see the. I don't want to see
That's gonna be his album day.
I don't want to see OnlyFans. I don't want to see the sex tape. I don't really need to see their.
Hold on. Yeah. Definitely. Malik Scott get bucket naked for $500 on OnlyFans. So he's trying to convince Wilder to say shit.
And some of these dudes, and listen, some of these dudes would go in there and pay Malik Scott money so they can then come here and try to troll other people for being Wilder fans. Meanwhile, they just like dick.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Malik Scott on that weirdo shit, trying to teach Wilder his bum ass boxing style and fucking up what will make Wilder good. Or, I don't want to say good, but what he's, was working for him at least. I'll say that. But, that's Malik Scott for you. He had a fixed fight with Deontay Wilder. Man, I'm not gonna go through the whole shit, I just like that.
I'm gonna tell you, to this day, I've never seen Deontay Wilder twerk. I've heard all kinds of people say
I've seen it. I saw the video.
There is no way that I get goddamn. Like I don't understand.
This is the thing with Wilder, bro. This is the thing.
I don't know why people would watch that. I don't know why people would be interested in seeing that thing.
Let me say this,
please. Bananas. Go ahead. You got.
Let me say this, please, bruh. I was on Black Fight Fan channel, right? And he brought up some shit about, y'all talk about Wilder twerking and all that. Yeah, I ain't say nothing with Tyson Fury was holding a man in his drawers or whatever, this and this and this. So then he says Wilder was just having a good time with his family, man. Like y'all always got something to say, so it's okay for a grown man to be twerking. Is what you trying to say? You try to insinuate that because he was just having a good time with his family, he could twerk, and that's okay for a grown ass heterosexual man to do, bro.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Black fight fan, the funniest nigga on YouTube. The way
the insinuation is this, right? So if you twerk in order to entertain your wife, that is much different than twerking because you are trying to catch some dick. Now, I can understand how all of that is a horrible opposite, and one should never twerk. But if it was to twerk, there seems to be a difference in there. Maybe we just got a hard no twerking rule.
Wait, hold on.
No, Smoke. That video was crazy. He pointed that shit right at the camera.
Just so we understand.
This is the legacy of Wilder. This is the legacy of Wilder. Wilder is his legacy to me is Wilder did the most with the least.
Yep.
He did the most with the least.
Yeah.
He's an overachiever. And dudes
Yeah,
want to jump on me for that, but it's true, bro. The
look, the
motherfucker,
dude started boxing.
he only got
He
one
started
tool and a
boxing at what,
toolkit to
Marky?
me.
Was he 19 or 20 when he started?
19.
I don't know, but he was in college, so
Yeah,
I think it was
he's
probably
19.
20.
He's 19 when he entered his first amateur tournament. He got bronze medal, and he was 20 when he turned pro.
Okay, he turned pro at 20. So he was 19 when he started boxing. So he turned pro 1 year later, right? From the age of 19 to the age of, what was he, 30? He was 30 when he won the title, right? 30, 31?
He won it 19, yeah, something like that. No, he was like right 30, yeah, around 30 years old.
Oh, 30, 31. So in 11 years, he went from driving a beer truck to the WBC heavyweight champion of the world. Now, we all know, we are all hardcore boxing fans. We know that most people that become champion in any division have usually been boxing since they was like, what, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah,
5?
man, I can show you a picture right now of goddamn Devin Haney with Floyd Mayweather when he's 9 years old.
You know what I'm saying? So usually by the time you become champion, you've been boxing anywhere from 18 to 20 years of your life. This dude did it in 11 and made $70 million from the time he started boxing to now, which is only a span of maybe 15, 16 years. He did a hell of a job. I'm not saying that his career wasn't guided a certain way, or that I'll even go as far as say he was a manufactured guy. He was built up. He was. But you can't be mad at the outcome. They did their job. JD's and whoever was behind him did their job.
Shelly Finkel. Mm-hmm.
They did their job. They made that man rich. They made that man relevant. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing. We all know Wilder's trash, but we still talking about him.
Fuck JD.
Yeah, but that's because Wilder got that right hand. That's really it.
Well, he also just fought recently for the fucking first time in forever, and we're talking about his future, which is really the question, right? The question is, like, in this whole thing about, like, Undisputed, the Saudis trying to change perception, get their own marketing asset, whether it's an undisputed belt or undisputed hat, undisputed jacket, I don't know what the fuck it is. They're going to do it. Undisputed caftan, a fucking undisputed trip to the Mecca of boxing for heavyweights. Whatever the fuck.
Shit, the check behind that shit. I'm gonna take that.
Yeah.
Fuck
I mean, yo, listen, I don't have any issue with anyone who believes, who's a believer, and who is also, feels like Islam is the truth. That's your thing. Do your thing. When it comes right down to it, guys like Mullah, whether or not they like Allah. That's what
Smoke, did you hear that the Saudi they have their own soccer league. They offered Mbappe it was $600 million per a year. I'm not sure how long the contract was, but
you see what they got
$600 million a motherfucking year.
They gave Ronaldo $1 billion. They gave Ronaldo $1 billion.
Oh, they gave Ronaldo a billy?
A billion here, a billion there, right?
Wow,
like,
I didn't even know that. Wow.
So that's all I'm saying is Saudi Arabia, they're going through a regime change. The old thing is dead, it's getting old. The new guy, the crown prince, is trying to show that he's modernizing Saudi Arabia, and this is part of his whole marketing campaign to the world. Saudi Arabia,
but in the background, he's still beating people half to death and working them to death and got them in shitty conditions and giving them diphtheria and typhoid and all kinds of shit.
James Brown right now.
Does Ronaldo say
living in America? Like everything you just said, I could have just put James Brown living in America right after what you just. But anyway, I'm not trying. That's not even what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, like these guys right now, there's a lot of people who feel like they have built their whole life relying on what the American market is. If that's what if you're so used to the status quo that you miss out on the market interrupter, that's how you go broke. You better
Them
understand
motherfuckers build their own islands. They build islands over. They do what the fuck they want.
No, I mean I'm talking about slave labor.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, slave labor.
you gotta make that line.
Yeah. Yep.
How do you build an entire? Listen to this. How do you build an entire stadium in 120 days?
Yeah,
You
it's
work
slave
those
labor, and you
motherfuckers
don't
to
care
death.
about human rights.
How do you? How did they build the pyramids?
Okay, here's the thing, and this
Same fucking shit.
so here's the issue that people don't really get. It's quality of life, right? Quality of life is a thing that I don't think that fans really understand when it comes to boxers or athletes in general, and I don't think they understand when it comes to like countries and societies and all that shit. Like quality of life, like there's a like the way that we live, whether and what hardships we go through as being human beings,
it's nothing.
Being able to have ends meet, or like your woman said, like whatever the fuck you got going on with your woman, your man, or your kids, whatever the fuck. They also have those same human things that are happening with them, and they get punched in the face for a living. For everybody, like using their own personal life for whatever.
Oh yeah. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, fuck these overpaid diva niggas, bro. You get a female boxer, $5,000 for a title fight. All right, bitch, let's go.
Grumpy
And you don't know that.
That's what's up.
That's all it is, Phantom.
Okay, hold up a
Fuck
second.
these overpaid diva little bitch ass niggas, bro.
I have a question.
Always taking on the young niggas.
I just want to have a question. How much of female boxing is about the weigh-in, and you never even watched the fight?
Who said that?
I think the weigh-in is very important for female boxing.
It is.
How much of male boxing
Smoke.
is about the weigh-in, but you don't watch the fight? Like, come on, man. Yeah, I'm not talking about bettors. I'm not
Come
talking
on,
about
man. Ain't nobody, look, smoke. Let's be honest now. Did no goddamn body watch the Michaela Mayer versus Natasha Jonas weigh-in? Nobody watched this.
I'm not gonna watch the weigh-in, but I'm watching the
I'm not
fight.
talking about specific fighters. I'm talking about women's boxing. How much
That's
of
two
women's
women
boxing
fighters.
is
But now that
about
you mention it,
the
all right.
weigh-in without actually watching the fight? Because I tell you, let me raise my hand. I just watched the weigh-in yesterday on IFL TV. I don't know who the fuck was fighting. It was some Filipino person, somebody. Anyway, and the way they even marketed the fucking link was, these two fighters stole the show. They didn't seem like fighters to me.
They look like models. They look like models, yeah.
That's all good.
But look,
I'm not interested
I
in
tell you what, that fight tomorrow, that fight tomorrow, motherfuckers gonna watch that fight. Even though I think Natasha Jonas gonna get the shit beat out of her, we gonna watch that fight.
Nah, Natasha Jonas, she going in there to whip that girl's ass.
Have you seen Michaela Mayer at 147?
Man, Marky don't know boxing, bro. I don't even
Bro, have you seen Natasha Jonas? Nigga,
I know
we can put some money on that one, brother.
I would marry Natasha Jonas, but Natasha Jonas gonna get her ass whooped tomorrow.
I'm just worried about her age.
Mara moved up to
Her age.
147.
That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Yeah, that 39-year-old woman gonna get her ass whooped tomorrow.
Somebody asked my question. The girl moved up, this fight is at 147. Golly,
147. You know Natasha Jonas is unified at 147, right?
Correct.
Yep.
She's unified at 147.
Her last fight was for the title.
Yeah, but she gonna get her ass whooped. Michaela Mayer gonna beat her ass.
Yeah, that's the same thing you said when she fought Alicia Bumgarner, nigga. We gonna see.
That's what they said about Shadesha Green, right?
Yeah, franchise so she was old, she was fasted, went in there, whooped some ass.
Man, franchise beat her motherfucking ass.
Yep. So you could talk all this cash shit about Michaela Mayer. Let's see it, Sheldon.
Okay, we'll see it tomorrow. It comes on at 1:30.
Natasha Jonas finna give her a boxing lesson, bro. She's gonna give her a boxing lesson. She ain't ready for that southpaw angle, bro. Watch, I'm telling you, she ain't ready. Michaela Mayer ain't ready.
That girl gonna cry after the fight.
She gonna get beat up, man. But I'll be flipping back and forth between that and the Ravens game.
Oh, what time that come on?
1:30.
Who are they?
Oh, but that's 1:30 your time. Oh,
yeah. They play Houston.
Who are they?
Bro, I want to see CJ Stroud do it. I want to see some.
I think the CJ Stroud hype train is over tomorrow. It ends tomorrow.
I mean, Look, yes, the Ravens pass rush probably will put him on his ass more than a couple times. But listen, imagine that, Sheldon, a rookie
Oh yeah, that would be
quarterback
crazy.
winning
That would
the
be
fucking
crazy.
Super Bowl.
That would be
And
crazy.
I want Baker Mayfield to get to the Super Bowl too. I just want to see some crazy shit.
You know what I want to see the most is the night game. I want to see Green Bay go in there and beat they motherfucking ass.
Yeah, bro. If Jordan Love could pull that shit off, bro. Man, I love playoff football. This what this shit this when it matters. This when you could give a fuck about matchups.
Yeah. You saw that last week because the Cowboys were supposed to run all over Green Bay, wasn't they?
Listen, I
Yep.
keep telling people every year, you should. Everybody know the
Cowboys were
Cowboys
supposed to
are
run all
bigger
over
than
them
winning.
last week.
They're bigger than winning, man. They don't like when the game is on the
Bro.
line. It's time to perform. They understand. It's a basic fact of reality. They're bigger than
Smoke.
winning. They're bigger than W's and L's. They got their own Hall of Fame. They're the most expensive, the most valuable franchise in all of sports, all over the world.
Ain't one
Bro, Smoke.
That can't
Smoke,
be the
they are
case. Is
screwed.
that still
This
accurate
was
in
hold on,
2024,
Phantom.
bro?
Hold on, Phantom.
What?
Well,
The
hold on,
Cowboys?
Phantom. No,
Them
wait.
motherfuckers worth like
I'm
$6
just
billion. Yeah, they're the most expensive franchise in the world.
oh yeah.
Dallas Cowboys.
Really not.
Do you know who the
They
boys
generate
are?
that
They're
much
America's
revenue,
team,
bro.
Phantom.
Yes.
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 Damn.
Do you know
You
who
know
the Cowboys
fans
are?
are?
I'm just saying, I see a lot of New York Yankee hats, nigga. I'm just saying, bro. I don't know.
The Cowboys
Okay,
are the most
but
lucrative
but
sports
listen.
franchise in the world.
But listen, this was the best team that they've had in a decade. This was their best shot at getting to the fucking Super Bowl, and they laid
And
an
they got
egg.
smoked. They got smoked.
Bruh, this the best. Well, I ain't gonna say this the best wide receiver group, but it's a damn good one. This the best the line has been. This is the most healthy. The defense, they've been hyped up all fucking year, and now look at what they did. Laid a fucking egg. And they
Got
gotta
their
pay
ass kicked.
Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb. They gotta pay Dak Prescott next year. They gotta pay Zach
They're not paying
Martin.
him.
They gotta
They're
pay
not paying him.
all these motherfucking people.
They're not
It's
paying him.
over. It's
Yeah,
over
They
they're not
got
paying
for the
a
Dak.
Cowboys.
Dak's out of it.
they got a
Dak's
Over.
out
curse
of it.
taking snaps. I don't know why they can't figure out the quarterback issue, but they've had a curse at the position for years now, bro.
They need
Tony
to move
Romo's a
up and
curse.
take Jaden
Dak
Daniels.
Prescott is a curse. Like niggas, they ain't no good, bro.
They need to move up and take Jaden Daniels. I think they need to do something drastic.
They got to get a quarterback. They got to get somebody to replace Dak because Dak's going to be out of
They got to get me out there, boy.
there. They do. They need somebody. Maybe
Yeah.
you. Anybody. But him. Anybody but him.
Yeah. That's crazy.
But yeah, back to what Smoke was saying, man. They're not promoting this fucking fight because I think Phantom hit the nail on the head. Nobody really gives a shit.
Who was
That was
wait?
really
Who was
true.
Tank?
Wow.
Who was Tank versus El Ratio? El Rayo, you mean?
El Rayo, Valenzuela, yeah. El Rayo
Yeah, I know
Valenzuela?
niggas
Yeah.
was gonna fight that
Yeah,
nigga.
the dude that he just
Yep.
knocked out Chris Colbert. He just knocked
Yeah, I
out
know. I
Chris.
know who he is. I know he is. But I'm
I've
saying
seen
he
that
said
a
El
couple. I've seen a couple
Well,
reports
we
say
know,
that that's
listen,
who's going to be next.
we know that Tank's MO is, right? So it's just like Latino
Flat-footed, come
TBD,
forward, Mexican
right?
fighters, yeah.
So it's just kind of like right. It's not, and not only that, it's just kind of like it's gonna be a guy. Like, so the question is Tank any different as his own promoter as he was with under Mayweather Promotions?
No,
that's really the only fucking question. And
I mean, there's a level of consistency. I can answer that.
His next fight will probably reveal that thing. If it's Frank Martin, then he can differentiate himself from like his 4 years. But if it's fucking El Rayo,
tailor-made for it. Tailor-made for it.
Well, there's a level of consistency that you gotta appreciate, right? So when Tank gets in the ring, you know, it's
When you
gonna
say
be
you got
the Okay, let me finish what I'm saying. So it's gonna get him. He's gonna get a Latino in there, right? And he gonna knock him the fuck out. But until these other niggas get serious, that's what you're gonna get. I'm sorry, it's just. But you gotta appreciate it, bro.
Here's the thing. So what you just said reminded me of Chucky, right? Like I can appreciate a certain thing, but there's a quality that we're looking for at a certain point? Can you update the video games? Can you get a better type of pizza? Can you do some other shit? Or is it the same old tired ass
He's
goddamn
fighting the
songs?
same
Why
guy.
you a grown ass man going to Chuck E. Cheese? That shit's for kids anyway, Smoke.
He's
That's
fighting.
what I'm
You talking about a
saying.
guy?
Update your shit.
You talk about a guy
Hey, listen,
who
Ain't no
fights
rolling
the
on Chuck E.
same
Cheese, nigga.
style of
yeah,
fighter
you gotta go to Chuck E.
over
Cheese. Listen,
and over again. He fights the same guy
correct. Because
over
guess
and
what?
over again.
The same Chuck E. Cheese you went to as a kid, you're gonna go to as a parent.
Oh,
Change
okay. I get the I get the analogy. Okay.
It's not Tank's fault the
He
Latinos
fights the same.
can't beat his ass. It's not his fault, bro. Isn't it
Well,
his
fight
fault
Frank
I
Martin.
mean,
that
he
can't
can
beat his
pick
ass,
Well,
bro?
fight Frank Martin.
non-Latinos. He can pick somebody like Frank Martin.
Wait. You say you the face of boxing. So if you're the face of boxing, that should mean at 135 pounds, you can fight anybody you want. Why do you keep picking the same type of guy?
I think that's what he said so he can get these other niggas in the ring. It's the Latinos
He's the face of boxing,
Hey,
bro.
hold
Hold on, bro.
He's breaking up
He's the
for a
face of
reason.
boxing, bro. He
Taking
can
that
get
bullshit.
anybody in the ring he
Latino
wants
too?
at any time. At any time.
Of course, the Latino. Goddamn, they all Latino. I don't know.
Yeah, all
Is
that's
that not
cap,
true,
bro.
Smoke? If you're the
That man
face of
capping,
boxing,
bro.
you can get anybody in the ring that you want at any time. Am I right or wrong, Smoke?
I don't think that's the
Listen,
case.
I don't know who turns down a fight with the face of boxing.
I don't know who turns it down.
All kinds of shit. Marvin Hagler dressed up in a tuxedo in order to get a fight with the face of boxing, only to hear the face of boxing was retiring. Treat him like a goddamn fool.
Man.
I mean, Frank Martin was gonna make the highest payday of his career with Shakur, but he saw how much Shakur was getting. He said, "Fuck that." So there could be a various number of reasons why he turned money down, bro. Who the fuck knows?
Right. So let's just talk about their last face of boxing right before, right? Floyd, right? Like that dude, one, he took a short end of the stick from the previous face of boxing, Oscar De La Hoya, right? And then the current face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez, Floyd made that dude fight at catchweight. You know what I mean? Like, who's making Canelo fight at catchweights? Canelo makes you fight at catchweight.
Yeah, correct. What
you know
about
what I mean? That's what it is. Like, so, yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong now. Don't get me wrong, Phantom. Back to you. Don't get me wrong now, Phantom. His marketing plan is brilliant. I ain't mad at his marketing plan. But if you think this dude is taking any kind of risk, he's not taking no risk when he fighting these dudes.
I mean, it's always a risk. But what I'm saying is this, right? Like, you got Devin out here saying, I'll fight anybody and everybody. He's probably fighting Sandor Martin. You got Shakur out here saying, I'll fight Tank, but hey, Emmanuel Navarrete, we got smoke now. Let's fight. And then you got Tio out there saying, I want to fight Terrence Crawford. Like, none of these niggas are really pursuing Tank, bro. Like, keep it 100.
Well, because you don't pursue the face. But okay, so here's the thing. So here's really what it is.
Tank doesn't fight at 140.
At a certain point, like the way that Tank has positioned himself, he's got all of these dudes auditioning for him, right? He's just saying that all you people have to audition for me, and until you get to my level, then all you have to do is be honored that I sent you something that you would consider the best, your best option. What's happening though is where he's got to a certain spot, and the guys that he is now associated with have gotten to a spot where they're also highly sought after assets, right? So they have other options other than auditioning for Tank. They can literally make millions getting to the place where Tank is at right now, and then Tank may have to come.
Yeah, you do that by fighting Emmanuel Navarrete, Jermaine Ortiz, or Sandor Martin. Of course, yeah, that makes absolute sense. But what I'm saying is this, bro. Like, you have a situation where Ryan told his people, fuck that, it's Tank or nobody. Like, I haven't heard niggas say that yet. It's always, well, I could fight him, or we could fight, but Tank is ducking. Ryan said, Tank, nobody but you, and they made shit happen magically, bro. Like, wow.
Well, here's the thing. What he could do, and this is where I think, all right, so because there's part of what you're saying is I totally agree with the idea about the way that these guys like try to I guess either deflect from or highlight their own agenda while scapegoating somebody else. Right, like that, I can understand that. That's a Bob Arum. That's the top ranked two-step in a nutshell. But really, when it comes down to it, there's also what Tank does in order to make sure that we still get that Chuck E. Cheese experience. That we still he's still cutting corners on fucking tomato sauce, and we won't goddamn dry clean those goddamn weird ass fucking toys that come out the wall. Like, listen, all I'm saying is, like, I can imagine, I can appreciate people getting Tank fatigue for what you just said, knocking out Latinos, right? That nobody wants to see him fight in the first place. I can appreciate that kind of fatigue, but I can't knock the hustle. It's if people are still willing to pay Tank to do that, and those guys are still willing to do what it takes to get knocked out by Tank, who am I to yuck his yum? But for people who've seen the Tank show a lot, I don't know that they need to necessarily. I think the time is on their side. If you have the top-ranked two-step Shakur saying everybody ducks him while he makes in-house fights with Sandra Martin or Ortiz or Loma, the winner of Loma and Kambosos, while everybody who's not on top rank is ducking him. If you guys are still intrigued by that kind of narrative, if you guys are still sold on that narrative by everybody else is ducking top right fighters, that's why they can never leave top rank and they must fight on top rank. Cool. Be you, do you. But when it comes right down to it, that's not going to help Tank. Tank is not 25.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that, Shakur acting like, well, I could leave top rank, but I'm probably going to resign with him now. And, Devin Haney already knew he was going back to Eddie Hearn. That was a foregone conclusion. Tio over there, he don't know what the fuck he want to do. So, I mean, all these niggas is just lying and bullshitting, and they just probably going to end up fighting a little bit later on. It could happen now, but niggas is bullshitting. It is what it is, bro. You got to call it what it is. I can see through the bullshit. That's just my problem.
Well, the thing is, you seem to be. It's like one of these people where you think that there's somebody who's not. There's a fighter who's not bullshit, right? Like we're detecting the bullshit. What you seem to not be able to detect is the Tank bullshit.
No, I can completely detect it because I just said he's gonna be fighting a fucking Latino. He's gonna be knocking him the fuck out. Like, I know what the fuck the nigga doing.
Yeah, but you also said that he's holding it down.
Yeah, Bob said by not lying and bullshit niggas. That's what I'm saying.
Lying and bullshitting.
He ain't saying I'm the best fighter on the planet. I'll fight anybody and everybody at any time. He'll talk his shit. He'll run his mouth, but then he'll come back to reality. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so can I just ask you a question? Why is the guy who says belts don't matter a champion with a belt?
I don't know, because they gave it to him. Fuck if I know.
Right, that's what the kind of bullshit you don't see through that I'm trying to highlight.
Huh. Well, he could drop the belt. I mean, what does that prove? I don't know.
It proves that he's not full of shit the way that you saying he is keeping it real. Like that's what I'm saying. This dude is just as full of shit, and everybody else is full of shit.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, no, I think he's full of shit too. But what I'm saying is this, right? He's not out here lying and capping on niggas and saying, "Oh, you doing this, this, and this." And you full of shit. No, he just doing this thing, bro. He ain't.
I'm just saying, since his belt's not mattered.
That's him saying that. He never said your belts don't matter.
When has that been a thing? When has he ever said that phrase? Belts don't fucking matter. What was that even in response to?
It was in response to if he would fight George Kambosos.
No, right. Well, actually, it was in response to Devin Haney.
No, it was not. This was pre-Devin Haney because George Kambosos had the belts. They asked him when he was riding in the SUV, would you fight George Kambosos? He said yes, but he could keep them belts. We don't need them shits. I'll fight him. Don't need the belts.
Right.
That's what he said.
Okay, hold up a second. That was after Devin Haney had already signed to fight Kambosos. This was Devin Haney and Kambosos' fight. What he was talking about.
No, it was not. No, they weren't.
Okay, so maybe we're talking about two different situations. Okay.
Yeah.
And that whole thing, I'll fight him, but he can keep the belt. Like, bro, you're still gonna get the belts if you beat him, bro. Like, that whole shit is stupid. Like, he not fooling nobody with that, bro. Like,
yeah. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's just.
I'm saying is he It's not like the belts are preventing fights for him. That's what I'm saying. Like,
No,
you give a fuck
was it
about the
preventing
belts, I
fights
still
for him?
fight
You
your
know what
ass. Like,
preventing fights for
that's
him?
sick.
You know it's preventing fights for him. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe this might. You know, I'm always show my age, so fuck it. I'll show it again. I don't know if you remember or if you experienced the credits for Rocky 3, where Rocky was just knocking out dude after dude after dude and getting richer and richer and more famous doing that shit. That was just the credit scene. That's the opening fucking credits. That's what this dude is doing. Right? And this is an old then what and that is the whole us versus them. The way to market in boxing right now seems to be to try to figure out a way to separate boxing fans. And this whole like everybody else is a duck, but Tank is keeping it real is another one of those like us, this in group, out group thing that I think these fighters are hiding behind to not only fulfill their own agendas, but also to give us the middle finger and saying they don't give a fuck what we want. Right? They're just using the conflict between fans, be like, yo, the Tank fans say blah blah blah. The Devin Haney fans say blah blah blah. And depending on which which fighter you more resonate with, you start going with their fucking narrative. Meanwhile, all these dudes are fucking playing us for fucking fools for their own benefit. That's my whole thing about the detective bullshit in boxing, that I'm just trying to, from my own perspective, trying to at least identify. And maybe you can tell me that I'm paranoid or, you know, I'm cynical or whatever the fuck. Push back on it if you can, or if you want to.
No, you telling the truth, Smoke. Everything you're saying is
I don't think so. I think
Yeah,
you
go
reading
ahead.
too much
I'm
into
saying
it,
it
bro.
might be generational. Tell me I'm crazy. Go ahead.
Way
Show me out.
too Machiavellian with it, bro. It's not that deep, bro. Like
No,
fans,
what I'm saying, okay. What makes sense? What
fans,
makes more sense?
okay, can I fucking answer the fucking question, nigga? You just want to talk? Go ahead, and talk. Fuck it.
Now it's all you, Phantom. I didn't know that. I thought that you just were giving a one-liner. I can never tell when you want to expound. I give a one-liner. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, what I'm saying is this: fans follow who they want to follow, right? And you might have, you know, fans who go at other fan groups. It is what it is because this is the individualistic sport. You support who you support. But to say that the fighters are like hiding behind the fans, like, no, bro, they ain't hiding behind nobody.
Well, I do think Tank's fans are giving him cover. I do definitely think that's happening. I mean, dudes just create excuses every day for why the fight can't happen. And I haven't really heard Tank come out and, you know, dub the whole Saudi Arabia money. So I don't know why dudes are now coming out with, you know, excuses saying the fight shouldn't be over there and it has to be in America. It doesn't have to be over here. If it has to be over here, it's not going to happen at all. Because Tank is not going, because neither guy is going to really give in or compromise to nothing.
Well, put
Let
a
me tell
name
you
on
the
it. Who
goofiest
said
shit I
that?
heard,
Like
man. The goofiest
specifically,
shit
because
I
I didn't
heard
say that. Who
was
said that?
last night. The goofiest shit I heard was last night. Motherfucker said that the fight needs to happen in America. So
Oh,
Tank's
a
homies
knockout
can
said that, Phantom.
yeah.
Okay.
So
What
because
you
Tank
say,
fans,
Sheldon?
he said the goofiest shit I ever heard was last night when the nigga said the fight needs to happen in America so Tank and his fans and his homies can come to the fight.
That is the stupidest shit I have ever heard.
He
And
said that
Knockout
shit.
is a very intelligent person. So it can't be genuine that he believes that. He's bro.
That's what he
What I don't
said. I'm
understand
just
is
telling
how
you
do
what
you
he
call
said.
yourself
I
a
don't know what
Tank?
he believes.
I
I'm
don't get
telling
how
you
you
what
call
the
yourself
nigga
a
said.
Tank fan and say that Tank and you're representing Tank's best interest when Tank has never said won't take this fight in Saudi Arabia if they pay me right. Like really, at what point are you just like seek your own? See, and that's really what it comes down to. At what point are fans just seeking their own personal fucking gratification past what any of these fucking what any of these fighters are interested in and what is their own motivations? And that's this entire us versus them thing. Then the fighters see that. The fighters see that fans will turn on you in a minute. Shakur is one of the best fighters, period, right now. And people act like this dude can't fight because he don't want to go to the fucking hospital, like fighting a fight that's more difficult than it needs to be.
Facts,
Well,
bro.
I
Say,
mean,
say,
but that's
I don't
part.
say,
That's
know.
part
say
of it,
that
Smoke.
again,
You're
bro.
going to the
Say that
hospital
again, Smoke.
sometimes, man. You're supposed to come through.
I'm
Well,
not.
that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
not that. I'm
Yeah,
not
go ahead.
that type of fan, or if you call me a fan at all, it is what it is. Like I said, I like women's basketball. But my thing is, when I heard about, the whole catch weight rehydration clause shit, I ran down on the Rise podcast and made sure them niggas heard what I had to say. And, I had Coach Kenny. I got in his head a little bit. I'm pretty good at that. But, it is what it is. Like, I knew Tank wasn't going to be worried about no catch weight and rehydration clause. That's why I was like, why are niggas saying that when Tank didn't even say it? And it turns out he says, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Knock your ass out, nigga. Don't fuck up about no catchway rehydration clause. So, it is what it is. We just gotta wait for, things to develop.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, Shelton, Drucker, and Marky Dan. Every week, you guys are here. I feel like wherever the hell it is you go in the world, you have at least a bit of fucking facts so you can bust these fucking narratives up with. I am not surprised that you could go there and talk about some shit when it comes to a catch weight and rehydration clause with anybody. Anybody in the fucking boxing game. Because it is what it is when it comes to the history and the traditions, right? But what I'm now getting, though, is a bunch of here's really what it is. I'll go back. I'm gonna go back a little bit ways. There's a time when people were talking about everyone was ducking Errol Spence. And when I mean everyone, I'm not talking about the Bud thing. I'm saying Keith Thurman was ducking him, Danny Garcia was ducking him, Sean Porter was ducking him. And that was like the way that they were marketing this whole thing about like the rise of like Errol Spence. And when it came down to it,
the boogeyman.
yeah, right, yeah. When it came down to it, there was a Sean Porter he could rematch Keith Thurman or he could fight Danny Garcia, right? And then Keith Thurman gave up the WBC belt. Sean Porter went the Danny Garcia route and said, what has Spence done? And everybody talked about how Sean Porter was ducking Errol Spence and yada yada yada, and they're fanning up. Turns out these motherfuckers has known each other since fucking puberty, and they were texting each other back and forth, talking about how to use this to market the fight. You know what I mean? At a certain point, if you guys don't understand that whether or not they're actually friends enough to talk about it back and forth, like George Kambosos and Devin Haney, or they just understand the game and they've been into it so damn long, like goddamn Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney or Tank and Devin Haney, that they just know how to fucking play fans' emotions. You guys are missing the fucking boat. This is not like anybody's keeping it real. Nobody is. Every fighters are interested in the fighter's agenda, and they don't care about using fans' ignorance in order to exploit the fans' ignorance. They don't mind leveraging the fans' ignorance to meet their own agenda. Sorry.
Yeah, like the Haneys, like they do with dumb niggas all the time. Like, hey, listen to everything we say. We'll say everything, and then we'll do something, and then y'all will support it and follow it and back it, and act like we ain't full of shit.
No, the issue. No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's a hell of a marketing campaign they running over there.
The issue is when you say everybody and then you single out one person like they're the only person responsible. Because what I was talking about was stop hating the fucking players and understand the game. And what you just went to is going right back to hating the players.
No, I'm just saying the game. Some are better at the game than others, right? Right or wrong?
I don't know. Not anybody we know. Everybody, listen. Everyone whose name we know,
Bill Haney talked to a pillow fist nigga who can't sell in the pay-per-view. Are you kidding me?
Athletic Mind was just talking about like one of his questions, and maybe you caught this and maybe you didn't. But Athletic Mind was just saying, "Hey, can you be in the amateurs?" And he was in the amateurs. It was 30 knockouts, and nobody knows who you are, right? What he is actually saying is, does anything that you do in boxing, does your merits actually shine through the bullshit? That's actually the underlying question to what he's saying. By the time any of us know these people's names, whether it's Janabek or Billy or fucking Tyson Fury or fucking Sugar Ray Leonard, it is because they have been able to leverage fans' fucking ignorance and scapegoat the other guy. That's it. That's the game.
I don't think what does that have to do with being
I'm saying,
that's a fact.
I'm saying
winning,
there
becoming
is nobody who
popular?
knows it
Like
better.
what?
By the time I'm saying, by the time we know their names, it is because they've got to a level where their game about leveraging their fucking finance ignorance is all the same. There's nobody better at it. There's nobody worse at it. It's just how they go about doing it.
I mean,
Bill Haney is not better than Bob Arum. Bob Arum is not better than Sam Lefkowitz. Sam Lefkowitz is not better than Sean Gibbons. But Sean Gibbons is not better than Heyman. None of them are better than Lou Duva. This is the game. It just has simple rules that they all understand.
extent. But what I'm saying is this: if you're saying it's all predicated on ignorance, fans find a fighter they like and they support him. You know what I'm saying? And you just have fan bases competing. It's competition amongst fan bases, bro. You can pretty much say it like that.
You can, but until you realize that they're using that in ignorance in order to pit fans who actually just want the same fucking thing versus the fighters who want something that the fans don't give a shit about.
No, the fans want the fighters to fight and for their fighter to win. That's what they want. Like it's not like,
Correct.
oh, exactly. So it's competition
And you know what
amongst fan bases.
fighters want? And you know what the fighters want? The fighters want to just get paid for fighting. So what they use is the fact that you want a particular fight. What they do is they use is the fact that you want a particular fight to start leverage you against that particular fighter's fan base, so they can fight everybody else and blame it on the other fighter.
No, that's something that certain people do. Not everybody does that shit.
Everybody does that.
No, they don't, bro. That's a bold face.
You tell me who does. You tell me who does.
Well, who does do it? Tell me who does do that.
Exactly.
Okay, when you say using another fighter's fan base and scapegoating them, right? Is that what you said? I want to be specific. What are you saying?
No, you use a fight.
Yep.
No, you use a
David
fight.
Morrell, Benavidez, Canelo.
Yeah, you use a fight. You use it for a particular fight. The one fight that fans want to see in order to.
Oh, you changed it up. Okay.
No, that's what I always said. That's what I said to begin with. Like you said,
no, you changed it up a little bit. That's why I said be specific.
No.
Be specific.
First off, you're the one who said you want to see the fight. Fans want to see the fight. Correct. Fans want to see the fight, like you said, and they use that. Fighters use that concept, that desire, that motivation to see that fight in order to give you every fucking thing other than that fight, and then blame the other side for the fight not happening.
Okay, right. So how does that explain taking right? Explain that.
Okay, so once a fight actually happens, how did you explain that? Because the fighter understands what his motivation is past the actual narrative and fights about to hell to cash himself out. Mostly is because when it comes to like these kind of fights that are, whatever, manufactured rivalries kind of shit, mostly it is about the suits and the fighters being in on it and being on the same page. In this particular fight, when it came to Tank and Ryan, the suits were all on it, but the fighter wasn't down for the timeline. The fighter understood he wants to exploit his time right now and went against the timeline.
Okay, so you're saying that the fighters can make decisions, and you're saying these promoters are Machiavelli because it seemed like they didn't want him to fight, but he wanted to fight, so he made it happen.
Everybody wants to fight. The point is the timeline in which it happened. What they were trying to do, what the promoters and all the business were trying to do, was keep telling you about the fight and then teasing other fights. Like they told you about Tank and Ryan, and he fought Isaac Dog, not Isaac Dog, sorry, Emmanuel to go. They teased the fight back then. All the suits were in on it. Ryan just didn't like the timeline.
Okay, so Ryan didn't like the timeline, so he made the fight happen when he wanted to make the fight happen. So man, Bud has a maybe we need to get these Machiavelli motherfuckers up out of the way, and we can make the fights happen. Maybe Bud and Spence could have happened sooner, but motherfuckers were in the way. I don't know.
There's no non-Machiavelli way. We still got fucking Tank versus Devin. We got Ryan versus Devin. We still got Ryan versus Tank, and then they still gave us Ryan versus Emmanuel to go.
What I'm saying is this.
Guys out the way.
What I'm saying is this: you might be right, but I don't think that's on the fighters. I think you acted like these motherfuckers are geniuses. No, bro, they're not that fucking smart. They're not, because they're not looking at it from that perspective.
I don't think it's genius at all. I think it's very basic, but whatever. I don't find
Yeah,
it
I don't think
convenient.
Tank
I'm
is up
telling you
here
how
like
basic
I
it
don't
is.
think Tank is up here on Twitter or Instagram late night like, yeah, I'm gonna go at Haney like this so then they can say this and then I can have cover and I can this
I
gonna
didn't say
work.
that.
Like,
I mean,
no,
I didn't
bro,
say
what
that.
the
no, he
fuck?
did say in his Instagram
Somebody else
live,
do that.
I'm
Yeah,
going at these
somebody else do
little
that.
niggas
Somebody
right
else do
now
that.
because they got a little clout. He
Yeah,
said
he
that.
said I can bully the bully. Like it's not just talking shit to a little nigga. Like, oh, you got some weight now. Yeah, what's up?
And now he talks shit about, oh, I beat Sean Porter's ass in sparring. And then the other night, months back, all the way in December, he's talking about, oh, I'm going to make you cry for what I do to your son. And he's talking all this wild shit on Twitter. This is what Tank does. And
Yeah,
yes,
he's
I
talking
wouldn't
shit.
be surprised
Just
if he
like
stays
Haney
away
talking
thinking of
shit.
what
They
he's right.
both talk shit back
He's
and
one
forth.
of
What
them
I'm saying
niggas.
is Haney and Tank are not like saying we have a plan to manipulate the fans and we gonna do this. Like, no, I don't think they're operating like that. Certain
No,
fighters might,
I don't think so.
certain promoters might, but no, it's not you're applying this unilaterally, and I don't think you could do that.
Yeah, I don't think that those two can ever come to a compromise on anything.
So let me
I
ask you
think it's
this.
really that type of hatred.
Your take, Phantom. Why did Ryan switch up in the middle of negotiations to say he gonna fight Rolly? Why did that happen?
I think that was a consequence of hanging out with Floyd, and then Floyd said, "Hey, fight my fighter instead."
Yeah, Ryan Garcia, he's a duck. He's not a good fighter. He's just a. I don't even know what to say about this man at this point. What has he done when we put his name with the likes of Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez? And even though I shit on Tank Davis, it's like he's done a lot. He's won 2 world championships.
Yeah,
Okay,
he got
this
done
man
everything
Ryan Garcia. Yeah, this man Ryan Garcia does not have any fucking cachet to be speaking to these guys on any level. That's really my opinion. I don't care about
Yeah,
the man.
the thing is though, Ryan is doing what anybody does on any job that they have. Ryan is trying to get the most amount of pay for the least amount of work. That's what he's trying to do.
I don't know about that one because
No, that's a fact.
making that weight at that 136, that shit wasn't easy for him. I'm sure it wasn't, but he did it. You know, in
I
that
ain't talking about that.
rehydration clause, that probably
I'm
wasn't.
not talking about
He
that,
made
bro.
$30
I'm talking
million
about
Well,
that
I'm
that
fight.
just
night.
saying.
The tank
He
fight was
just
a
battled the
win-win.
least amount of money, least amount of work for the most amount of pay. Him going to
Yeah, the tank
136.
fight was a win-win. He knew he wasn't gonna win.
Listen,
He
if
knew he didn't
somebody
have
gave
the
me
skill
$30
set.
million right now, I think
He
everybody
knew
on
he
this
didn't
panel
have
would
the
try to
skill
put down a
set
36
to
fight.
win the fight. He knew that going in. But if it's so much money, he had to take it. Now, switching up from Devin to Rolly, Ray Charles can see what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't think that was like Smoke said, Machiavelli shit, right? Because Rolly Romero is a TMT Floyd Mayweather fighter. He starts hanging out with motherfucking Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather says, "Fight my motherfucking fighter," instead of Devin Haney. How about that? It's
Listen,
that fucking
Machiavelli,
simple.
bro, hold up a second.
Listen.
Machiavelli.
Rolly
This is
Romero
not
has a name,
Machiavelli.
and Rolly Romero is more trash than me. That's why I'm fighting him.
No, nigga, he would. I think had he not talked to Floyd, he'd still be trying to fight Devin Haney. Simple.
Okay,
I
so
don't think so.
one of my little terms of phrases that I was particularly proud of this week was Ryan Garcia playing Goldilocks, right? I'm saying Ryan Garcia is not Golden Boy, it's Goldilocks, right? He's going like, this port is too hot, this port is too cold, this port is just right. But what I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't take
And
Machiavelli.
Sean, go on mute.
Yeah, this is not about Machiavelli. This is very simple. Fighters understand that fans don't give 2 shits about them for real. What fans want is a particular fight. Guess what? Fighters do not lace them up so they can get for a particular fight. That's not what they lace them up for. They lace them up for fortune and fame. That's it. That's all it is. It's not one particular fight because hopefully they'll have some other fight that's even make more money after that. That's what's up. That's why Floyd is still fucking going around, because these guys get addicted to the next fight and the process, not the actual destination. So so what they do is, because fans don't give a shit about this, and they don't give a shit about these fucking fighters. Ultimately, what fans are interested in is seeing these dudes get their brains leaking out of the damn ears, And then they say, oh, wow, what an exciting fight. But fighters get this, and they're like, okay, cool. If this is the kind of trick bag you want to put me in, guess what kind of trick bag I'm going to put you in? I'm going to put you guys, I'm going to pit you guys against each other until it is worth my while to give you the only thing you actually want to see from me anyway.
Yeah, now you're just, like I said, you're reading too deep into it, bro.
No,
I think
I'm not
motherfuckers
reading too
have
deep into it. It's
plans
not too deep. You are not
for their.
understanding. Because
I understand perfectly, bro. You just think
it's
you're
not
right.
Machiavellian.
That's the
That
thing.
is Machiavellian. It is just
You think you're right. Do you think you're right on this? Yes or no?
Okay. Do you think
I'm
you're
just
right about
asking.
anything?
Do you think you're right? Do you think you're right on this?
Why do you think I'm expressing my opinion if I think it's a wrong opinion?
Okay, so what I'm saying is it's all
me to
subjective.
ask me like the most ridiculous fucking statement about an opinion that I'm expressing.
All right, bro, go ahead. And I'll express mine. Don't cut me off.
It's good. I promise you I won't. So what I'm giving you is an opinion based on being a person who has an agenda and also trying to meet the agenda of some other people, right? Like when I'm trying to push a product, like what do? How do I meet these people where they want and also meet my own expectations for the reason why I'm in business in the first place? This is just like basic business 101. Your mission's plan, your mission statement, and then also what your consumers are actually in it for. That's what's happening. If you understand boxing fans, like you said, we can all agree with, we're interested in particular fights. When it comes to any fighter, there's very few fans who are interested in watching that fight whoever it is they fucking want and will defend that thing to the end. As a matter of fact, those people are called fanboys. Right. And you can even tell that from this thing, from the economic part of it, not just my opinion. Every fight has its own economy. What Devin Haney can make with Sandor Martin is different than what he can make with Teofimo Lopez, which is what different he can make with Loma, which is what different he can make with Tank, what he can make with Hector Garcia, different. What Tank, when it comes to what he can make with Hector Garcia versus what he can make with Ryan Garcia. Right, all of these fights have their own economy, their own family, their own market forces that these guys are trying to manipulate. There is no idea of this guy can make however much, like his top market value, no matter who he fights. That's not how boxing works, right? So when it comes to the fight, the fans, we all know. There's a history because you asked if this is just my opinion and do I think that I'm right. When it comes to Gerald McClellan, he is at the life support. He still can't walk and talk right, and is still relying on the charity of a couple of different fighters. It's not fight fans who are still paying this dude's doctor bills. When it came to that dude, that goddamn what's his ass knocked into a coma. That Morel knocked into a coma, not last year, but the year before last, but not too long ago. It wasn't fight fans that were paying his bills. It was the love of a few fighters and some family members. When it comes to fight fans, we want to see the violence, but we don't really want to subsidize the consequences of that violence. Fighters know this. And they use that for their own advantage.
Okay, you done? Or are you? Oh shit, you're still going. I must have blanked out. Sorry. Are you done now?
I said you got it. You got
okay.
it. Listen,
all right. Well, you're just all over the fucking place. But my point is this, right? Like, okay, so it's like this. Like, okay, fighters do know that fans. I mean, how do you expect complete strangers to give a fuck about you? It's just, that's just a foregone conclusion. But it's like you're saying that you're basically talking about building a fight, but then they're manipulating fans while they do it by fighting other fighters. Like I don't understand that. That's just you're putting names on your resume. You're fighting different styles, and there's certain fighters people want to see you fight. And if you fight them, you fight them. And if you don't, you don't. It just is what it is. Like a Tank could have a career that'll keep going without fighting Devin Haney, Shakur, or motherfucking Tio. He don't have to fight them. Could he? Yes. Is he afraid of fucking brain damage and not being able to walk after he fights him? Fuck no. So I don't know what the fuck you saying, bro. You Gerald McClellan and you going off on these tangents. I think you lost the plot on this one, bro. I don't know. Who gives a fuck what Rick Glazier has to say about anything, Alonzo? I don't particularly care what Rick Glazier has to say. But to what Smoke was saying, how fighters manipulate fans and they do it intentionally, I don't know. I don't know. I think selling a fight is one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like when Devin Haney fought Regis, he knew Regis sucked ass, but sold the fight to the fans, and they came out to see Devin. They didn't give a fuck about Regis, but Regis was just a good enough of a selling partner with his coach that he had, and him talking his little shit that people actually would come see it. And good for him. But to say he's doing that when people want to see him in the ring with Tank, so he's leveraging Tank to manipulate his fan base, I think that could be going on. Yeah, of course. But I don't think that's the case for like every fighter. I don't think every fighter is trying to do that. I think there's fighters who want fights and they can't get those fights, so they fight other people in the meantime. You know, I'm pretty sure Johnny Beck does want to fight Jamal Charlo. Is he ever gonna get that fight? Probably not. But that don't mean he doesn't want the fight. He just probably not gonna be able to get it. It's not his fault. What can he do about it? Except keep doing what he's doing with his career till the next guy with a name and a belt comes along and he tries to fight that motherfucker. So I think that's just a symptom of what goes on in the sport. And it's not like fighters have these great master plans to where, oh, I'm gonna, you know, try and manipulate my fan base. What the just be making up shit in the head, applying it to reality, and then making it reality. Like, I don't think Better Biev is sitting around saying, I'm going to manipulate my fans and then push it off on Bivol while the fight can't happen. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. It's Bivol's fault why it didn't happen all these years. No, motherfuckers finally got the bag that they wanted to get, you know, with the Saudis coming in and fucking they're going to make it happen now. It's the next fight. There's nobody to blame for it not happening all these years. Motherfuckers just off doing other shit and the money wasn't right. So now the money's right. Now they fight. Fucking simple as that, bro. And motherfuckers trying to make money. Ain't worried about manipulating people. Bro.
Remember, it was the WBC a year ago said they wouldn't even sanction the fight. They wouldn't allow Bivol to fight.
Yeah, but that don't matter now, do it?
No, it don't matter now because they're not paying this. The money's coming from the Saudis.
Exactly.
They paying for the fight.
That's what I'm saying. There's monetary motivations. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, motherfuckers want to get the biggest bag possible, and they might fight fights in between that. Like, not every fight is going to be the biggest bag possible. It just don't work like that.
Well, I'm just glad we got another entity involved that can make these fights happen. Because the Saudis don't be bullshit. They make it happen.
Facts.
All right. Right. So I never said every fight does this way. Not everyone doesn't do anything the same way. So that was not even that's a weird standard to even apply to my point. I'm talking about the game. The game is to fight, to use what the fans want to get what the fighters want. And if you don't understand that's a basic thing about human beings and the game, then this is not, you don't need Machiavellian in this. You just need to live long. You need to live life longer. And at the end of the day, Better Beef and fucking Bivol have known each other way longer than fucking you and I. If you don't think that they understand the dance that they need to do in order to get this fucking Saudi bag, then you don't understand what the hell is going on with the how to promote fights. Period.
Didn't they fight each other? Didn't they fight each other in amateur smoke?
Yeah. Like for real, man. Like
They
literally,
fought each
Devin
other in
Haney.
amateurs a couple times. Yeah.
But what's weird about it is like Devin Haney is supposed to be some egregious example of like whenever he has a fight, he talks about other people. Meanwhile, how many times have you heard about Teofimo Lopez quote, and how much of it is about fucking Jermaine Ortiz? When Tank talks, how much is it about his opponent, or how is it about some other guy that people wanted to fight? That's how they promote fucking fights that people really don't want, but they'll buy anyway because you're promoting some other shit. Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury. They promoted Usyk for that shit. Parker fucking Wilder, which is a fight people have been waiting for years. They still talked about that as a showdown for AJ. If you don't understand the way that the game works, it's not Machiavellian. It's not anything. It's just something that I am going to do my best to sensitize you to. But hey, I'm not trying to make you think any kind of way. I'm just showing you what I see. And maybe it'll resonate with you at some point. It doesn't require every fucking fighter to do it. But I'm telling you about
the point is this. Listen. It's inherent.
I let you go on an extended rant and get all your thoughts out. What I'm telling you, it does not require every fighter to be this way in order for the system to be this way.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. That's inherent. Like you just said a bunch of shit to say what's already known, bro. I don't get it.
No, because you said that Tank was the only guy not doing it. Tank is a guy that's doing it just like everybody else.
What I'm saying is this, right? Like Tank's not out here saying, "Oh, you're a bitch and you're a pussy and you ducked me." Like that's what I'm saying. He's not doing that.
Right. You're making a
distinction. That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, you're making a distinction that does not make a difference into what the actual thing is.
I'm making the distinction I'm making my own individual distinction. Can I do that? Or we gotta live by Smokey's rules? Noble tyrant. We gotta live by your rules, bro.
And now I'm a tyrant. What I'm saying to you is the way that you presented this thing, the way you presented your entire fucking perspective was as if the game wasn't the game.
I'm saying the game is the game.
There's a bunch of people up here that talk about the game is the game, and we have the distinctions that somehow make a difference. And what Tank is doing, whatever the hell it is, or what you think is distinct from him and somebody else that you think that's worth talking about, that actually changed the underlying message of Tank being full of shit and using us all against each other. Get the fuck out of here.
Can some people be more full of shit than others, or no?
Hold up a second. The way that you even presented it was that here's what Tank is doing and these other fucking people. That is the game. The game is to try to figure out how, like, you're a guy, right? And that's what I mean, scapegoating other people. Like, your guy is the one that's doing it somehow correctly. And everybody else is faking the funk, half-stepping, taking shortcuts, taking advantage. Meanwhile, the only thing that's happening is that fans are getting fucking bamboozled.
Yeah, that could be the case. Well, I'm just making conversation for the topic of the show. It's not that deep. Like I said, you're reading too much into it. But my point is this, bro. Like, if you have a situation where one fighter's fan base is going at another's fighter's fan base, that's just going to be inherent with these kind of situations. That's my whole point. It's just fucking something to talk about. It's fucking fun.
Right, but you said it's not. But you for some reason you don't think that fans are manipulating it, and you also don't, from whatever reason, are not understanding what it seems that
I've seen you be manipulated. What are you talking about? If maybe I'm not susceptible to that, and I could just see things differently. I don't know. It is what it is, bro.
What I'm talking about is the idea that I need to give a shit about what a Tank fan says. Because I'm a Devin Haney fan, because both of these dudes are coming up with their own narratives to fit their own fucking best agenda. Like, what is it? What's the latest thing? Devin, Tank is an A side, and the reason why we're not getting the fight right now that we want to see with Devin Haney is because Devin Haney won't be the B side. Right? Isn't that what we're getting right now? Isn't that?
Well, you ain't heard me say that. You've heard certain people say that.
No, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, what would you think the narrative is why we won't get the fight next? Isn't it somebody's fault?
No.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. So you tell me, why are we getting the Devin Haney versus Tank next?
I don't know, because that nigga just got out of jail, probably needed tune up, and Devin Haney's off fulfilling his obligations, fighting Sandor Martin, which he had to fucking do to get the Regis fight. Maybe that's why.
And I'm just saying, like, do you feel like what you just said is the mainstream perspective of why we're not getting a fight? Do you think that that's the narrative that is being purported, like the thing that fight fans are now consuming as the reasons that like all the forces behind this fight? Where are you seeing this? Like, yeah, the Tank just got out of jail. And I do see a whole bunch of Sandra Martin, and that's the whole point that I'm saying. That whole Sandra Martin narrative is about showing how what we all understand to be, right? Sandra Martin is probably next in line for the title defense of the WBC 140-pound champion, right? That's likely what should happen given the information that we have. Meanwhile, Devin Haney is talking about how, or the narrative is, Tank Davis is ducking Devin Haney. Why? Because nobody's interested in Devin Haney versus Sandra Martin outside of Sandra Martin and people who are just sticklers for the law.
Correct, but here's where I come in and I say, well, some people are more full of shit than others. Because can Tank come out and say, well, I sent Devin Haney a contract, he ain't want it, and you know what I'm saying? That's what happened.
Yeah, he doesn't do that. Hold on a second. What you just said was he just got out of jail. So to keep it 100, like you just talking about,
I can never finish the point.
Is Tank talking about? Oh, I'm not fighting Devin Haney because I just got out of jail.
No, I'm saying, well, that's probably what his advisors and handlers are saying. What I'm saying,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The distinction that you think there's a difference, to me, is not a distinction without a difference.
Okay, you're saying this is a distinction without a difference. Okay, that's fair enough. But what I'm saying is, you got somebody who's saying, well, Tank turned down 20 million. Okay, where's the offer? Well, we ain't got one. Okay, well, you're full of shit. Okay, well, I look at Tank's side. Have I heard Tank say, well, I sent him an offer for 40 million. Devin ain't want it. He a duck. Like, that's what some people are just more full of shit than others, bro. That's all I'm saying. That could be the case, right?
It seems to be. It's the people who seems to be full of shit, to me, is the people who get involved in what I put in as a topic, and I appreciate you for engaging in the topic. The whole us versus them. The whole us versus them. People have to realize who's the us and who's the them, because sometimes the us versus them is fucking a couple of fighters and fans. The fighters feel like it's us and it's versus them. Right? Because some fans don't give a shit how the fight works. They want Devin Haney to go back to 135 pounds and take a rehydration clause because he's the B-side and he should be on a Tank and all this other shit, right? That's a different us versus them. Meanwhile, the fighters understand that nobody's doing that shit unless they're somehow desperate. Maybe they got a need. Maybe they understand that they gotta like detach retina and life is short, like they won't be long in sport. So they might go for that shit. But the fighters know that shit. Like the fighters understand that there's a different connection between those people and the fans. Because they ultimately rely on each other for making their money and even past making their money, more so than the fans would ever fucking subsidize.
Let me ask you this. For his legacy, for Devin Haney's legacy, does he need to fight Tank Davis?
That's a good question, Sheldon. I gotta let Smokey answer that one. I can't speak on Devin Haney politics.
Their legacy are already connected. Whether they fight or don't fight, they're gonna be connected. It's like Paul Williams.
Yeah, I get that. But I'm saying, as far as legacy goes, he doesn't need to fight him. He can fight.
No, right? That's what I'm saying. You don't need to fight Paul Williams. But every time, but when you talk about Floyd Mayweather's legacy, it's going to bring up Paul Williams. Paul Williams, you know, they just connect.
You bring it up just like when you talk about Lennox Lewis, you bring up Riddick Bowe and all this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme, after it's all said and done, Lennox Lewis is still a Hall of Fame fighter, one of the 5 best heavyweights ever. Am I right?
I mean, he's up there. He's one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah. So my point is, although I think that's the fight that should happen, and I would love to see it happen. Devin Haney has way more options. Devin Haney's 25 years old. He can go on and do great things at 147, maybe even 54. Who knows? But I would love for him to fight Tank, but he doesn't need to fight him. Just like Tank doesn't need to fight Haney. Tank has other options. Why don't he just worry about cleaning out his division since 135 is his division? Why don't you just go ahead and clean it out then?
But you see, that's where the fans gotta come in and do their fucking job and force these niggas to fucking fight. You put pressure on them, just like you put pressure on Ryan to fight Tank, and for Tank to fight Ryan. Like that's your job. You got to do that kind of shit. You want to see the fight? You got to press these niggas. You got access to them, social media and all this shit. Niggas read this shit and they hear what you got to say, and they, feel some type of way if you doubting them if they can't win and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think they do feel any kind of way because I don't think that fighters care.
I think they do because they're human beings, bro.
And no, right. Here's the thing: the same way that we're all human beings, right? The fighters and the fans. That's what we have in common. We're all human beings, and the same way that fans don't give a fuck about fighters is the same way that fighters don't give a fuck about fans. Like, really, this whole thing is about the fans. The fans' motivation is entertainment, and the fighters' motivation is fucking money and legacy. That's
correct.
Right. Like, there's no legacy in being a fan. There's no money in being a fan.
Listen.
That's we're competing motivations.
Do you think? Okay, Shelton. Do you watch football for your team to lose or for your team to win, bro?
My team to win Super Bowl championship.
Right.
Do you watch it win, lose, or draw?
So what, can I finish my line of questioning, please?
Oh, yeah, you got it.
So, Shelton, if you're supporting a fighter, right? Let's say it's Bud Crawford, for instance. Would you prefer to see him knock out Spence, or would you prefer to see him get knocked out by Spence?
Is there a dead in the sound? Is that just me? What's happening?
No, I think I froze up. And Shelton, I don't know.
All right. I'm gonna okay. Maybe Sheldon got something else going on, or what happened with his.
Yeah, Sheldon froze. I think I froze too. I don't know.
So I'm just gonna put it this way. I'm gonna put it out there. If you guys don't understand the longevity involved in it, right? Long before we knew Devin Haney or Ryan Garcia, they knew each other, right? Long before anybody knew Devin Haney or Shakur, not only did they knew each other, but they were having fucking sleepovers, right? Like, if you don't think that they have a deeper bond to one another than they have to fucking fans who just want to see each other punch each other in the face and hurt one another, then I don't understand how we can even get to this whole thing about us all being humans. Like,
okay,
I don't know what the fuck it is you guys have experiencing.
I had a call, Phantom. What was the question? Now, you said, do I want to see my team win or see my team lose? Yes, I want to see the Raiders win championships, Super Bowls, division titles, all that.
Correct. Okay. Now I just want to take it back to boxing real quick. Now, would you have preferred to see Bud knocked out by Spence, or would you have preferred to see Bud knock out Spence?
I prefer to see Bud knock out Spence. That makes my prediction correct. Yes.
Okay. So you have your motivations as a fan of what you want, right?
Right. Yeah. I'm not arguing that point. I'm not arguing that.
Okay.
I know what I want, but I also understand that how the world works, and I can't always get what I want.
Exactly.
Hell, I want what I want right now is for fucking Tio to go ahead and fight this guy, and hopefully he wins. Because I want him to take Subriel Matias up on his offer for June 6th for Puerto Rican Day. I want that fight. That's the fight I want.
Right. See, that's why the Saudis are good for boxing, because you pay Bud enough money. He went out there and did what you wanted to see him fucking do. That's all these niggas want. Pay him enough money. They gonna get in the fucking ring. Stop it complicated.
That's what I've been saying.
I've been saying
is, we both. That's what we all been saying. What I'm saying, listen, like, people were talking about ducks and all this other stuff, and then you hear Bud and Spence fight. You were just talking about texting back and forth to each other, and their relationship is what made it happen, because they understand what beyond all this other stuff. Sure. So we talked about Shelton Moore and what he wanted to have, like what his own preference was as a fight fan. Errol Spence understands what Shelton wants is a direct opposition to what he wants. Because what he wants is to not get knocked out by fucking Bud Crawford. But let's say that that Shelton gets what he wants. That the fight fucking happens and that Bud knocks him out. Errol Spence wants the most money that he can possibly get for that interaction. And that's what we would all. I mean, that's just as a baseline of like a reasonable expectation as human beings, right? That's all. That's the only point I'm trying to make. The us versus them and the way that you perceive who is us and who is them is where we are getting fucked as fans when it comes to the way we're perceiving fights, the way we're perceiving fighters, and also I think a lot to do with our bitterness with this fucking sport. Because we only won a particular, we only won a couple of different fights, and it's about heroes and villains as to why we're not getting our needs met right fucking now.
See, that's the weird part for me, because I watch women's boxing, right? You niggas don't really give a fuck about that. But that's why I don't care if Tank fights 100 million more fucking Latinos. I fucking watch it. I don't give a fuck who Devin Haney fights. I fucking watch it. I'll just fucking watch it. I'm not invested like that. I don't know.
Yeah, because women's boxing. Okay, so all right, women's boxing are not anywhere near the point where they can use fans' passions of the sport really to garnish like a lot. There's not a lot of leverage in like how do we marinate and get more money out of a fight. Women's boxing.
Oh, so they don't have to bullshit around. Interesting.
Well,
That what you're saying, Smokey?
Listen, I'm not. I don't care. Okay, so I mean, I hear you. I like what you're doing here. I like, I have part of this whole thing is about detecting the bullshit in boxing. Right? So I get I like what you did there. But what I'm saying is the bullshit, and if you even looked at the title, it was the BS with a dollar sign, right? It was the dollar symbol, really. And what I'm saying is like the comparison for what happens in men and the women become disanalogous because of that dollar symbol. What women have to do is even more savage than what the guys below 122 pounds have to do. Like the guys, those dudes, if you want to see like guys who just get punched in who have, I mean, absolutely brutal fights that nobody fucking talks about. They might talk about even like right after it. Like you're lucky if somebody talks about it like for like a week after the fight happens. But who the fuck is still talking about Estrada Quadras?
Not many. Only
You know
on
what I
these
mean?
panels, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, man. Women's boxing has a long way to go to enter this particular conversation. But yeah, if they get there to where it's about the career versus what a fan wants to see, sure. But the last fight that fans wanted to see happened, right? It was the what was that one? The Katie Taylor and not Estrada. What was her name? The Latino one.
The girl from Puerto Rico.
Amanda Serrano.
Serrano.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the last fight that people actually wanted to see. Well, not one of the last fight, but people wanted to see the Marshall and there's very very few women's fights that fans actually want to see. As a matter of fact, in the entire history of women's sports, there have been fewer fights that fans wanted to see than there have been in one single year of like some of the worst years of boxing that fans wanted to see.
But you see how when you apply some promotion to that side and when motherfuckers have a name over there, they become big fights. You see what I'm saying? Like Jake Paul coming in and doing it, Eddie Hearn coming in and doing it. You build the ladies up and you can make big fights. They figured it the fuck out. They found the formula, bro.
Well, to be honest, like, not really be honest. Fight fans like me who are into fight matchups and the martial art of it all, I wanted to see that before What's your boy Paul, whatever Paul brother, I can't fucking keep telling apart. Jake Paul, Logan Paul, whichever one it was. I think it's Jake Paul, right? Before he was even into that fight, I was already into that fight. It already fell through, and there's a whole bunch of other shit happened. But I just like the style matchups. My problem with women's boxing is the talent pool is a little bit thin, and the rings are the rounds are too short for me. But like Serrano is one of those people that I think is a great ambassador for 3 rounds, and yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, the next fight's gonna be 3 rounds. Yep.
Yeah, I think she's a great,
3-minute rounds.
Yeah, I think they get 3 minutes. I don't know about the 10 rounds or 12 rounds for Chan, whatever. They'll work that shit out as they get like a deeper talent pool. But yeah, there have been some women fights that we wanted to see. There was one back in the day. What was that old chick that was just she was in a different weight class than Clarissa Shields. She was like no, she wasn't Dutch. That was even older than that. She was maybe Belgian. What was her name?
Lucia Riker.
Who? Breakups, yes. Yeah, breakups, yeah, breakups, right. Like there was some breakers.
Are you talking Cecilia Breakers?
Yeah, I'm talking about breakers, yeah. Like breakers was a thing, like she was a fight that like there was a couple of breakers fights, a couple of Clarissa Shield fights. But for the most part, like we don't really have the same kind of
40 years old, still fighting, just won her last fight, bro.
Who we talking about?
Cecilia Breakouts.
Yeah. I'm just saying there's very few women's fights that we're like, oh, that's the fight we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that part. And that's where, that's why I say you're going to have competing fan bases because, the men's side is, of course, bigger. Like, you don't really have the competing fan bases over on the women's side too much. So it's less bullshit going on. You know what I mean?
No, well, it's the ability. Well, you were saying that it's all Machiavellian, that the fighters.
Well, that's the way you were trying to portray it.
No, that's the way that you framed what I was saying about the reality of the market. I wasn't trying to portray it that way at all. That's the way that
okay, let me ask you this. Because what I said was you're kind of applying what other fighters did to all fighters. Do you think that Tank and Shakur are up late night texting and trying to figure out ways to manipulate fans?
Do I think they need to? The question is, do I think?
No, I'm asking you a direct question. I don't need you to dance around it.
Right.
Yes or no?
The question is
yes or no, Smoke.
I don't think.
No. Not gonna let you dance on this. Yes or no?
I think at some point in their careers, yes.
Okay.
Do they do it right now? No, they don't need to do it right now because they've already done it in the past. Like the thing about that, and that's the thing about what people don't get about the Bill Haney, but they do the secret reveal about all this shit about like how he's full of shit about what he said about Shakur and all. Like I think that those dudes have been talking about fighting forever. And there's all kinds of sound bites that can go either way about the way that they've been planning when they will actual fight, when they'll actually get in the ring.
Okay, fair enough. But are you saying in the meantime there's a plot to manipulate fans? That's the part I'm trying to.
No, okay,
if you're saying that's not Machiavellian, then I don't know what is. That is Machiavellian.
Right. The thing is about the way that you frame it versus what I'm saying. What I'm saying is those guys have known each other since they were fucking children, since they were pubescent. And they're fighters, and they're talking about what is going to happen in the future. Now that it's going on in the future, some shit that they've been planning since they were fucking children, do they now need to sit there and plot about the whole thing? No. It's that they always understood. Fans have their own agenda. Fighters have their own agenda. That's always been the case. And now they understand that they can make a bunch of money either fighting now or fighting later, depending on their options.
Okay, fair enough. You cleaned it up a little bit. That was a nice
instead of me cleaning it up, you keep framing it in the various kind of ways. Like, listen, I'm not saying that what you're saying is not correct, right? In its most uncharitable characterization, how I'm talking about how they're sitting there going, muhaha, twisting their fucking mustaches and rubbing their hands together, trying to figure out how they can just like manipulate our minds. No, what they're doing is understanding what a fan wants is a particular fight, and what a fighter wants is a goddamn legacy and a career. How do they get those needs met? How do both fucking people come together so they can get the swimming pools, hang out with the movie stars, and have their mansions and the estates all over the world?
Yeah, yeah. Well, like I said, that's just symptoms of the sport. Like it's not like Sugar Ray Leonard fought Duran in his fucking second fight. Sometimes these things happen sooner rather than later. It is what it is. How it plans out, plays out.
Well, pardon me. I will be having a debate on the career of Duran versus the career of Floyd Mayweather. BVO, who was on here earlier, wanted to have that debate. So,
Oh, like one of the official ones for the titles and all that.
no, he wants me to do it on his channel, whatever the hell he's got going on. But like, yo, if you're gonna come at me with like Teofimo Lopez was undisputed, then I can kind of see how this is gonna go. This is gonna be like battle of the rhetoric. Like facts are secondary to style. I'm a fact-driven guy, but I like a good spirited debate. I like some rhetorical flourishes. I'm not gonna hate on him, dude. But when it comes to boxing, there's so much subjectivity to it. I like to like minimize the amount of like narrative and like opinion that is presented as fact. That's not my favorite thing.
Okay, so if it's this fact, right? Let's see. So could the Muhammad Ali Act could have gotten Devin Haney out of Cambosa's rematch? If so, how and why?
Two scenarios in which it could have got him out. Potential scenarios. Because of the proviso that says you don't have to, you don't need to like be contractually obligated to fight a fight that is less lucrative than some other fight. Basically, the Muhammad Ali Act allows you to seek the most lucrative payday that possible. Right? We saw that in the Luis Ortiz AJ offer, right? AJ offered the guy a bunch of money, and Luis Ortiz's promoter said they already had an offer for the same amount for the AJ fight, for the Wilder fight, for the Wilder rematch. Right? So the manager of Luis Ortiz, who wanted to fight AJ and not rematch Wilder, was all pissed that the promoter pressed for more money from Eddie Hearn. But the promoter got out of it with the Ali proviso that as long as you have matching offers, then you're all good. But he could have sued him to get out of Luis Ortiz's contract if it turned out that the Wilder rematch didn't pay him what the AJ offer was, right? So there's a bunch of different kinds of ways that this come up. When you're coming up in the ranks, we heard this from a bunch from Rachel Donaire, that like a lot of the up and coming fighters, they don't really get there. Even they have no idea about how the Ali Act works. That piece of paper that you sign before a fight, they get it like right before they go in the ring sometimes, and all this other stuff. When it comes to like the way that they are legally supposed to present you with your options. But if you're aware of your options and all that shit, then yeah. So should the Tank fight been more lucrative? And Devin, or Devin were to drop the belts or fight a different weight class, he could have fought Tank Davis, even though he had a rematch with George Kambosos. In my understanding of how the Ali Act worked and how it could be applied.
Okay, that's fair enough. So, two things with that. First off, Devin Haney would have had to take the George Kambosos offer, go to Tank's side, saying you need to match this offer or we can't fight. Or if we do fight, I'm gonna get sued. Second part to that, we don't know that if he had taken any other fight other than George Kambosos, would he had not been in breach of contract. Moving up to another weight class, dropping the belts, maybe he could have done that, but he would have had to fight George Kambosos.
Yes, he would have
Right or wrong?
He would have to defend those titles against George Kambosos.
No. I'm just saying we don't know what the contract said, right? So dropping the title or moving up, George Kambosos had to be next. Period. That's what I'm saying.
No, hold up a second. What you asked was what, from my understanding of the Ali Act. So sorry. My understanding of your question was, what sort of situation could arise where using the Ali Act could he fought Tank instead of Kambosos? Right. So those are that's the question that I was answering. But let's say that they wanted to fight, but Tank wanted to fight for the belts, but it was more money. Yeah, I don't know about that one, but I think so. It seems like that works, but it would have been way better, probably, if he dropped the belts, right? Or at least whatever fucking belt, like whatever belts George Kambosos had, and he kept his WBC. Right, maybe that was the thing. Like that seems to be the more problematic was, but the easiest way to get out of that fight in that thing is to fight at a different weight class.
Okay,
the belts weren't on the line.
But then that's not the Ali Act. That's something else. That's just moving up and saying I'm not going to fight George Kambosos. But my argument is just this: it's hypothetical because I don't know either. But I'm just saying, what if in the contract it was you have to fight George Kambosos in this rematch before any other opponent, or you'll be in breach of contract? Could that have been the case? It could have been. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean possibilities. I don't know. Okay, so contracts in general, right, are just agreements between two parties, and then whether or not the agreements can be enforceable. That's a contract at its most basic level. You and I can come up with all kinds of shit. Like you and I can come up with a contract that says, if I can't repeat the alphabet backwards, you get to have 100, a year versus free labor from my firstborn. We can come up with that. We can come up with that contract, but the question is, where is that contract enforceable? Can you actually, if I renege on it, can you enforce the contract?
Right.
Probably not.
Yeah, fair enough. But that's an extreme. Bro.
No, I'm just talking about the essence of a contract, right? The essence of a contract is just a agreement between two parties. Whether or not that agreement is enforceable becomes a thing that it gets adjudicated. Then you go to mediation and all this other shit.
Well, of course it's enforceable because then it's probably a financial penalty at that point. Like, okay, you got to come up, $1 million. It'll be something like that to where it's like, we'll scare you away from doing that. Even if, maybe it's not enforceable, maybe it isn't, but we sure as fuck could take you to court over it. You got enough money for some lawyers, like that kind of thing. You know how that shit goes.
Probably going to go to a mediator, but yes, we're on the same page. Right? So I think that is more likely to go to a mediator, depending on just without seeing the contracts themselves, is more likely to go to a mediator if he dropped the belts. Because that makes it harder for George Kambosos to regain the belts if David Haney was to vacate them all. Doesn't mean Haney can't vacate them all. It just means that it seems like Kambosos would have more of a case than if Haney just simply moved up and fought him at 136 pounds.
Yeah. So, but the first part that I laid out, would he have not had to take that same contract he had with George Kambosos and present it to Tank and say, you need to match this or offer me a higher offer in order for me to have the Muhammad Ali Act on my side? Wouldn't he have to do that?
Correct.
Okay, so obviously,
my understanding of Muhammad Ali Act and your question, yes. If he shows that it's not even the same amount of money, it's more money.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming that would be the case, because I mean, if it's the same amount of money, then you already have a contract for this. Why the fuck, would you go over there? So yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So now that we got that ironed out, Smokey, can we come clean or what, bro? What we doing here? Can we come clean that he was gonna fight George Kambosos?
Well, everyone knows that he was going to fight George Kambosos because there's a rematch clause. The question is, what could have superseded that rematch clause so that Tank could get in between that fight?
Right, but here's the thing: Devin Haney would have had to make the first move. In order to get out this fight, Tank, you need to make me a better offer than this. And what does this say? Well, they could have said, well, you ain't worth that shit. You making more money with them niggas? Go do that. Interesting, eh, Smokey?
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm not. It seems like you're talking about a particular detail, right? So, since people were talking about Tank being, the biggest cash cow in boxing, it seemed that it was a reasonable entailment of that status that Tank had, and also the status that Devin had at the time, that fight would be more lucrative for Devin Haney than rematching George Kambosos.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. Because what GTD and them niggas is doing over there is some guerrilla strong arm shit. They want cheap dance partners where they can make the most money and pay the least. That's why Rolly only made like 1.5 million. Pitbull over there happy with his 600K. Like, them niggas ain't getting caked off like that, bro. They want to pay the least and make the most. It's that simple, bro. That's why they say Tank ain't taking no pay cuts. No shit, bro.
Yeah, right. So the issue isn't whether or not Isaac Cruz could get Devin Haney money. The question is, could the economy of the fight generated from Tank and Devin be greater than the economy? Well, actually, what Devin's portion of the economy, because I see I get your point. Devin Haney's portion of the economy of Devin Haney versus Tank be greater than Devin Haney's portion of the economy of Devin Haney versus Kambosos 2. So if you remember, Devin Haney Kambosos 1 was at the big stadium, not the second fight. The first fight was an extravaganza with all these Australian people, not the second fight.
Yeah, but the second fight, Devin Haney got the lion's share. Like the purses flipped. First Kambosos, in the rematch, Devin Haney became, I guess you would call it, the A side because he made more money.
That's what I'm saying to you. So, right. That status jump right there that I'm talking about, from Kambosos 1 to Kambosos 2 for Devin Haney. Before Kambosos 2 happened, that status jump was in place. So that still would have been the same thing for him versus Tank. Because that's what Devin Haney's market share is, which is different than Ryan, Rolly Romero or Marius Barrios or whoever the fuck.
Yeah, and I'm saying Tank wasn't going to pay that nigga that much. No, not at that time. Now it could be different, post Ryan Garcia. But right then and there, no. Devin Haney was probably going to get a $500K guarantee. And, we going to sell. And it's going to do what it's going to do.
Well, those guarantees are also based on projected numbers. Right? So whether or not the guarantee was going to be the same is a different thing where the economy, the projections for the economy of the fight.
Yeah, he wasn't getting more than Rolly was getting. He was not getting that much more than Pitbull Cruz was getting. Like, no, bro, just don't work like that. Like, I think the guarantees for Ryan and Tank were only $5 million and like $3 to $4 million for Ryan or some shit like that. Like, wasn't that much, bro? But they sold the shit out of it. It blew the projections out the fucking water.
Right. The problem though with your conclusion though is you're assessing Devin Haney's market value to Rolly and Pitbull Cruz.
He wasn't worth much, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta stop that. He wasn't worth that much.
Now you're talking about something that what I think much is. What I'm talking about is your idea that Devin Haney was going to be somewhere in the same ballpark as Rolly Romero and Pitbull Cruz seems to be a different conclusion than I'm drawing.
No, what you're not seeing is they weren't gonna overpay that nigga. They were not gonna do no Eddie Hearn the zone shit. You were getting a low guarantee. We are gonna sell the fight. That's their business model. They were not gonna give Devin Haney no $2-3 million guarantee, bro. Like fuck no.
That's not that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Devin Haney was universally seen as taking the shit into the steel, shit into the stick. When it came to his deal with George Kambosos. And even in his shit into the stick was millions of dollars, which is something that Rolly Romero and Pitbull Cruz never saw. Right? So the idea that you're going to talk about Devin Haney, whether or not you think it's much or not much, is a different thing. That the idea that they're in the same ballpark, in the same neighborhood, same zip code, same tax bracket, none of that shit is the same.
I know. I understand what you're saying now, but what I'm trying to get you to see is it doesn't matter. Insert Devin. He's no different from Pitbull or Rolly to that side.
Well, but that's what Bill was trying to figure out. If what you're saying is the case, right? That Tank is in the catbird seat and he says something like 75-25, and it turns out the 25 that he was going to get from fighting Tank was less than what he was going to get rematching Kambosos, rematching Kambosos, then the Ali Act wouldn't apply in that situation. But I'm just talking about just the market forces, right? It seemed like, depending on what the split turned out to be, but just on face value, right? If you just look at it from what revenue or gross sales would you expect from Devin Haney versus Tank versus Devin Haney versus Kambosos rematch? Which one is going to gross more? And now the question is, how much of that gross is going to come Devin Haney's way?
Right. And then that would have been a long, drawn out process. And I don't think that was, it wasn't realistic, bro. It was just some shit to say, like you said, leveraging the fans' ignorance.
Right. I mean, right. So, was it ever going to happen? It could have happened a couple of different ways. Really,
You never let it die.
Well, because the way that it could have happened was because if Tank wanted it to happen and didn't say, give me 75-35. Because, mind you, people to this day are still kind of salty about what's your book? About Errol Spence taking 50-50 against Bud. They're like, the numbers don't support it, whatever. But Spence wanted to fight to the point where he didn't give a shit. Same thing with Ryan Garcia. People to this day are salty about rehydration clause and catch weights. But Ryan wanted to fight to the point where he didn't give a shit about that. So it could have been, if Tank actually wanted to fight the way that Spence wanted to fight Bud or Ryan wanted to fight Tank, then all of this could go away. Then that's what Bill, I think, has been saying. That then the rematch clause would not have mattered.
That's hard to say, because was Floyd and Leonard Ellerbe gonna be like, oh yeah, sure, Bill, we'll roll out the red carpet for you. How much George Kambosos is paying you? You know what? We'll put $1 million on top, buddy. We're that nice over here. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details right now. Was Hector Garcia the first time Tank fought in his own promotion?
Correct.
Well, that could have been Devin Haney.
That could have been Devin Haney. But what was Devin Haney doing at the time? That was the December. Well, I gotta look at the timeline. I don't murky on it. Well, my point is that process, you might have had to get lawyers involved. You would have had to get financials involved. and it's just easier to make a fight when you're free and you don't have a rehydration clause and have to invoke federal laws. Like, I don't know, but you know, now that the Saudis are involved, I think it's very realistic. You could get that fight in 2024. Very realistic.
Well, I think there's an anti-Saudi sentiment coalescing around Tank Davis.
Yeah, I think Knockout wants to go back to the Middle East and launch some bombs. Bombs over there.
It seems like ever since Bill Haney came out with that $20 million, first off, let's keep it all the way funky. Devin Haney got all the belts. All of a sudden, belts don't matter. Bill Haney comes out with $20 million from the Saudis. All of a sudden, the Saudis ain't good for boxing. It very well could be. Like I was saying earlier, camps have known each other forever, long before anybody knew who the hell they were, and they understand how to get the most, how to leverage the most for this fight without actually colluding every single fucking night anymore.
That could be the case, but when Tank goes on Instagram Live, right? He's like, them niggas don't know who to talk to even, talk to me or make a deal with me. But then he says, call out. Okay, well, I saw Bill Haney live with Nestor Gibbs. I think you did too. Well, I don't have Al Heyman's number. Well, this dude might have it. This dude might have it. Call them and see if they can get you in touch with Al. Okay, so this whole time, this nigga didn't know who Tank Davis' manager was, didn't know how to get in contact with him until now.
Right.
So now that's what I said. When niggas stop bullshitting, that's when fights can happen. Because I think it's just a bunch of bullshit niggas be on. And when they stop bullshitting, they fight.
Right. And you know what and the only reason why we know that is because Tank went online and said you don't know who to talk to, instead of just calling him up and say this is who you talk to.
And yeah, so obviously they're colluding. They have each other's numbers and they're talking about making a fight. That's not true.
That's what I'm saying. If what you do is run to the public and talk about how somebody's clueless instead of in private cluing them in, that says to me you're also just trying to win the PR battle, not trying to make the fight.
If that's a perspective you could take, but what I'm saying is that goes against your narrative then, that they're colluding, they know they're colluding, and it's all, some backdoor deal they made 10 years ago and shit.
That doesn't go against my narrative at all. That goes that neither one of those guys are particularly tripping. Like Bill talked about, I don't know who to talk to. Like Bill can't figure out who to talk to. That Tank saying, they don't know who to talk to. Like Tank can't shoot him a couple of numbers instead of fucking going on IG Live. Like what the hell?
But that's the thing. Do they have each other's numbers? I don't know.
All of a sudden, it's Keystone Cops. Like, I get it. Nobody knows anything when it's time to actually kind of make the fight. But for whatever reason, each side blames the other because both sides are playing the PR game to blame the other side.
I don't know. I don't think there's any blame going on except on the Haney side. I don't think Tank is saying it's Devin Haney's the reason why this fight's not happening. Like he's never said that. When did he say that?
You don't know who you talk. You said you don't even know who to talk to.
But he's not blaming. He's not blaming anybody. He's giving the reality. They didn't know who the fuck to talk to. Like,
hold on a second. So whose fault is that? That they don't know who to talk to? Is that Tank's fault?
I don't fucking know. They can figure this shit out.
I'm just asking. Is it Tank's fault that they don't know who to talk to?
No.
All right. So he's blaming the other side.
How is he blaming them? I don't understand how he just pointing out a fact.
I'm sorry, sir. So I'm looking at blame as in who is at fault. So from Tank's tweet, the person he's putting at fault is the fucking Haneys.
No, this was an Instagram Live. Where did he put Haney's at fault? Let me. What are you referring to?
You just said Instagram Live. From the content of his response, the content of his response was not saying, my bad that I didn't give you guys the correct people to talk to, but let me fix this so we can get this fight. That's not what the content of his thing was. The content of the one was, you guys are too damn stupid to make a fight.
Okay, that I don't know. That's not what he said, but that's the way you want to phrase it. And what he did say at the end was, call Al. If you want to make a fight.
Okay, so first off, he didn't say call Al, and not only that, none of that was here's Al's number.
Do we have? Maybe he don't want to give out Al's number on
That's
Instagram
my
Live. I
point.
don't fucking know.
That's my point. Is everything is about plausible deniability, and the other guy's fucking up.
But my point is, he's not blaming anybody. All he said is, you niggas don't know who to call to get in contact with me. Blah 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 blah. Call out.
Okay, so you try to tell me.
Oh no, he didn't say that. You're right. Wait, I just want to correct something real quick. He said you know who to call, but he, yeah.
No, right. So what you're trying to tell me right now is the fans want to see Devin Haney and Tank Davis, and Bill talking about he wants to see Tank Davis and Devin Haney. And the reason why we're not getting Devin Haney versus Bill, the reason why we're not getting Devin Haney versus Tank, according to Tank, is because they don't know who to contact. Is that not the content of what the fuck he was saying to people?
Are you talking about Tank or Bill?
Tank, yes, Tank.
Yes.
Correct. He was blaming them for the fans not getting what they want because Bill is too damn incompetent to even know who to contact.
That's not blaming anyone. That's just pointing out a reality of the situation.
So you tell me why?
He did not say it's your fault we're not fighting because you didn't call the right people. No, he just said them niggas don't know who to call.
All right, cool. So then why aren't we getting in the fight again?
You gotta ask Bill. Maybe he knows how to contact. Because
why are we not getting in the fight?
Let me put it like this. They say this fight could have happened for years, right? So you telling me like 5 years ago, 7 years ago, you didn't know who the fuck Tank Davis' manager was? You never found out this information to get in contact with his manager, but you could fight him. And how does that make fucking sense?
Whose fault is that?
That would be Bill's fault.
All right, good. Thank you. So who is to blame? Right. So right. So who is to blame, according to Tank, why we can't get Tank versus Devin Haney?
According to Tank, it'll happen when it happens.
No. I'm saying who's at the fault right now? Who's at fault right now?
If anybody would be at fault, from Tank's, from what I'm hearing him say, it would be Al Heyman.
No, it would be Bill Haney.
No, see you're so Haney centric. You can't even he says other shit. Like he's okay. Let me point it out.
Hold up a second. I have a question for you.
Okay.
What part of the Tank tweet held Al Heyman culpable for the fight not happening?
We'll tell you right now. This is a recent tweet he had. I don't know if he deleted it.
No, we're talking about the same tweet we talk about when you talk about like you don't know who to contact.
No, we're not. That wasn't a tweet.
No, wait. Because that's the only that is the tweet that I'm talking about. But Tank is placing the responsibility. And listen, Tank has a lot of responsibilities. Like Tank is really good at avoiding responsibility. So we know that, right? Everything is everyone else's fault except for Tank. As a matter of fact, I haven't heard Tank say anything is his fault ever.
You're just all over the place, bro.
Nah, you all over the place because I'm talking about what Tank said in response when he said you don't know who to talk about, and now you want to talk about a different tweet, even though we're talking about that one tweet. When he said you don't know who to contact.
No, you're mixing things up, right?
No,
so if you just let me, you're all over the. I'm gonna leave, Smoke. I'm gonna leave.
I mean, that's all good. If you need to go, you need to go. I mean, I don't understand. You trying to threaten me with a good time or what?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Hold it down, buddy.
I don't need to beat my head against a brick wall. What the hell? That is totally fucking what's up, dude. Yes, indeed. It's been another fine Friday. I'm glad that everyone who came through did come through. I think we actually got to all the topics. And if not, let me just take a brief second to go through, make sure, because I don't really have an encyclopedic memory of that in this mind state. So let's take a look.
What you looking at, Smoke?
I'm just making sure I got through all the stuff. Like, let me make sure. We got Tank Haney, heavyweight undisputed. Canelo, bitter fans. No, we didn't do that. Saudi versus the world.
Yeah.
Bud's next op. We didn't go there. Ryan plays Goldilocks. Yeah, we did it. So we didn't talk about Buzz. We didn't talk about Buzz's next ops, and we didn't talk about Canelo's bitter fans, which is kind of the same kind of conversation, really. I didn't realize Bud was a piece of shit, really, until Canelo ain't fighting nobody.
Well, I'm in the elevator, so give me a second. I gotta reconnect.
Well, actually, that's not true. No, that's not true. Because Bud was a piece of shit when he didn't re-sign with Bud, when he re-signed to Top Rank and then go to PBC. He's been a piece of shit kind of ever since then. He had a brief respite when he beat Spence, but it went right back to ain't shit. But for all the people who were on Bud's side, who are no longer on Bud's side, seem to be a pretty good contingent of Canelo Alvarez fans. Some bitter ass Canelo Alvarez fans that can't really defend the Charlo fight. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll give Mr. Moore a little bit. I'll take a little bit. Hold on, what's happening here? This is Tony. What up, Tony?
What's good?
Hey, chilling. You know, Friday, boxing.
Friday,
chop it up. Chop it up until it's all fucking chopped to death.
I'm surprised you're still on.
Well, I mean, I was going back and forth with Phantom for a minute, and then like Mr. Moore came in, but yeah. What do you think about Bud's next op?
Well, I don't know if he's going to fight Left Eye Lopez or Tim Tszyu, but I've seen that they're talking about Tim Tszyu. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah. Or there could be maybe a Charlo fight. Maybe a Virgil Ortiz fight. Maybe a Boots fight.
I don't know. I really don't care to see him fight Boots, to be honest with you, because I don't think it's going to be competitive. I think Boots is overrated, overhyped, and I just don't really care to see the fight. I'd rather see Tim Tszyu. I think that's a fight that Terrence could possibly lose. But yeah. Given the two choices, I would definitely go with Tim Tszyu over Boots.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I like Boots. I just don't think he has a really good shot against Bud. I don't know. I think that's like 60-40 at best.
I think you're being generous.
As I said, at best.
Yeah, I think you're being very generous at best.
Yeah, like I just see that Bud is just so much more experienced, so much more developed, so much like he's just on a different level than where Boots is now. Boots might get there. We'll see in the future, but like where they are right now in terms of like just the mindset, their preparation, like just everything about like what it takes to fucking win a fight. I just think Bud's on a different level. Tim Tszyu, and this is, I know that you're a sizist, right? I affectionately keep teasing you about this whole idea. But I think that maybe there's even a style thing that could come into play, and it's not just about size when it comes to Tim Tszyu and Bud for your pick. But I also don't think that. I think Tim Tszyu, I think he's gonna get his ass whooped by Bud. For real, but I think also Charles gonna get his ass whooped by Bud. Like I'm not seeing a lot of resistance. I think probably the best two fights for Bud are Charlo, depending on what Charlo looks like, coming 2 weight classes down, and Tim Tszyu. But Tim Tszyu is the next fight is probably the best fight, the most competitive fight and all that other shit. But yeah, outside of like a Spence rematch or Boots or Charlo, like I'd go for the Tim Tszyu fight, but I still got Bud. I think Tim Tszyu was good. I think Tim Tszyu. I would like to see Tim Tszyu and Charlo like duke it out just so Tim Tszyu can get just a little bit more experience with like heavier hitters that can move around and like challenge what he's got going on.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize I was muted. I've been
Yeah,
talking to myself.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
I kept talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself. You got it, bro. You got it.
Yeah, I got the screen minimized, and I'm like, why the fuck is he not responding to anything I'm saying? But I don't know. My thing is this. I know you say I'm a sizist all the time, but the thing about it is this. I don't care how great the fighter is. Eventually, size will matter. Now, will it matter at 154 against Tim Tszyu? I don't know. Because they're both the same height. They're both 5'8". Terrence is going to have the reach advantage. And Terrence very well could be the stronger, like the physically stronger man. But on the flip side, you've got Tim Tszyu, who's been in there with a much harder hitting people, which seems to be the main thing that Terrence is really deterring the welterweights with, is this newfound power since he's moved up to 147. So it's interesting. I could see either guy winning. I just think it's going to be very hard for Tim to lose that fight. I don't know. I mean, I say it's hard for him to lose the fight, but I feel more on the side of like it's Tim's fight to lose and not Terrence's fight to win. If that makes any sense. I
kind of disagree with you, Tony, because I mean I'm looking at the guys that he fought. He fought Terrell Gaucher. Mm-hmm. He fought fucking Tony Harrison. Mm-hmm. He fought Mendoza, and he fought who else did he fight at 154?
Ocampa.
That we know of. Huh?
Ocampa, who he just stopped.
Ocampa. Okay, so look. I ventured to say Terrence Crawford hits harder than everybody on that list except for Mendoza. And maybe hits harder a little than Mendoza. I don't think the power will be an issue. I think the problem for Tim Tszyu is that, you know, even though I like Tim Tszyu, he's very active, he throws a lot of punches, but Tim Tszyu is very limited. He's a limited fighter. And we talk about a guy as skilled as Crawford. That's not like fighting fucking Tony Harrison. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I don't see where he's extremely limited. Like, you've seen him fight people who move away from him. You've seen him fight people who pressure him. You've seen people try to fight defensively against him. So he's been in there with a whole plethora of different styles. So
yeah, I agree with you, but he fights them all those people you mentioned, he fights them all the same way.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, he fights one way.
He's been showing a lot of high IQ lately.
How that look? It ain't working? Ain't that a bitch? Okay,
yeah, back to what Smoke was saying. But yeah, I am a side to a degree, because at some point in time, you're going to go up too high and you're going to lose.
No, I think the 68 is too much. I think that's too much. I do agree with you.
In boxing, I get it in boxing, definitely. I mean, it used to be, right? I mean, there you get anomalies every now and again, and athletic guys, like these little dudes that can knock out heavyweights and all this other shit. That does happen. Like, there are guys who are so good that are small, and heavyweights that are so bad that they can get started. And it doesn't take a lot of pressure to make your brain shot rattle on your head, right? Especially a glass jaw, that's fucking heavyweight. But all that being said, forget the extreme examples, because we're not building the norm off the extremes. Generally speaking, I agree with you in the sport of boxing. My issue about the sizes thing, I bring it up and I kind of tease you when it comes to boxing, but it's more about just in general. Like, there's I don't know if you've I'm not even gonna go there. Never mind. I'm just saying that like the human body has weaknesses to it, and if you know how to exploit those weaknesses, you don't have to be particularly big to do that. You just have to be knowledgeable and trained.
Yeah, facts. I agree. I just think I do agree with Tony where he's now the 68 for Canelo. I think that's a bit much. I don't know, because like I always said, man, you know, carrying that weight and fighting at that weight are two entirely different things.
Like boxing, where you're just both doing the same discipline, you got to do a thing. Yeah, yeah, totally. Size fucking matter. Like I don't give a shit how good Inoue is, and I don't give a damn how flat-footed and methodical and lack of goddamn killer instinct B-Ball has. B-Ball will knock that dude all the way back to the land of the rising sun. And I'm saying I don't care where the fuck they fought on Earth. Like how close they fought to Japan or how far they fought to Japan. They'll knock that dude all the way fucking back there.
Who you talking about, Smoke?
If B-Ball fought Monster.
Oh, come on, man. That's not.
You know what I mean? Like B-Ball can't buy a knockout. You know what I mean?
Dumb.
Like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, of course.
That's just dumb. Like, hey, look, like we tried to tell him, Smoke, Alvarez shouldn't fight this guy. You remember us trying to tell him that?
Yeah. I mean, he's going to outbox him. Yeah.
This guy is not Kovalev.
Did I actually get your ideas about Better Beef versus B-Ball after like Better Beef's last performance and B-Ball's last performance?
Yeah, I know you didn't. I'm gonna tell you straight up, man. I don't see there being a way that Bevo can beat this guy because I don't believe, it's just my own opinion, I don't believe Bevo has the pop to keep that guy off him. If you can't hit Beterbiev and back him up and hurt him and make him reset, it's gonna be all right for you.
Or here's my problem. Here's my problem with that. The thing is, from what I'm hearing, you Shelton, you're just like so many people. This is why I knew Zerto was going to get destroyed against Bebo. Here's the thing. Yes, Beterbiev has a lot of stoppages. Yes, he's got a lot of power, but he's fucking highly intelligent and got a lot of boxing IQ inside that ring that gets overshadowed, overlooked. The dude, in my opinion, I think, even if he doesn't get the knockout, I think he's good enough that he could outbox Bivol. I legitimately think he could get in there and outbox him. He doesn't even need to knock him out. I think he's superior in every aspect of the ring.
I think the problem is the breaking the plane, right? Getting in to score his shots. I could see that, like Bivol. I could see it being a draw. Actually, I think it could be a draw if there's no knockdowns because of the style matchup. But I could also see the man winning. If it is a knockout, we know it's Bivol. I mean, so we know it's Beterbiev. If Bivol goes in there like he fought on the heavyweight card, if he goes in there like that, like flat-footed, if that's what we can see from Bivol going forward, like he's a flat-footed fighter trying to get you out of there, Bivol is gonna knock this dude in the middle of next month. I mean, sorry, Beterbiev's gonna knock this dude. It's gonna be worse than Vozick versus Stevenson. It's gonna be nasty.
Yeah, but he wouldn't fight Beterbiev like that. He would try to outbox him. But the thing about it is this: they're damn near the same height, and Beterbiev's got longer arms. So
what if Beterbiev's feet are gone though? What if his legs are gone? What if he's old now?
He's not though.
He didn't look old. He didn't look old 2 weeks ago. He didn't look old.
I'm saying what he looked like was a guy that's not moving around like that. Like you remember how Lara used to be the guy that moved around, then all of a sudden he wasn't the guy that moved around?
Yeah, but you gotta understand. But what you gotta understand, Smoke, is IQ. He didn't have to move against Callum Smith because Callum Smith wasn't going nowhere. He didn't have to move. This dude gonna stand right in front of me.
No, you're talking about Beterbiev. I'm saying Bivol when he fought what is that guy? The English dude on the
the guy he just fought. The guy he just fought. Yeah,
exactly. I'm talking about the way Bivol looked. If Bivol turns into Lara, right? If like now he's not moving around anymore, now he's gonna sit down in the shots and like slowly, man, this dude, he wouldn't do that again. It's going to be Moida.
He got to have more IQ than to try to do that against Beterbiev. He wouldn't do that against that guy. He wouldn't do that against that guy. He'd be stupid to do
Marcus, you already had Brown try to run away from him, and he couldn't escape him. And that dude was on the back foot the whole time, and he's a good boxer. I don't think Bivol can play keep away from him. I think he's going to get caught. And the thing about Beterbiev is, unlike most knockout artists, he doesn't load. Everything he throws is hard, but he's throwing from arm punches and still knocking people out. Like,
Yeah, short shots, little short shots that don't look hard, but they are
Yeah.
hard. Yeah, I got you.
So
And
there's
that's
no
my
loading
problem.
at all.
I don't think Bivol can keep that guy off of him. I just don't see Bivol having that kind of pop because he hit this dude Arthur with everything but the kitchen sink and couldn't get rid of him.
Yeah, but did you know that Lyndon Arthur only had one leg going into that fight as well?
I didn't know that.
This motherfucker was limping at the first press conference. He had a leg injury.
So you got the bulb, right? You kept it? Or you left it in the
Yeah, it's early, right? We're still in the
coming
first
up?
month. We're in like the second, third week of the first month. So I'm not gonna get too far ahead of it. And I do have a thing about we've been talking about this fight for so damn long. We've been talking about okay, let me say it, let me put we on it. I have been talking about this fight long as I've been talking about Spence and Bud. Long as I've been talking about AJ and fucking Wilder. Long there, like way before 2018, right? Well, not way before, but like 2017 is when I started talking about this damn fight. The very first, like when people were talking about Spence versus goddamn Kell Brook. A Kell Brook versus Jesse Vargas. This fight was in the thing. When Vosdick knocked out when put fucking your boy in a coma, Superman Stevenson.
Yeah.
After that, and then Better Be Vosdick happened. That's when this fight just took on a totally different fucking dimension, and they've been teasing this fight ever since. They both have gotten better though. I think the fight is going to be ultimately a better fight. I think Bivol has a way better chance of winning it now than he had then, if he can still move around.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Smoke. I still got the fight. I got the fight 60-40 Viterbi. It's still a close fight. I just don't know if Bivol has the pop to keep the guy off. That's the thing. You can't get this guy off you. It doesn't matter how good you box. He's gonna corner you. He's gonna walk through your shots. He's gonna catch you.
Well, the question is, do you have the feet to like keep away? And I don't think he also has he doesn't use lateral movement like that. He doesn't use the whole out. It's not like this is going to be like AJ versus Andy Ruiz, right? Or Sugar Shane versus Oscar, where he used the whole outer apron and just moves around. That's not how he used lateral movement. He uses lateral movement to get out of the pocket and to get right back in there.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Beebles never had better feet than Better Be. Better Be used to beat him up all the time, way back when. And that's why Eddie Hearn has been trying to age him out for years. Like, we could have had this fight last summer. It was Beeble that walked away from the negotiations last summer. It's always been Beeble running from this fight. Better Be has been clear and concise for the last 4 years. I want to fight Beeble. He's been saying it nonstop. I want Beeble, 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 Beeble. He's even walked up to him face to face at fucking not press conferences, but like whatever the little parties are before the press conferences, and been like, I want to fight you. It's Beeble that's terrified, because I'm telling you, people are hyped up on how Beeble looked against Canelo, but there's a reason why Canelo picked Beeble versus Better Be, because he would have been sleeping. So the thing is this, they have a few light type opponents, and in the opponents that they fought, Better Be has shown the better defense, the better foot movement, the better IQ, and of course he stopped them all. I mean, knockouts on everything, because you could outbox somebody, but in every, I mean, just look at Joe Smith Jr. whenever they fought them. Like, Joe Smith was lighting up Beeble at times. He couldn't even land a shot on Better Be. Even though he got stopped early, it was because he couldn't even get through the defense.
I think Joe Smith hit Better Beeve on the gloves really hard and pissed off Better Beeve. He's like, how dare you hit my hand like that? Get the fuck out of here, dude. You don't get to have my hand hurting and aching the way this is. You're not that good. Got him the fuck out of there. And that's the thing about Better Beeve. He has a different level that I haven't seen from Bivol. He has a different gear than Bivol. Yeah, I just can't. Like, listen, if Bivol wins a fight, cool, shout out to him, but I got to see it. You have to see Bivol do that. I can't pick him to do that. Shout out to you, Phil, wherever you are. Yeah, man. I got Better Beeve in that one.
I would be curious I wish I could look it up. There's a website that you can look up what their actual like. It breaks down their defense. Of course, you got to go off of the CompuBox system that they use. But I would be very curious to see who has more shots landed on them, Bevel or Better Beef, because I would almost be willing to bet that Bevel gets hit a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are pretty. They just go about their work so differently, right? And it's a style matchup that is in the intriguing part, and then Bevo, I don't know. It's a weird thing. So the last thing I heard, like right after the Better Beef fight, and this is where I started noticing that like the Canelo fans are feeling some sort of pressure about the way Canelo's moving, right? Because what I've heard was Better Beef only looked that good because the ring was small, and Bivol and that Bud Crawford is trash. I'm like, what? What's it? What? Like, who in the fuck is a boxing fan that thinks Bud Crawford's trash? And then, since when have you started discounting guys based on the ring size? Like, that just seemed to be like a new one for this generation boxing fan. Like I noticed that Tim Tszyu in the Tony Harrison fight, I noticed that the ring looked small, and I said something like, "Damn, isn't that a small ring?" And people accused me of trying to take Tim Tszyu's greatness away. And I was like, "What?" I'm just noticing this ring look kind of fucking small. Like, okay, whatever.
Here's my own thing, Smoke. Yes, I do agree that 18 by 18 foot ring was really small. But the biggest issue I have with that argument is you got to look at the opponents. Callum Smith doesn't go on the back foot. He doesn't use the jab. He doesn't try to outbox you. He doesn't try to maneuver around the ring. He literally gets in the pocket with guys he's fighting and bangs it out. That's how he fights. He doesn't use the ring. He doesn't use his height. He doesn't use his distance. So to me, it's null and void stylistically because Smith wouldn't even, you could put him in a 24 by 24 foot ring and he wouldn't use it.
Right. So I think he does use his jab. It's just his jab isn't good enough. Right. Like that's the thing. And that's the pushback that I gave was when they were talking about this ring. I was like, okay, do you think if the ring size was even larger, if it's the largest ring size than ever in any championship fight, bigger than Sugar Ray Leonard versus Hagler, right? The hugest ring size. Are you going to pick B-Ball to win that fight? No. That was the answer. It's like he just has a better chance of winning. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, I don't like it. Just seems like they're trying to figure out a way to like marginalize Better Be. I've just never seen it before until I put it into the. And maybe this is just me projecting, and maybe it's me being antagonistic. But the people who are saying it, I feel like are they're more sympathetic and charitable towards Canelo than they are to other people. They're more ready to criticize other fighters than they are to criticize Canelo. Not to say they're fanboys or they're like biases. It's just like that's the way that I interpret their whole fucking thing. So it just seems kind of maybe it's a confirmation bias on my part or whatever, but it seems like the Canelo fans are not really proud of Canelo right now, and they're using this to these moments to, I don't know, like marginalize Better Beef for the greatness of Bivol in order to support the greatness of Canelo. And that might be convoluted, but you know.
Yeah, but you know what? You know how I feel about Canelo. Canelo is a good fighter, but he's not a great, and he's not an all-time great. He's not an ATG. And I can go back over it for the 1,000th time for people who are listening. But
yeah. How would you define an ATG? What makes it? What metrics do all ATGs? What box do they all check?
The number one metric is, in my opinion, is if you're going to talk about an all-time great, they have to be at least the greatest at their own prospective weight class to begin with. So when you look at all the ATGs, even if they had losses, they beat the other elites. The thing with Canelo is he always seems to lose to the other elites, whether that be Floyd Mayweather at 147, getting completely embarrassed. Then he goes to 154, completely ducks the number one guy in Andrade, did not fight him. He goes to 160, gets beat by Triple G and gets a gifted draw. So there's another elite that he should have lost to. So that's 2 in a row that he lost to. Then he goes up to 175, goes after the weakest champion who's already been knocked out twice. Ooh, let me clap my fucking hands. But then he goes to 168 and does what he did at 154. He ducks the number one guy, David Benavidez, and is still ducking him. So he doesn't fight the elite there. Then he goes back up to 175 to fight, again, the weakest champion like he did before with Kovalev, and gets completely embarrassed like he did against Mayweather. Every time this dude fights an elite, he either gets an asterisk by a draw gift or a loss. And to me, that's not an ATG.
All right. So do you think Oscar De La Hoya is an ATG?
Yeah, I would consider him ATG.
All right. Do you think that he, when it came up to the big fights and fighting the elites, that he also lost?
Well, no, I mean, he beat other big guys in his era. Like,
I mean, but when it came to the ATG, like, you know, the guys, the elite guys, you know, when it came to Hopkins or Trinidad or
yeah, but
Sugar Shane wasn't even a guy in his own thing. Like, Sugar Shane moved up 2 weight classes.
Right, but whenever you look at like B-Hop, that was really the start of his true like downfall. Then you had like Mayweather, Pacquiao, but that was all at the telltale end of his career. I mean, really, truthfully, well, you had Mosley before B-Hop, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But when you look at him, you got to keep in mind too that he beat a young killer in Vargas, Fernando Vargas. He beat him, and Fernando Vargas in that fight was juiced up because he got popped for being on the juice. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could argue that, you know, he lost to
I mean, but that was after the
Chavez.
But is it? But didn't he whoop his ass after Felix Trinidad? Already, like, you know, busting him up and did a thing.
Who?
Didn't Oscar beat Vargas after Trinidad beat Vargas?
Yeah, Trinidad beat them both first. Trinidad beat Oscar and
right. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, but that Trinidad and Vargas fight, that was not all them body shots and all. That was a beat down, and that was in full Fernando Vargas swag. Like, after he came off the I Corte, he was in full swag mode against Trinidad, and Trinidad sunned him. Like, I think Trinidad really took his psyche, right?
No, I don't disagree with you, but then whenever you think about like I said, with ATGs, I mean, he beat Chavez. Now, you could argue Chavez was, you know, past his better days, but that's at least an ATG he beat. He beat Hector Camacho, which I don't know. I mean, I guess you could, again, argue that, you know, he was past his better days, but then he beat a damn prime Pernell Whitaker. So, like, you can make arguments.
Hold up a second. Let's talk about that Sweet Pea fight.
Sweet Pea. Let's go about it.
That Sweet Pea fight, to me, showed, like, I can understand, like, right, the way that I understand scoring fight right now is that Sweet Pea probably didn't do enough to win that fight. Right. But if you were to look at if you were to watch that fight to see who was the better fucking boxer in that fight, there's no way you could come up with Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, but
like, Sweet Pea totally showed he might not have had enough offense to get the judges' nods, and I get all that shit. But I'm just saying, like, I consider Oscar an ATG. But I have a different metric than it seems like you're putting on. And I think that my metric is more defensible, and you think you're retreating to my metric. That is how many ATGs are on your resume.
No.
How many Hall of Famers and ATGs are on your resume? Not necessarily did you beat those guys when you got there?
No, not at all. I don't care how many ATGs are on your resume if you lose to all of them. So again, my metric.
What if you only beat right now? You didn't lose all to him. You just said, okay, so you beat Fernando Vargas, who's not even a Hall of Famer, I don't think. But whatever. But that's
no. He beat Camacho. He beat
Camacho, right? So Camacho is definitely Hall of Famer, right?
He beat Pernell Whitaker.
Yeah, that's definitely ATG. Camacho I don't know if you consider Camacho an ATG or not, but that's what I'm saying. Like, this, it becomes the amount of guys, and he got the victory over that guy. He got the victory over I think he beat Cesar Chavez both times, actually. But whatever. That's a different one. But that was an old guy. But I also think that Canelo has, like, you know, he only has, when it comes to ATGs, really he only has Floyd on there as facing in ATGs, but he's got Cotto there, he's got fucking Sugar Shane Mosley there, he's got a bunch of Hall of Famers there. You know, if Charlo gets to the Hall, if Kovalev gets into the Hall, I think they both will probably get in. So he's got a bunch of Hall of Famers on there. He's only faced one ATG and he didn't win that fight.
But it's not just about ATG.
But Triple G got to, you know.
But listen to me, Smoke. What I said is where I started off was because we were just naming people Oscar fought, big names, right? Elites.
Yeah.
My point is this: to be an ATG, you have to be able to beat the elites around you. And every time he fights an elite, he gets embarrassed. Or there's an asterisk.
Who?
Canelo.
All right. So, but that's the same for Floyd. I mean, sorry, for Oscar.
No.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like, look, Oscar, like, all right, so hold up a second. Pernell Whitaker is not a 147-pound fighter at all. Like, really, he was going life and death with goddamn the coach right now. Who's Janabek's coach, and was just coaching this past weekend. Buddy McGurk. Yeah, like he's rematching Buddy McGurk. Those are his like best fight. Like 147, he was not really 147 pound. Sure, like Pernell Whitaker is a 135 pound. That's like Roberto Duran getting knocked out by Tommy Hearns and Hagler. I mean, not knocked out by Hagler, but like lost to Hagler. You know what I mean? It's just not. It's outside of his weight class at that point. Like,
I got what you're saying, but
but I'm just being asterisk. That's what I mean, asterisk. That's all.
Right, but in his era, in his day, he beat the elites of his division. Like he has wins over the elites in the weight classes that he was in. He beat multiple guys who were undefeated that were at the very top. Whereas when Canelo gets in there with those elite style fighters, it doesn't turn out good for him. Like
sorry, go ahead. You go on.
Nah, like I said, like Oscar has losses. But when have you ever seen a dude get embarrassed? And I won't even count Floyd against Canelo because that was early in his career. But then whenever he got in there against Bivol, he got just as badly embarrassed. It was embarrassing.
Okay, so but the question is, do you think Bivol is a Hall of Famer? All right, and I'll just give you my metric. So my metric is for ATGs, you have to have 5 or 6 Hall of Famers on your resume. And, what your record is against those things is your record against them. But you have to at least have fought those dudes, right? And it's hard to get Hall of Famers. And if you got a couple of ATGs and like 4 Hall of Famers, it's hard for me to say that you're not like everyone who has that is seen that way. And so if you got guys like Cotto, Mayweather, the Kovalev, Mosley, is gonna be hard for me. He's like a cusp guy. Like Canelo is like definitely first ballot Hall of Famer, and then the argument is whether or not he is an ATG. But I think he's arguable. It's gonna be really hard to not say it if Charlo and Kovalev get into the Hall. Like Triple G's a Hall of Famer. Like Triple G's gonna probably go down as one of the better middleweights that ever laced him up, even though I think that's some bullshit. I don't think Triple G's that good. I don't think Triple G's that good, but
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because this is where we're going to disagree. I don't care how many Hall of Famers you beat, because Hall of Famers may not exist in the weight classes you fight at when you fight. How many Hall of Famers did Terrence Crawford beat?
I think at this point only
Zero.
him and
Zero.
and Spencer getting in the Hall of Fame, but I don't think I don't think Bud is an ATG. I think he has ATG skills, but I don't think he's an action ATG.
Okay, so we don't know if Spence is getting into the Hall of Fame. For one, he never.
What'd you say?
Spence was never undisputed. Ever.
But you can be undisputed and not get in the Hall of Fame.
No. But let me finish. He was never undisputed, and unlike other champions, he never became a multi-division champion. He's just a career welterweight. And the thing about
that's not a metric for getting the Hall of Fame, though. Like guys have get in the Hall of Fame without being undisputed, and also get in the Hall of Fame without being multi-division champion.
I understand that, but in order for you to be a one weight class champion like a Hagler, you got to be extremely dominant if you're never going to move up. And he couldn't even dominate his own division because you had Terrence right there the whole time. So again, in my opinion, I don't think he's Hall of Fame worthy. That's my opinion. Now you can disagree, but Terrence.
Okay, hold about this. What do you think, Sean Porter?
What about Sean Porter?
So to me, the Hall of Fame, and maybe
Sean Porter's going to make it not because of his boxing, but because he's a fucking commentator. Just like Andre Ward. Okay. Just like Andre Ward only made it. Andre Ward only made it over James Toney because he was a fucking commentator.
Period. Oh man, come on, get out. Okay, wait. Anyway, I'm not gonna go there with you. I
know that's your boy.
Okay, hold up a second. Hold up a second. When Andre Ward got in, because we're gonna go down a different rabbit hole, because I want to retract some other stuff that you said, but I just wanted to talk about Andre Ward when he got in, and actually underlies what my actual point is when it comes to Hall of Fame. He got in with Vladimir Klitschko and Floyd Mayweather.
Yes.
Vladimir Klitschko never got in, and like he was never undisputed and never fought any Hall of Famer. 69 fights, 0 Hall of Famers, even though there's Hall of Famers active all through his shit. Some ATGs, not just Hall of Famers, but ATGs active through his shit, and other people fought him, and he didn't fight those dudes. He could have fought James Toney, didn't fight him. Could have fought, Holyfield didn't fight him. Could have fought Tyson, didn't fight him. Whatever. But the point that I'm making is Vladimir Klitschko, Floyd Mayweather, Andre Ward all had gold medal in the Olympics. Well, Floyd Mayweather got the bronze, but whatever. But he went in undefeated. Both Floyd and Andre Ward went in as undefeated fighters. And the two guys that didn't get in during that class was Cotto and James Toney.
Right. And there's nothing you could tell me. There's not an argument that you can make that Andre Ward is a greater boxer than James Toney, because he's just not. And if they would have fought prime for prime, he would have beat the shit out of Andre Ward very easily. So the fact is, Andre Ward was a commentator, and that's why he got in. Because when you look at accolades, when you want to go down the list of people that they fought and beat, his resume isn't even comparable by your metric to James Toney.
No, that's not what my issue is. The issue is who you go up against, right? So we're talking about, like, a bunch of people don't even think that Andre Ward is even Hall of Fame worthy because of his strength of schedule, right? But if you look at his strength of schedule, sure, like, really the only guy who he has on there who's a Hall of Famer is Carl Froch, right? But I wouldn't say that Andre Ward is an ATG. I think in order to be an ATG, you must at least be a Hall of Famer. The very least. That is a baseline for being an ATG. You got to be in the Hall.
I agree with you. You got to be in the Hall of Fame to be considered an ATG, because if you can't even make the Hall of Fame, then you're not that good at the sport. But my point was this.
It's not that you're not that good in the sport. I'm saying that you could be undisputed. You could be undisputed, right? And not be in the, like, Corey Spinks. Corey Spinks is not in the Hall of Fame.
I got you, but I just want to say this before we go too far down the rabbit hole and we get detoured. My original comment about Andre Ward was Sean Porter's going to get into the Hall of Fame because he's a commentator. And what I said to compare that was the only reason why Andre Ward beat James Toney in the Hall of Fame was because he was a commentator at the time.
No, okay, so hold up a second. You can get into Hall of Fame as a commentator. I'm talking about getting in as a boxer. Andre Ward is not in the commentary Hall of Fame. He's in there with the modern era boxers.
Yes,
like he's not there with Al Bernstein and goddamn Jim Gray and all those fucking dudes. Like, get out of here with that.
What I'm trying to tell you is he did not get on the Hall of Fame over James Toney based on his accolades as a boxer alone.
What I'm saying is
a commentator at the time as well.
No, what I'm telling you is he got in there, I think, because of his amateur and professional record as a boxer, and then also Cotto's and James Toney's lack of amateur record. I think that all the guys that got in, all were medalists. So, you got Floyd Mayweather, who's an ATG, but he's also a medalist, bronze medalist, and 2 gold medalists. Versus James Toney, no fucking medal, and Cotto, no medal. Now, James Toney, you could even talk about maybe even like, PD scandal. Like, there's all kinds of reasons that you could do that, but you don't have to just, like, try to throw Andre Ward on some commentary bus, and also you're the token commentator amongst a bunch of fighters. Let me get out of here with that.
Listen to me, Smoke. Let me say it again.
Yeah, okay, I'm listening.
There is no way possible that you can put Andre Ward over James Toney when they're pitted against each other for the Hall of Fame if you're going off boxing alone. They are uncomparable. James
Pro
Toney
boxing alone, I agree with you. Professional boxing alone, yes. If you add the amateur career in there also, because I don't think, let's be very clear, I don't think that Vladimir Klitschko should get in over James Toney, much less Andre Ward. The reason why I think both of those guys got in there is because you throw in their amateur and their professional. I mean, you could throw maybe Klitschko because he's a heavyweight, and heavyweights just get a lot more consideration in boxing. Maybe you could go that route also. But yeah, I just think all three of those guys had way better amateur records too.
I just disagree with you fully. Andre Ward, in my opinion, doesn't hold a candle to Vladimir Klitschko either. We talking about the most dominant heavyweight since what? Joe Louis? Like how long he reigned for? Like, and he was
not dominant. What okay, hold up a second. The reason why that dude reigned for so damn long is because we had the unprecedented amount of fucking sanctioning bodies. That dude was for his long reign was never undisputed. Joe Louis stayed undisputed his entire time.
How do you become undisputed when you won't fight your brother?
You can't. That's the whole point. And his brother's better than him. So how are you dominant when your brother's better than you?
How was his brother better than him?
He fought better competition. Of the two of them, okay, the Klitschko brothers as a pair fought one goddamn Hall of Famer. That one Hall of Famer was also an ATG, right? But only one of those dudes fought him. And listen, let me.
Are you talking about against Lewis?
Say again. Yes, Lennox Lewis was the only Hall of Famer on either one of those dudes' resume.
Okay.
Meanwhile, James Toney was active. James Toney fought fucking Evander Holyfield. Like, those are two ATGs. And then guess what? They fought each other while the Klitschkos were champions.
Okay.
You want to talk about a duck thing and patent all this? Like, all I'm saying,
there's no duck thing. Like, I mean, you're talking.
The hell, it wasn't a duck thing. As a matter of fact, they told you why they duck. Oh man, listen.
Yo, whenever Klitschko beat Samuel Peters, he was the #1 ranked guy in the world behind him.
Samuel Peters was hella long into this fucking this experiment we're talking about how he's dominant.
What do you mean hella long? He was undefeated. He was like 24-0 whenever Klitschko fight him.
Okay, hold up a second. Did you see Jamil McCline versus Samuel Peters fight for the mandatory spot to fight Vladimir Klitschko?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, come on, man. Like, listen, I'm not. Okay, let me put another fine point. Let me talk about another rabbit hole. This is a different rabbit hole.
All right.
Ever since, and I'll be very fast with this one. The Klitschkos were very lucky to be fighting in the era that they're fighting in, because the guys that they could talk about were the best of the best. Guys like Samuel Peters, Jamil McCline, Fast Eddie Chambers, Derek Chisora, Chris Areola, like Shannon the Cannon Briggs. All these fucking dudes that he didn't fight Hasim Rahman when Hasim Rahman was like knocking out Lennox Lewis. He fought that dude a decade later.
Well, he did knock out Rahman, but anyway.
No, but like what I said, it's a damn decade later.
He also beat Pulev, Povetkin.
No, right, correct. Those dudes are not in anybody's Hall of Fame.
But they also went on to beat the top contenders of this era of boxing. When you look at
but what you're saying, top contenders, is that those dudes never did shit, and they're not Hall of Famers themselves. It was just like hyped by the media to tell us that we need to care about them. But I'm saying that the Hasim Rahman that fucking Vladimir Klitschko fought was not the Hasim Rahman that Lennox Lewis fought. We're talking about a damn near a decade in between those fights.
I hear what you're saying, but he still knocked him out, and you mentioned his name. So
yeah, I mean, I hear you. Man, listen, and Fury beat Klitschko, but I would not at no point would I suggest. But the Klitschko that fucking that Tyson Fury fought, or not, the Tyson Fury that AJ fought is the same Klitschko that they would just say Samuel Peter fought.
Wait, what? Say that again. I'm sorry.
The Klitschko, the Vladimir Klitschko that AJ fought, I would not say is the same Vladimir Klitschko that Samuel Peter fought.
No, it wasn't. But Tyson Fury had already stopped that reign.
Yeah, but that's what I mean by fucking Hasim Rahman. Hasim Rahman got knocked out in the fucking first round of the rematch. He was already kind of a step over fight, but like they were filming and they were trying to build up the Vladimir Klitschko fight. I'm not mad at that whole fucking point. I'm just saying that he got in the ring with Hasim Rahman, but it was not the same guy, not even close. But Vladimir Klitschko, the closest thing he got to getting in there with a Hall of Famer was goddamn AJ. At the time he fought AJ, like Fury was a goddamn guy who was a mandatory dude. Like at least AJ was a champion.
The thing about AJ is the only way he's not going to be a Hall of Famer is if he loses to Ngannou. That dude's already going.
No, he's going to Hall of Fame. Yeah, he's going to Hall. I think he's getting the Hall even win, lose, or draw to Ngannou.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can't talk about heavyweight boxing since 2017. Like, listen, like there's not very so in the 70s we had like 8 out of 10 fights was like heavyweight, like fights of the year. 8 out of 10 of them shits were heavyweight fights. We didn't get another fucking one of those things since like, Evander Holyfield. We got like 2 of them in the 90s. We haven't had a fight of the year heavyweight fight really. From Holyfield, Holyfield, Riddick Bowe. Holyfield, Riddick Bowe until we got to AJ fucking Klitschko. That dude's getting in. That dude's getting in. He got a fight of the year versus a Hall of Famer. And he's been undefeated. Like he's good. Like Usyk is getting in. Usyk is gonna get in also because of his thing. And AJ fought him.
AJ went life or death with a damn near 40-year-old man, or he might have already been 40 by the time he got in the ring with AJ, who had come off of a loss in a year and a half of ring rust, like went life or death with him. So I guess, if that's,
I'm just saying he's getting there.
I guess.
You were just telling me about the dominant reign of Vladimir Klitschko. He's only one fight removed from that.
What's that?
He was only one fight removed from that dominant reign you were just extolling the virtues of.
He was ring rusted for over a year and a half.
I get you. I didn't think he was that good to win at his best.
Well, he was dominant.
His brother was dominant. No, here's the thing. The Klitschko brother. No, here's what I'm telling you.
Vladimir beat the undefeated fighter.
Like the Klitschko brothers were dominant, and they both were trying to sell the entire boxing public a bill of goods. It's the same way that Tank Davis is dominant at 135.
Listen, the difference in Tank Davis is they beat number 1 dudes and they collected. Well, Vladimir, not Vitaly. Vitaly only had 1 belt, but Vladimir collected 3 of the belts, and then on top of that,
one of them wasn't even recognized. Okay,
not only that, but Vladimir's got way more wins over undefeated fighters than that. So the dude's got. I'd have to count them all up. How many undefeated dudes this beat?
Oh my god, dude. Okay, and undefeated guys who did the reason why they're undefeated because they didn't fight anybody. Like who gives a shit that Tom Schwartz is undefeated?
When we're talking about Povetkin, Pulev, Marius Wack at the time, when we're talking about Sam Peters, those guys were fighting people.
My help. Okay, so right. Who in the hell knows who the fuck Jamil McCline is? Like, come on, man. Like, you guys don't start it. Okay, hold on a second. Let me ask you this. Okay, so when all right, so hold up a second. Like Tom Schwartz. So remember when Fury he got up, he got the draw. People talk about a masterclass. He got robbed against Wilder and all that shit. And they're talking about the rematch. And instead of going to the rematch, he went under to Top Rank and he fought undefeated fighters. Tom Schwartz and Otto Wallin.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, right? Like neither one of Tom Schwartz, nobody knew who he was before that fight, and nobody knows who he was after that fight. What does it matter that he was undefeated? Never fought in Germany.
We're not talking about a Tom Schwartz.
No, but we are talking about when we talk about undefeated fighters. We are.
Tom Schwartz was at the used car lot, fighting in people's bars.
But he was undefeated though. But that's what I'm saying. They try to sell us on this undefeated shit, and that undefeated is the likes of Tom Schwartz.
The difference here is if you say Samuel Peters, people know who that is. If you say Povetkin, Pulev, people know who that is. If you say Marion Wack, they know who that is. Nobody knows who Tom Schwartz is.
Okay, hold up a second. The reason why people know who Marius Wack is because they spent the time fluffing Vladimir Klitschko's resume, and because of the B sample controversy with Dillian White. That's the only reason why people know who fucking Marius Wack is.
Bruh.
Other than that, Marius Wack didn't do a motherfucking thing in this sport.
Smoke. If you don't like white dominant champions, just say it. Just say it. Just say it. If you don't like the fact, if you don't like the fact that the last 20 years has been dominated by white heavyweight champions, just get it out. Let's hear it.
Okay, man, at least your timing on that was real good. I gotta give you. Yeah, woo, yeah. I ain't no white fighters, but like, let me steal the versions of Tom Schwartz. German boxing is it's underrated, and people don't give it its respect. Like, what the fuck, Tony? Thank you for fucking chopping it up and hanging out with boxing for me. I'm gonna go hang out with my wife and smoke some weed. Until next week, everybody fucking come through. I don't. What the fuck is happening tomorrow? What are the fights? I don't even know if there's anything happening tomorrow outside of like women's boxing.
I thought. Well, you got Michaela Meyer versus Jonas.
Yeah.
When's the Ortiz fight with Tio?
I don't know.
That's not. No,
let me figure that out. Let's do that. I'll end it on that one. Let's end it on a high note and some fucking fight we can look forward to, not a bunch of bullshit. Let me check it out. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm about to look at the schedule right now. I should know this shit, being I make videos, but yo, I got a question for you though, my dude.
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Like, I had to quit fucking with Mad Chad's channel, man. I don't see how you deal with like the McSmith dude who's in your chat. Like, I can't stand that fucking racist dude.
Oh man, I already spent like before you knew Mad Chad was a tavern. I already went back and forth about his racism. Like, it just got boring after a while. Like the thing about McSmith is, and the thing about everybody that you figure out about online, McSmith is an extreme example of it. But there's a lot of people who are, they kind of go in and out of boxing, but it's really just about their own personalities and what the hell they got going on in social media. And that dude is just like he's an old racist dude. I don't know. It's like why people should die. Right, you know what I mean?
I know,
at
but
a certain
I'm
point,
saying, because like my thing is this: I like Mad Chad.
What I mean by why people should die. What I mean by why people should die is that they don't actually adapt to the times. Like, they take their own like outmoded and archaic ideas and they try to keep progressing that shit when the culture and everybody else is already, they're in some different shit. If you can't adapt, if you can't overcome, if you can't relate, then the grave is probably a good thing, right? I'm not telling that anybody should die. I'm just saying that makes dying like kind of a pleasurable thing. Like, if you can't relate.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. My only point was I like Mad Chad, cool dude. I like this tavern, but he's gonna let too many fucking racist people. Like, there's a difference in people who argue, who troll, who say stuff, but he's let truly people that are super racist infiltrate his channel and just remain there on the regular. And I don't want to fuck with that shit.
Okay, so I'll give you to it like this, because this is the way that I actually see Mad Chad, and I think that is a way that you actually can value. Is he is the closest thing to being like saintly in his access, because he gives people access that whose views he finds and personalities and characters he finds abhorrent. Right, so he's just like. Right. He's casting the widest tent and being as close as to like what they call Christ-like and like God-like as I've seen anybody. Because everybody else is like judging people and saying, no, you don't get a voice, and yeah, you don't get it. But nah, the Mad Chad's not like that. He doesn't support them. He doesn't condone it or any of that shit. But he does give them a space to be themselves and like, show their ass, give them enough rope to hang themselves, or just express who they are in the moment. And I think that like ultimately what social media, one of the genius parts of it is the ability to connect with people who you would never actually give this fucking time of day. So if you can get over your own bullshit, then yeah, you can hang out with people who, who
don't like you.
You may not value their perspective or like their very next breath, right?
Yeah, like I said, I like Mad Chad. I respect the dude, but I had to stop fucking with the channel because of those reasons. Like, I couldn't. It rubbed me the wrong way.
But I understand
Well,
what you're
that's the
saying.
thing.
I understand that he
Yeah.
gives everybody a voice, but not everybody
He
deserves
gets
to have a voice.
Well, I mean, and well, there's the thing, and then who's to be the judge, right? And like whatever it is that you like. So here's the deal: when it comes to the tavern, is if it becomes too much of a burden that you can't enjoy your time, then fucking that's not for you. But if
Exactly.
if you can figure out it like however it is, because I have all kinds of hangups. I think a lot of the people who come on there have the worst goddamn perspectives on about like why you would interact with another human being, period. The worst ideas. I hope like it sucks that we still have to keep talking about the same old dumbass shit when it comes to race and hierarchies and all this other like the fucking conversation's stupid as fuck on that level. But at the same time, just because I'm bored with the topic, I like Chad, I get where he's coming from with it. And I also understand that there's very few spaces where such diametrically opposing characters and extreme personalities can actually converge. And there is no favoritism either way. Like, regardless of what the fuck is like at the end of the day, if McSmith can figure out people who like him, okay. To me, it's more like a sucks to be you. Sucks to be you and the people who like the thing. And that's what I tell McSmith. Like, if that's your road to hoe, you want to be a racist piece of shit, ignoramus, okay, in your fucking apartment with a George Foreman grill, like. No, let me not yuck your yum. I think he plays a pretty good guitar and actually has better fucking jokes than a lot of the people who like come in and I don't know, whatever, who have like, quote unquote going more on or more on the ball and have more going on in life. Like that dude can actually like, give some entertaining fucking moments and also some real learning moments and teachable moments.
I don't know. Everything I've ever heard him say, he was wrong about. Like he claims to be like the jack of all trades, but he is clearly the master of nothing.
Yeah, correct. That's the whole point.
He knows like baseline information at best.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's why you go over there, because there is a baseline information that everybody has that he's running. Like his baseline information is just outdated. So he'll pull out some shit that like, but the thing that he is all right. So the foundation for his racism is the foundation for everybody's racism. His just points about it are outdated. That's all. But if you're going to be a racist at any point, you're McSmith, period. No matter what the fuck it is. Like, I don't care how sophisticated you are. I don't care how knowledgeable you are. But at the end of the day, if you're a racist, you're basically a McSmith.
Yeah, a fucking idiot.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody who is like soothing the the whatever psychic hurts that they've experienced in life and feeling like they're superior because of the group that they belong to because they've done fuck all in life.
Right.
That's what racism is to me. Like, yeah, let me Barack Obama's the shit because I ain't shit.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Like that's I hear what you're saying, but that's why I quit just fucking with that panel because it's like it just.
Well, I mean, it's peaks and valleys. And if you never go back to the tavern, cool. If those people are ever around, cool. It's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, so, and this also the idea of like how much of yourself will you sacrifice for the betterment of everyone else? On some like, this whole idea. See, I think that like Mad Chad takes his spirituality and his religion, like the way that he sees being spiritual from a Christian perspective, very serious. And I appreciate his integrity to the point where like I think it's even infuriating to him, but I think this is the sacrifice. He makes a sacrifice I don't think anybody else in YTBC does. Like everybody else has this line that he just doesn't have. When it comes to like his own personal endorsement of certain ideas.
Right. I mean, I hear you. I had to quit fucking with it.
Yeah.
I'd rather catch you on your own panel than over there.
Yeah, man. Listen, we can chop it up, and that's the thing is like. So here's the thing: like you have sort of rhetorical kinds of you have a rhetorical style that I think is way more inducive to either me being on your channel or you being onto my channel than either one of us being on somebody else's channel. Right?
Yeah.
It's just like both of us, like you want to get your shit off, you want to like undermine somebody else's point, you want to be like you want to frame your argument in a particular way, maybe you filibuster a little bit. So we can do that as a back and forth between you and I. Then it kind of works way better than if like you do that and then it's like 4 of the people on the fucking panel. We never actually get anything fucking solved. The conversation never goes forward. And yeah, I'm not trying to like hinder the thing. Like I want you to like be in your full grandeur, but I also want to get to the bottom of the actual dispute that we may be having. Right. And this is hard to do that.
Well, like you said,
when it's like on other people's shit because they just don't have that kind of strategy.
We decipher and look at the same facts in a different point of view. And that's where we part ways. Like the street goes the same way, but you go left, I go right. We fought off the same information.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like our fights are not even about like the same information, different interpretation. Our fights are about the underlying fact of the matter, right? Like what is the fact? And then so like once we figure out what the fact is, then like kind of the other stuff just goes by the wayside. Like you can appreciate somebody else's opinion. It's just like whether or not what you're coming from is a factual basis. That's where like the source of most of our contention is, which is a really good, valid source. Like I feel like that's what it's about. I feel like regardless of like what our opinions are, as long as the facts of the matter are all up in front, then cool. Like as long as you have a fact-based opinion, I'm good. But like BVO was up here earlier talking about how Teofimo. No, you were here for that thing too. You guys are talking about how Teofimo was undisputed. Your point was the sanctioning body presidents said that was a thing, so that's what you're going to go by. And that was the standard you were saying. That is a fact-based statement, and fine. What BVO's thing was I was a homer, and I was just in a tank for Devin Haney. Right? So this is like, we can't ever even get to the facts, because now it's just about opinion based on opinion based on opinion. I don't have a lot, like, I'm not interested in that kind of fucking interaction, to be honest with you. Like, I would rather get into, just the facts of the matter. That's it.
Yeah. Look, man, it's okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
we know he exposed that you and Bill went to school together. We know.
Me and Bill went to well, here's the thing. We probably chewed some of this. Well, I don't even know if we smoked. Man, I don't even know if we breathed some of the same air. Maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. Bill and I are the same age, from around roughly the same city, but from different socioeconomic backgrounds. And so, yeah, it could very well be that some of his people knew some of my people. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're 1 degree separation from each other when it comes right down to it on some like real like Oakland shit. But just, I was never that guy. I was not coming up. I wasn't selling drugs. I wasn't I just wasn't that guy. So, but at the same time, I understand how Bill is not necessarily disabusing anybody's preconceived notions, even though they're incorrect, right? Like, I don't know that Devin Haney actually weighs 165, but let's say he did. Right. But let's say, like, it doesn't seem like from what Bill Haney, or I've never heard Bill Haney or Devin Haney say I weighed 165, but they also never denied it. You know what I mean? They just play the game. Like whatever that whole idea about perception is reality, they use that to make their own agenda become reality. And that's what you're supposed to do. Like, that's how I understand. Like, I think we come from the same place when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? So my agenda is, let's have a discourse. Let's let the fans have their agenda be upfront and known, and let's work from a place of power as fans. And he comes from a place of, I want to exert my power as a promoter and as a representative of a fighter. And as long as we both understand that we are not necessarily simpatico in our agenda, then it's all good. I get that Bill is filling his own agenda. He's trying to serve his own agenda, not mine. And I also am not trying to serve his agenda. I'm trying to serve mine. I'm a fan. I'm not a promoter. I don't get paid by Devin Haney. The fuck I care about their agenda.
I mean, I've talked to Bill a long time ago. I don't even remember what platform I was on. I look at it like this. I respect any father who takes care of their kids, period. First and foremost. Even if I didn't like Devin Haney as a fighter, I would still respect Bill for what he did with Devin, because that's rare. And fathers don't get enough credit for raising their sons right. Men in general, we're the most overlooked thing on the planet. Like there's nobody there that's ever going to hype a man up. So I give him that right there. As far as him, all the talking he does, that's what he's supposed to do. I mean, he's a mastermind when it comes to marketing, because he's got all eyes on Devin. I would even argue right now that more people are talking about Devin Haney than they are Undisputed, which is coming up next month. A heavyweight, at least. Tyson Fury, Usyk. So the dude is a mastermind when it comes to promoting his son. And I haven't seen anything where Devin's been in trouble either, like, to my knowledge. Like, I've seen Shakur get in trouble. Like, everybody was talking about how Tank hit his girl and all of that, but they leave out the fact that Shakur hit some random ass female in a parking lot. So, like,
yeah, Tank been in jail. Like, what the hell? Like, Tank is telling like judges that they don't. Tank feels like he's bigger than the law. All kinds of crazy shit. Like, yeah, Tank's on some different level of celebrity and everything that those guys.
Yeah, but my whole point was, like, I respect Bill for what he is, but he be talking a lot of bullshit though. I don't agree with everything he says, but he does what he needs to do to boost up his son, and I can respect that.
So here's the thing, right? So I think that Bill Haney is more in the Don King mold than he is in the Eddie Hearn or Bob Arum mold. Like the way that they don't tell the fan the truth is without lying, right? So people think that Bill lies. I don't think that Bill lies. I think that Bill tries to play into your own preconceived notion of a thing, right? So it's not like I don't think he's ever trying to like not fight Subriel Matias. I think what he is trying to do is figure out how to make the most money and garner the most attention for a fight for his son, so his son can make the most money while getting into the Hall of Fame. Like being a legend in the sport, making a whole bunch of fucking money and getting the fuck out. And the way that he goes about that is kind of the way that Don King did. If you ask Don King a question that he didn't want to answer, he would deflect. He would start talking about the Declaration of Independence. He would talk about every kind of thing and like give you the impression that he answered your question, but really he didn't want to give you a straight answer, so he talked about a whole bunch of bullshit. Bob Arum was just straight fucking lie to you. Eddie Hearn was just straight fucking lie to you. Bill Haney will also give you a whole bunch of bullshit. At the end of the day, he didn't actually lie to you. He just didn't give you what the hell it is you were trying to want. Like he is not trying to bridge that gap between your agenda and his agenda.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know what I mean?
But I mean, like, I don't know. Like I said, at the end of the day, I still look at him as a really good promoter because I still like his little catchphrase. What did he say? What you gonna do when the Arugaroo? What the fuck did he say? That shit was funny. Was it what you gonna do when we catch the Arugaroo or some shit like that? That shit had me dying laughing at the Regis press conference.
Man,
like,
all of it.
I just see him as a really good promoter.
And that's my point, is that you hit it. He's a father, and as a father, if you are a father, you already peep game. You're like, okay, hold up a second. Like, if you just sit there with your little ones figuring out how the hell they're gonna make their own way in this world, and if you can figure out how to spend this amount of time with your little ones as they make their way through the world, then you're probably winning, right? Especially if you can like inspire them to be the best version of themselves for their own natures and all that other shit. Like, this is some like high level like parenting shit, like for real. And then also on some business shit, you can guide your son to be have his own access to resources, managing his own resources. How do you hate on that whole thing? But then when it comes to the way that he promotes, right? Like he comes to the people, he comes to the site, he comes to the channels and all that stuff, where people think that it's about unity. Like we're all supposed to be like part of the same community, right? And he comes in as a community member, but his motivation, and not only as his representation as a community member, is as a promoter of his son. So at every single point where you think, oh yeah, are you supposed to keep it real for fight fans and all this other shit? No, he keeps it real as a promoter for his son. Anyway, what's up, Pittsburgh T? Been a long time since you hit the link.
What's up, fellas, man?
What's up, baby?
Hearing y'all chop it up. I think, like, look, Devin Haney's son, his father, the promoter, is almost, to me, it's akin to the New England Patriots that got this new black coach, where just the threat of you showing something to your blackness, where you have to be so neutral that you can't actually be qualified to do the thing that you're doing. It's got to be all these other things. It can't be that the guy from New England Patriots got, he was a Pro Bowler, he was on the team, he actually played the sport. Not like he was a fucking water boy or a film boy. They got the fucking job. They're more cool with that dude and the Eddie Hearns than the people who are actually qualified to do the thing. Like, I think that's the other part of this, where blackness has a big key of this. Because what the hell is he doing different than any of these other dudes? Like, absolutely nothing. The same thing with the PBC. It's all the same shit. Like, to me, I just put it all in the same basket, where it's like blackness overshadows all these things, where they don't want you being pro-black, where they got this keyword of woke, where it becomes like a threat of just everything to what they believe in. For whatever reason, it's just a weird thing where people can't actually be qualified and actually be doing the job that they're paid to do. Because no matter what we think about Devin Haney's dad, he's doing the job that he's supposed to be doing. Like, if that was anybody else, we all had sons and we paid our son, we had our son that was a pro boxer, and Haney was the promoter or whatever he is, trainer, would we not want him doing the things he's doing?
Well, the thing is this, right? So the whole idea about blackness is that blackness is not even monolithic, right? So he has to navigate the blackness of also Shakur and Tank. And these are like different things. Like he has to at the end of the day, he has to even navigate the being real in the whole umbrella of blackness and still be a promoter for his own son. So like some people take exception to the idea of Bill passing out mugshots of Tank, or calling Leonard Ellerby a spook. You know what I mean? It's this kind of a thing. It's like how Muhammad Ali and like Joe Frazier. Like Joe Frazier did not appreciate the way that Muhammad Ali sold that fight. He was bitter to the day he died. But sometimes, like, even within the overall thing about blackness, you have to differentiate yourself, but with what kind of blackness? Like Tony was talking about earlier. Like Shakur been in trouble, Tank's been in trouble, Devin's never been in trouble. Bill talks about how he's been in trouble. Like, yeah, I've been like that. I'm like these other guys, but my son's not like that.
But when you get power, though, Smoke, it's different when you get power. It's different between being in charge of perceived power and not having power. The attacks come different than they would any other way. Because people have a certain expectation of what they believe your blackness should look like. And if your blackness don't look like what they perceive your blackness to look like, that's where the attacks come from.
Well, that's the thing. And that's what it is. Is nobody thinks. And that's it. Okay, so the thing is, and we were talking about this, the whole racism of it, or the part of it. The idea that there is a purity litmus test for anybody is the kind of conflict that a good businessman understands how to exploit. Like, listen, Don King knew how to exploit the different kinds of black people for different kinds of fights. right? Like I was saying, Muhammad Ali knew how to understand. He got, gorillas and house New York, like all this other stuff. Like, are you a convict or a nice guy? Like even within the concept of blackness, like. So he called it when Leonard Ellerby started talking about Devin Haney's numbers. Bill said the spook who sat by the door. My brother fucking knockout took exception to that. He's like, how you gonna call another black man a spook? Right? I saw the movie The Spook That Sat by the Door, so I took that the way the nuances and the layers that I understood that I interpret Bill's thing, because I'm not saying that I'm I'm an expert on Bill speak. Right, I'm just saying the way that I interpret what Bill was saying versus the way that Knockout interpreted what Bill was saying was two totally different things and was completely polarizing within the concept of blackness. Right, so like some people are gonna within the sport of boxing, right? They talk about how in order to make the mega fights, you have to have one ethnic group against another ethnic group, because they bring their own kinds of fan bases, right? But what happens when it's like Zerto versus Canelo, or Julio Cesar Chavez versus Canelo, or Benavidez versus Canelo, or Bud versus Spence, or Tank versus Shakur, or Haney versus Shakur? Then it becomes these other kinds of like things. It's not just about the overarching ethnic group, but these sort of wedge issues between those groups, the intra fucking conflicts that you have between those groups. And yeah, Bill's gonna have to deal with both of those things because of who the fuck Dev can fight. There's no Manny Pacquiao out there. There's no Oscar De La Hoya out there. Best you got is like T.O., Loma to a certain extent, but Loma didn't really speak the language. But really it's just like Tank, Shakur, maybe Subriel Matias you can get a little bit something going with. But the black Puerto Rican thing is not that huge a thing. It's a Puerto Rican Mexican thing that's big in boxing. Sorry. I'm going on and on.
No, you right, Smoke. I just think I think at some points it's like it's not just a straight up and down thing, right? Because that's always a portion of it. What percentage of people's perceived problem? Who fucking knows? Because everybody individually got different problems with different people for different reasons. Because we all think differently, right? What I think is right or wrong on different issues might not be exactly what you think is right or wrong, right? But I just think it's at a point when it becomes where, okay, we got four people doing the same thing, but one person, we want to have this unrealistic expectation where we don't have it with other people. And on top of that, mix in the fact that he's actually promoting his son. It's not some detached person that just bumped into him and say, hey man, just promote me, be my manager. You're talking about a father promoting his kid or being the manager or the trainer, whatever title you want to give to him. Right. So I think all of that kind of goes in and it gets overshadowed and overlooked. Like it's just unimportant. It just doesn't matter. And now he's the worst person in the world. When we got people like Eddie Hearn who having fighters on pads have actual whole fights and come out after the fight that the guy was on pads and make excuses for it. And almost do it more than one time. And nobody's got a problem with that dude. We got Oscar De La Hoya out here fighting with his top fighters all kind of ways, and nobody got problems with it. You got Bernard Hopkins out here pushing the dad with no problems with it. Like people saying who would have won the fight. Like, what are you talking about? Why is the fuck is he doing that?
Right. So here's the thing. So you got black fathers who are underappreciated, but I think perhaps I don't even know how you could say overvalued. I think they're overhyped, right? When it comes to certain things, right? It's just kind of like, yeah, you want extra credit for doing what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like to me, there is a responsibility that an adult has for raising their kid that you don't get extra credit for. Now, your ability to do that thing, now that's a different thing. Like I'm saying, like I think that Bill, when it comes right down to it, handles his adult responsibilities to his children the way that you're supposed to handle it. But I think the extra credit comes from the ability to tailor your life to your children's advantage and to sacrifice for your kids, and also to recognize their own nature and who they are. Right. So I think he's doing an excellent job of like really molding and grooming, not just like taking care of and providing for and giving them game, but like the sacrifices he makes. I think that's where he should be given some extra credit that nobody really acknowledges. But there's another part of this whole thing where people think, for whatever reason, that they're better than Bill Haney, that they're more knowledgeable than he is, more honest than he is, more forthright than he is. And I think that like that's where it comes right down to it. And that could be a thing about blackness and, you know, marginalizing somebody's worth. But it also just could be about a human being's insecurity, where you just, it's hard for you to see another person's value because that means you have to like take stock of your own, like take a different kind of inventory of yourself than you have already. And I think Bill Haney just like challenges people's perceptions and their own knowledge about themselves and what and how they perceive reality to be. Like, go ahead. It's kind of it's a little bit abstract. I can get into it, but yeah, that's what.
No, I think you're absolutely correct, and I think like I wasn't trying to give him extra credit. I was just saying that we have to recognize the emotional attachment that he's going to have as a father. Not to give him credit for doing what he's supposed to do, but we can't act like the guy's unbiased, like he's just some random promoter or some random manager. So he's going to have. Yeah, he's gonna have some kind of like, so he's gonna be biased. He's not gonna talk about his kid crazy. I mean, most fathers wouldn't. Like, that's just normal. So like, I think the normality of things we just removed away from. Not you personally. I'm just saying when we had these talks, I think it's just removed that whole factor, because that does play a factor. Any man who has kids is gonna do that. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Right. So I don't think that people pay enough attention to what you just talked about. Like, they expect him to have some kind of objectivity that I don't know that any kind of parent-child relationship you think would exist. So it just seems like kind of weird. But the other part of it is when you talk about Bill Haney, they always talk about, oh yeah, but like big him up as like a black father. And like just being that kind of thing, just as a thing that you're just supposed to value in and of itself. Yeah, that just gets to be like a weird space, right? And I can see how there's some black fathers out there that like take umbrage, like take exception to that like just kind of rubs them the wrong way, right? Like, we're not like, fathers are supposed to be fathers. Like, adults are supposed to take care of the fucking kids, regardless if they're black. You're not supposed to get extra credit to that just because you're fucking black.
Yeah,
we're supposed to.
I just feel like in general, fathers don't get credit, period. I don't care if you black, white, Asian, Mexican, whatever your ethnic creed, like fathers in general, we get the short end of the stick every day of the week, all day. Nobody celebrates when fathers do good, but if a fucking child goes into a sport that has just a mom, oh yeah, she was such a good mom. She did this, she did that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't give a fuck about fathers. So anytime that I see a guy like Bill who raised his son right, I give him all the credit in the world.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. Like, raising your son right is a different thing. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, raising your son right, and as men who understands that you know, our needs may come secondary, and nobody may ever give us the pat on the back that, regardless, nobody might not see our particular work or value our work. That's part of just being like the man shit. What I'm saying when it comes to Bill is not raising his kid; it's the ability to like put your kids first. That's a different thing than just like raising them. And that is the kind of things where like I see Bill's his ability to recognize his children as individuals and also to sacrifice for their development. That's why I think he deserves extra credit, like as a parent, not just like being a father or anything. Like, that's just, yeah, like no shit. Like, we don't breastfeed, we don't carry them. Mothers get, like, when it comes to mothers and fathers, there's tons of mothers books. Like, when I was having my own kids, right, I read all kinds of like what to expect when you're expecting, child development shit. And when it came down to like, well, how to be a better father books, those fucking books, like play catch, read story, is bullshit. Like, there's not even an industry to tell us how to be fucking better fathers, really. right? But there's all of this fucking shit about how to be better mothers, how to be better kids, all this shit. I mean, I get that part of what you're saying, Tony, and the what is it? The idea that like people don't even give Bill the kind of leeway to be biased for his son as a father. Like, I get all of that, just like not really quite catching what the hell fatherhood's about. But yeah, but parenthood in general, it's very hard to sacrifice. Like, being a human being, just straight the fuck up. It's hard to sacrifice for another human being. And being a parent, like most parents think that the child's job is to sacrifice for them. Like the child is supposed to be less of who they are to fucking make the parents happy. It's very fucking rare as parents that you sacrifice yourself for your child's greatness. To me, that's the shit that makes Bill in a different kind of thing when it comes to it. Like, it's not just the fact he's black or the fact he's a dad, the fact he raised his kid. It's like the way that he's gone about doing it. I like, you know, I see his work and I shout it out and I respect it to fucking death. But like, yeah, as a shit talker, I think he's extraordinary. As a UITBC member, I think he is fucking legend. Like, the dude is just putting it down, and yeah, you get as a result, he's gonna get a bunch of hate, and it's well-deserved hate. I just don't. I think that like, even as a person who doesn't give you the maybe like what you want, like straight up the way you want it, I think he's more in the vein of, like I said, a Don King than a Bob Arum. You know, yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, but where would we have rated Don King in this era? Like, that's like, look, that's the other thing too. When we talk about some of these figures in these different sports, the Michael Jordans, the Don Kings, the Mike Tysons, like, in this new age that we at, we want these people to be like them. Do we really want them like that? Like, some of the speeches and some of the things that Mike Tyson said, could he have, like, would he have the fanfare that he have now if he'd been around now? I strongly doubt. The same thing with Michael Jordan with all the gambling shit. Like we romanticize shit so heavy to where we just relitigate the past and rewrite it into some whole other thing. Like the shit that was acceptable then is acceptable now, and we even got problems with it now. Like, people say all the time they want a physical league, right? When it comes to basketball, prime example, and the shit that happened with Draymond, where they're suspending him at an epic rate, and the same people who were telling you that the league is too soft, this, that, and the third, that ain't basketball, that they're happy that the guy ain't in the league no more. Like, it's so many contradictions with some of the things we say. It just don't make a lot of sense with some of the stuff we say and do. We say one thing and do another. And I think that's the dysfunction of sports, period. When you really look at it, with what people are saying that they want, and when they actually get what they want, it ain't really what they want. It's almost like a woman, when you want to confuse a woman, give her what she wants.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, man. Listen, you brought up my Warriors and all that shit, man. Yo, there's a concept called sticker shock, where you get the bill for what it is you got. Draymond Green is the personification of sticker shock. Yeah, he's the engine that makes it go, and he's the reason why we lost we lost the series when we were up 3-1. Right? Like, it's just kind of, he's like Jordan Poole fights and how, oh my God. Like, yeah, would we have any rings without him? Don't know. Would we have more rings without him? Don't know. If he was a different kind of guy, would we have more rings? If he could just find that balance between being a benefit versus being a detriment to the club. If he could find that balance with himself, we would have more rings. Totally. I'll put it to you this way. The Cleveland Cavaliers wouldn't have any rings, goddammit, if Draymond Green could goddamn control himself.
But it's that obsession that makes those guys.
Yeah, I know.
I think that's the problem with all of this.
Yeah, I know.
It's the upset. Like, you got to be a little bit throwed off to do some of these sports and practice and do these things that these people are doing at these rates. Like, you got to be obsessed with this thing, beyond passionate, beyond you like talk. Like, you got to be really obsessed, and that kind of, you're not going to be balanced with everything. It's just not going to happen. Those people, every great person that does this stuff, even to make it into a league that minor in boxing, basketball, whatever. You got to be great to get there and get on the sport, get on the in the scene with everybody else, just to be mixed up in your name be mentioned. So that's the obsession creates the imbalance that we just not willing to deal with.
I mean, listen. Shout out to Jed. I've been talking about you. I'm glad I'm seeing you around. Alonso, amazing. If you think that Al Heyman can ruin a network, then you don't understand the position of boxing has on a network's ratings fucking list. Like you're so lost with the question that it doesn't matter what you think was a good question or what you think is a good answer. Like, I got to tell you, bro, like you're just lost in some YTBC narrative about PBC ruining networks. Boxing's not that fucking important. Period. To ruin a network.
Well, they're trying to sell themselves. But that's the other part. Like, I think you just like the other part of that is like Paramount has been trying to sell themselves for a minute, because they're not all that legacy shit, like all those old TV networks, all that shit is going away because Netflix came on the scene and fucked all that shit up. Facebook came on the scene because what happens is if you're a business, just think about it. How do networks make money off advertisement? If you're going to advertise, why in the hell would you run a TV ad opposed to going on the internet? Facebook, Google ads.
Sorry, Pittsburgh. It's two different things. It's two things what you're talking about. This, like, first off, if you understand the way networks work, they're all like local fucking things that are part of a national fucking network, like part of a national framework, right? So, like Fox TV has all these local affiliates. Kind of shit. So all these local markets are different than the overarching national fucking network. That's the first part. The second part is when you're looking for acquisitions, because everyone understands that broadcasting is a dinosaur and everyone's moving to streaming. What they're looking for is how do we get somebody to buy our business? It's about acquisitions. So if you have if you take something on like boxing, it's because you're trying to look for a boost in your balance sheet so that somebody comes along and acquires you. That's what the entire thing about the zone has been since day one. If you understand business, is that they're trying to build a business that can be acquired, not because they're trying to like take over the world and all that shit. No, they're trying to get 3, 4, 5, 6 times their investment that they put in and move on to the next fucking thing. Right. And that's what Fox did with PBC. It wasn't because Fox was interested in building fucking boxing or they thought boxing was going to sink their network. It was about, hey, how can we make our balance sheet attractive enough to sell it to somebody else? And that's what they did. And when they sold it to the other person, they didn't think that the boxing part of that package that they bought was worth fucking sinking money into. That's not PBC killing a network. That's PBC making a network attractive enough for somebody else to tell you that boxing don't mean shit to people.
And I mean, and then the other part, the part I was getting to with the advertising is like that's how networks make money. It's the advertising, right? Because us tuning in doesn't make any money. It's them selling that space for those commercials. And now that ad space went digital, all of it. Pretty much all of it is went to digital. We used to have the yellow pages. We went from the yellow pages with the ad space to now it went to the old, what we're calling now legacy TV, which is cable networks. From now we're going to a digital space. That's the next evolution of this stuff. And every time the evolution happens, somebody got to win and somebody got to lose. That's just how it is because the bills get paid from advertising. They don't get paid any other way, and nobody else makes money except for Netflix and maybe Hulu. It's kind of hard to tell if Hulu makes money because they always propose that thing with Disney. They always give the numbers together, so you can't really get the whole thing together because they do ESPN and Hulu kind of lump it together with the numbers. But the only person that's profitable every quarter as a fact that we know for a fact is Netflix. Everybody else who has streaming, they do not make money. And businesses do not keep businesses that just keep flowing forever without getting rid of them at some point. And that model that they have, more importantly, with boxing is a pay-per-view model. That is eventually going to change. It's going to have to change. And I think we just getting to the end of that because anybody who starts through this PBC crap, name me a promoter who's making money, who's got a bigger budget. ESPN cut Top Rank budget. The zone, like all of these people are losing. They're not getting bigger budgets annually. That's not what we're doing. Nobody's doing it. Like they're all cutting budgets. So all of that stuff is just goofy. People just don't understand how any of this stuff works in a large shell of things. What I'm saying, Smoke, I just think people just need to stop with the narratives that happen on this YouTube stuff. Because this is big. These networks are way bigger.
Yeah, definitely what you said. Right, first off, the importance of the advertising, but they don't even know what that means. Like, how do annual budgets work? How does revenue, like, how do you do it? Like, all of these things are like quarterly. They're looked at quarterly for annual budgets, but the lifebloods of like most companies that we talk about when it comes to boxing, their life's blood isn't even advertising. Actually, it's their stock price. These are all publicly traded companies. Like that's where they're like like a lot of their, let's say, a lot of their profits. A lot of the so the profits of the operations can come from, and even that's a really bad way to put it. Like really, the whole thing is the reason why they exist is because they're publicly traded. But a lot of their annual revenue is like generated from the company's business activities is through advertising, but it's the advertising part of it is about their stock price too. It's hard to disentangle the importance of a company's revenue stream when it comes to their stock price and the advertising dollar. But for the most part though, the gross receipts comes from their advertising budget, right? It comes from advertising. If you lose those gross receipts, then it'll affect your stock price.
Hey, hold it down. I'm about to go to bed.
Yeah, no, I got you, man. I'm trying to get the hell up out of here. I hear you. I was trying to leave a minute ago, but now this is a different thing. Like, hey, man, listen, like the wife already started talking to the sister-in-law, and
I ain't gonna hold you, Smoke, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I just want to chime in a little bit with the Haney stuff, bro.
I like this. So I like this idea about because people don't get. So let's get into annual budgets, right? Because it's not even about the quarter. Like, so let's say you're a company like, all right, so, and I haven't looked at this since the pandemic because everything changed during the pandemic, but pre-pandemic, let's say, the sports networks, FS1, ESPN, CBS, and NBC with Universal to a lesser extent, they were sharing something like 20 billion per quarter in advertising, and they had whatever stock prices they had for whatever offers they had, like whatever. But that was giving guys, basically the big networks, about 3 billion to split, like 3 billion a piece per quarter, like in just like advertising, right? So that's 12 billion per annum, right? So let's say you give something like, PBC, Top Rank, whatever, Matchroom, you're giving them budgets like 100 million a quarter, or 100 million a year, right? That would give you something. Let's say it's 120. Let's say you gave them 120 million a year in budgets with X amount of championship fights, X amount of cards that weren't championship fights, right? X amount of cards for that were 120 billion per year. I'm sorry, 120 million per year based on a 12 billion budget. You're talking about 1% of the fucking budget. You're talking about 1% of their advertising cost.
Yeah, less than one. It's less than one, really.
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? And if you think that PBC is sinking networks based on less than 1% of their advertising fucking revenue, you don't get this shit. You're completely like, what is happening about how they fund boxing or any other fucking sport is completely over your head. And you should probably start talking about, like, basically what you probably have going on is you have a preconceived notion about PBC that you just need validated, because nobody says, hey, did Matchroom sink the zone? Or is Top Rank sinking ESPN?
Well, and then remember too, I don't know if you remember this. Last year, Disney had this weird thing going on where they had one CEO retire And then the guy, Bob Iger, that retired, they got rid of him because they brought this new CEO in specifically to grow their online space, which was, the subscription-based model. He wasn't able to do that. They got that guy there faster than they put him in. They put the old guy back in, which is Bob Iger. When they brought him in last year, he was talking about either partnering ESPN or selling ESPN, right? Which you never heard Disney say that. Never said that in the history of Disney. You never heard them say that. And when I brought that up, people are like, oh man, that ain't got nothing to do with boxing. Like, what? Either you don't know or you just not paying attention. Like, who do you think funds ESPN? And if they're the worldwide leader by far, as far as investment in the sports, and they're talking about partnering and selling and all of that stuff, like, what do you think these the whole smaller markets and things are doing? Like, if that's what they're doing, that's like Walmart announcing that they're going to make some drastic cut. Then your local little store is going to do the same thing. Like, the leaders are the leaders for a reason. That's what goes on.
Yeah. These guys pay billions for baseball, billions for NFL, billions for NFA, for NBA, billions for NCAA, and $100 million for fucking boxing. But it's boxing that's sinking the network. Meanwhile, all of these guys' numbers are down. Like, you just don't get it. Okay, at this point, you just gotta just take a woosah. Stay interested, because I'm not trying to discourage you from it. The only way that these topics come up is if you voice your opinion, so we can talk about it together. But yeah, like the way budgets work, like you want to get return of investment, but you also want to spend on your budget so you can get your budget renewed and possibly increased for the next fucking annual cycle. But that whole $1 billion Eddie thing was about a bunch of years and a bunch of incentives being met. The thing about Tyson Fury going to ESPN in the first place with that 120 million pound contract, or 100 million pound contract, it was all about incentive bases, and why Bob Arum could lose money on Wilder versus Fury while PBC made money on Wilder versus Fury is because of those kinds of contracts. Then we can get into this whole back and forth. But if really all you're looking to is to make the PBC look bad, because really when it comes to Alonzo, he likes black people looking fucking bad. Yeah, I mean, we can get into it. Sometimes black people look bad, but trying to go out on these limbs and whatever. Let's chop it up so we're not just, at least when we can agree on the facts of the matter when it comes to this business shit.
Well, I mean, it's not that hard though. We got actual numbers. I mean, they can say what they want, but we got actual numbers because, like you say, they're all publicly traded companies, and you see their revenues and what they're investing going down. Yeah, that's a matter of fact.
You know what I mean? Like the idea that Sinclair bought fucking Fox Sports is not because of fucking PBC. No matter how it is, how on the one hand, Al Heyman, on the one hand, boxing is a friend sport, and on the other hand, it's bringing down networks. Make that shit make sense. Anyway,
you see Paramount trying to pair up to another legacy company to get sold and merged, like part of the acquisition thing you're talking about. So it's not unique, and that had nothing to do with boxing. So boxing is the reason why they wanted to sell the whole goddamn network. Make that make sense?
Yeah, the 60 million views. Come on, whatever. And meanwhile, NASCAR is more popular. If you guys, okay. Yeah, I mean, Alonzo didn't hit the thing. He just made his comment from the chat, and he did that shit after I was long trying to get up. But I'm glad I stayed on long enough for you to hit the link though, and missed your fucking voice. I appreciate your perspective on the whole thing, and hopefully you'll come back, more often than I think I would. Put it this way, I would like it if you came around more often. I don't know what that means for you or what it means for anybody else, but yeah, I always appreciate your voice, man. Phantom, yes, Phantom, Shelton, Tony, all the fuck people I've been chopping up with forever or who are regulars every week. Appreciate you. Until next week, guys, have a magnificent weekend. Even though, actually, Phantom likes the women's boxing, so I mean, I have a respect for. I have a risk. Well, I don't know if it's a respite for me, but it will be a respite for at least the better half. There's no real fights coming up, so yeah. Until the week next,
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you, Smoke. I mean, I love listening to it. I don't get into all the back and forth with the whole fighter duck and all. I'm more listening than anything because I do other stuff. And then the business part, I don't feel like going back and forth with people off of narrative. And that seems like what we end up doing a lot of time because they'll believe one promoter and say the other guy's lying. So it just becomes this weird thing, or one fighter and they don't believe other fighters, and it's just I don't know. It's a strange thing sometimes.
What's
So
funny to me is like, okay, so as what's going on right now, as fight fans, we all are so desperate because we've been like the quality that we've um been offered. We're desperate for better. And so whenever there's something that like people gravitate to it. I was a big fan of PBC when it came out. I was a big fan of fucking I wasn't such a big fan of the Zone when it came out because I already understood what Matchroom was at that point. But when Matchroom first came out, I was a big fan of that. I was like, oh yeah, Eddie Hearn's coming in, is going, more competition. But by the time the Zone came out, I was a little bit more wary of that whole situation. But like now the new hotness is this Saudi money. And I've never really, it's been a while since I've seen such great, such goodwill and faith towards a promoter since the Saudis. But yeah, at the same time, they're giving me AJ versus goddamn Ngannou. So the bullshit meter, they already like whatever, dude.
you get the new girl on the yard, and she got a nice tight dress. Everybody go see what.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, yeah, we want a new blood, and it's gonna be Bud versus Avenesian. Like, okay, is the new blood is gonna be Automatic versus goddamn Big Baby Miller. Like, whatever, guys. Sure, $1 billion. The Zone's still around. They giving me I'll tell you what, the Zone is giving me a fight that to this day has been one of the most entertaining fights I've ever experienced in my long boxing experience, and that is AJ versus goddamn Ruiz 1. That fight right there.
Yeah.
That fight right there. Like, I haven't been, my reaction to that fight while it was happening, the momentous of it, the gravitas of it, the gravity of it, the historic nature of it. Like the Zone put some shit on, and I'm not saying they haven't put on other fights, but just that fight right there, to me, made the Zone worth it for me, for them existing. Doesn't mean I should need to support them every goddamn month while they give me some goddamn El Rayo or not El, whatever. I'm not even gonna talk about El Rayo. I didn't mean El Rayo, but I meant Bam Bam and yeah. Anyway, Josh Kelly and fucking. I think Lee Wood is good.
But I think we're gonna be better though, Smoke. But look, Smoke, this is how I look at it in a nutshell. I sum this up real quick. Like, I think we're gonna be better off with all this stuff happening, man, because like anytime we have a shakeup, it's better for us, the consumer. When they move from the yellow pages to regular TV, now we going digital, we going into the internet. Like you get better, it's always better for the consumer, right? Because now it's not this broad thing where you're just getting this weird thing anymore. They have to be more targeted.
Well, the thing is, it's just new. Like whether or not it's better is for the consumer to determine. But listen, I think one of the worst things that happened to fucking communication has been cell phones. Right? It's all over the place. Everybody's got it, but the fucking reception sucks. Landlines suck. I can't understand what people are saying half the motherfucking time. Like whatever, it is what it is. But maybe that's better than three-way calls and. Whatever. I don't fucking know. I'm just saying I could at least understand people better with the landlines.
Have you seen the new Gemini program that they're going to put on the underbelly run by Google on most of the new Samsung S24 has it. If you haven't seen a demonstration for that shit is wild, man. That is wild. Artificial intelligence program that they're going to run on the underbelly of all the Samsung phones, where if I was talking in Spanish, it automatically translates it. If I send you an address, it automatically puts some map in. Like it has a lot of wild automatic features. It's like, man, we just making our civilization dumber and dumber and dumber. I mean, some cool features, But you're making people stupider and stupider. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, that's the idea about better. Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's definitely a brave new world, and I'm not trying to hate. Like, I understand that women have like the spaces. Shout out to the women fighting this weekend. But yeah, you might at some point, in order to sell your craft, you might find yourself in a fight with a person who was not born a woman. And yeah, that's progress. That's a better world, apparently, for the people who are going to be around to experience that thing maybe long after I'm dead, unless they can get that cyborg shit off and I can get like better interested in human beings.
Well, you can get that shit they got at Tesla where they do the implant shit. What that shit called? What's the thing called where they drill in your head and put the thing to your spine?
Yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is being like the last 100 people on Earth. The problem with immortality is like what is it? Socialization. Who do you actually get to kick it with? You want to be the last human being in a world run by bees, and with 7 billion people or maybe 8 billion, I don't know, I can't tell the latest numbers. How many people do you actually like with all these motherfuckers? Like, can you imagine if there's only 100 million people? Is a lot of pressure to like people at that point.
Well, that's the thing, though, Smoke. That's the thing that that implant thing. I can't even think of the name of it. What is it? Tesla. Let me type it out real quick so I can see what the hell it is. Neuralink. So the Neuralink, you heard of Neuralink, right? That's where yeah. So the Neuralink, the concept of it. Now this is what was sold when notoriously Elon Musk went on Joe Rogan podcast and got high that time when they wanted to kick him off the board. He was talking about Neuralink. He was saying, if you got an impairment or if you got a spine injury, that's supposed when you get this Neuralink, this thing drilled into your head, into your spine, to your brain, to your spine, it's supposed to fix the disconnect between your joints that might not be working. It's supposed to make you smarter. It's supposed to like all these things that we would think are like fantasy land. That was, I don't know how many years ago that they've been working on it, and that's kind of like a secret thing. So I don't know when they finally get to the point where it's pushed out to the world. I think we're a lot closer to a lot of these things scarily than we would even imagine, because that's not something that's really exposed to the public, and I think it'll freak people out when they figure out some of these things they're doing.
Yeah, the technology and the knowledge, so to me that part isn't the thing that freaks me out. The thing that freaks me out is how it's part of the just inherently in human beings, right? We all are just having our own experience, but the ability to be compassionate and empathetic to another person's experience is the thing that makes all of this shit like weird to me. Like at a certain point, it probably might be better to let these fucking people have it. I don't know, versus like if, I don't know if I want to live in a world that I am the supreme leader of. Just put it to you that way. It's put on a really like kind of thing. Like if Elon Musk wants to be that guy that it like subjugates everybody to his own fucking technology, cool. I don't want to be that guy, and I also don't want to live in that world.
Man, I think we in a different space though. And I think and then the other thing, look, I had a question. This is what I was proposed. If it's a person that you don't fuck with for whatever reason, they kind of did some funny shit to you and they die. I mean, like, what's this acceptance thing where you just have to accept people and now speak of them in a good light just because they died when they were a piece of shit when they were here? Like, if you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit. And bye. I just don't. I think we just live in this thing where it's like a cookie cutter world where we just gotta act like things ain't happening that actually happen. That's weird. Well,
the thing is, right? It used to be the fact that it used to be the case where people didn't believe in afterlives, right? They didn't think that there was a such thing. Like once you died, that was it. But that just seems weird when you're trying to like sell someone an idea about how you should live this life, right? So to live this life, in order to make this life like why you should do anything, they came with this idea about rewards in the afterlife, right? So it's kind of like, I try to I know my own shortcomings, So I try to not speak ill of other people, because I know that I'm not perfect, and it probably comes from me not wanting to deal with parts of myself, right? I don't know how to feel. Like I probably would choke Hitler out. I probably choke Idi Amin out, and like as babies, knowing who they became, right? But that still makes me a baby killer. It means that I'm still open to killing babies at some point.
I don't know if they use that anymore, Smoke. I mean, I think that was around that time. I don't even think they even regard that. That's what I'm saying. We're in a weird space now where a lot of things that we did back then, or we counted, they don't even like look at the women now. Like the spaces that the women are able to go into and hold their high with dignity, where they used to have to sneak out the back door of the strip club that they was at, or the dudes that was scamming and stealing and selling drugs. That was some backdoor shit. Or they went to, we used to call it, we call it, you went to school, or we have these weird names for going to prison. Now it's like an accepted, socially accepted thing. So like, I mean, it's progress. I don't know which way that you want to kind of categorize it, but I just think we're in a different space.
Exactly, different space, progress. What do you think is? You think it's progress or regress? It's definitely fucking different. Like I don't think there's this perfect social moment that's ever happened or ever will happen. It's just people idealize and mythologize certain kinds of ideals and say this is when that all was happening. But if you look at that point, there's a whole bunch of fucking suffering happening. Not only that wasn't related to what was the thing that they thought was the best thing, but also as a direct result of what they thought was the best fucking thing. So, for me, we're gonna keep talking about these life's most persistent questions. Next damn week. Let me get the hell out of here.
All
Pittsburgh
right, yeah,
team.
let me let you go. Right,
Till
Smoke, man.
next
I
time.
hold you all
Yeah,
night with
we're
this,
still
man.
going. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
brother.
gonna keep
Hey, it's
on
good
going.
chopping up with you, Smoke, man.
Yeah,
Have a
always,
great
man. Always
weekend,
a
bro.
pleasure.
Good listening.
Yeah. Yes. Peace to you and yours. And to everyone else, have a magnificent weekend. Until next week, as the old people used to tell me, Lord willing, the creek don't rise. I'll see you again to chop up this boxing shit. Peace.